Chapter 201 The Threat of the True Dragon Clan. Without the means of self-exploding dragon pearl, this golden dragon is already a fish on the chopping board here in Weizhou, and it is insignificant. Old sect leader Wei, congratulations on breaking through quasi-emperor realm. Chen Luo saw the vigorous aura on Wei Zhou, and then smiled. At the time of parting, Weizhou said that he was going to get some more resources to prepare for the breakthrough quasi-emperor. Unexpectedly, after a short period of time, Weizhou would be a breakthrough. Ha ha ha, I really want to congratulate you on this one. A quasi-emperor's bottleneck, which has been stuck in a daddy for decades, finally broke. Wei Zhou continued with a big laugh, his eyes were also full of joy. If the Great Saint Realm is the top battle force of the Ancient Desolate Continent, then the Quasi-Emperor is the real giant of the Ancient Desolate Continent. No matter which faction they are in, they all have a pivotal position. It's just been stuck for decades, the speaker has no intention, the listener has the intention, and the golden dragon not far away suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Unexpectedly, this guy's talent is so amazing, this bottleneck just broke through in 100 years. I am not wrong to lose. Quasi-Emperor is a huge threshold, and if you can spend a few 100-year breakthrough bottlenecks, you are considered a top talent. Not to mention, Weizhou broke through in just a few decades, which is undoubtedly extremely astonishing. The earlier the breakthrough bottleneck, the more amazing its potential, the stronger its strength, and the higher the height it can reach in the future. Back then, it took almost 1,000 years for the golden dragon to break through the bottleneck. This human race is really terrifying. Chen Luo, thanks to you again this time. When we go back, we will eat dragon meat, fresh dragon meat of quasi-emperor level. Weizhou then said happily. If the dragon pearl really exploded, Wei Zhou had powerful means, although he would not suffer fatal damage, but he would undoubtedly have to pay a considerable price. Now, Chen Luo has used Suandi's immortality technique to ban dragon pearl, which is considered to have helped Weizhou a lot. Chen Luo nodded. Chen Luo himself had never tasted the meat of the real dragon clan. Now, he can just eat it. Heard it tastes good. The golden dragon next to it kept trembling. Dragon pearl was banned by Chen Luo's Suandi immortal forbidden art, and the golden dragon had no source of power at all. In addition, he was seriously injured by Weizhou just now, and he has become extremely weak. Swish swish swish. Weizhou then took out a bound spirit treasure and bound the golden dragon. Old Wei sect leader, what's going on with this real dragon clan? Chen Luo then asked curiously. The other real dragons around were completely killed in the fierce battle just now, and the high altitude was filled with a strong smell of blood and tyranny. Ahem, didn't I break through quasi-emperor realm and I almost got something? I went to the ancestor dragon nest of their true dragon clan to absorb some ancestor dragon blood, and successfully promoted to quasi-emperor. Then, on the way back, I happened to see I found the keel of a small dragon and it was good, so I took it away. I didn't expect that these guys would come to the door. Weizhou said quietly after grabbing the golden dragon. Entering the ancestral dragon's lair, absorbing the blood of the ancestral dragon, and taking out the keel of a small dragon, Chen Luo was stunned, as expected of the old sect leader. It turned out to be you who did it, damn it, you are dead, you absorbed the blood of our ancestral dragon, and pulled out the keel of our ancestor's most beloved descendant, %%. As soon as Weizhou's words fell, the captured golden dragon immediately roared, with an extremely angry expression, and the fierce look in his eyes almost swallowed Weizhou completely. If you keep babbling, I'll stew you right now. Weizhou once again condensed a lawful long whip, and slammed the golden dragon several times, saying coldly. After being whipped several times, the golden dragon finally became honest. No, if you just took out a keel bone and absorbed some of the blood of the ancestor dragon, you wouldn't have made such a big move. Chen Luo frowned slightly, and continued to ask. The true dragon clan is the top demon clan of the ancient desolate continent. Like the Phoenix clan, there are many factions in it, and there are also internal struggles. This golden dragon is a dragon of the quasi-emperor level, and it can be regarded as the top power among the real dragons. If it's just this matter, there is absolutely no need to dispatch such a quasi-emperor level real dragon. It should have something to do with the identity of that little dragon. That little dragon seems to have the ancestor dragon bloodline, and it is a good seed that is expected to hit the position of supreme in the future. Weizhu scratched his head and continued. So it turned out, Chen Luo understood, no wonder these guys are so crazy, it turned out that a future supreme was abolished. The golden dragon next to him was breathing more and more quickly, but out of fear of Weizhu, the golden dragon could only glare at each other and dare not make any sound. If you erase the aura on your body, those guys from the true dragon clan should not be able to find us Heavenly Dao Sect. Chen Luo continued. Wishful thinking, our ancestors are so powerful that they have already locked your Heavenly Dao Sect. No matter what you do, it is useless. Prepare to bear the wrath of our true dragon clan. Not only your Heavenly Dao Sect, but the entire eastern Xianzhou will be destroyed by us. The real dragon clan is flattened. At this time, the golden dragon next to him couldn't bear it anymore, as if he had found a vent, he said viciously. You're still squeaking, I'm giving you a face. Weizhu frowned slightly, and then activated the power of the law again, outputting a burst of madness at the golden dragon. After a while, under Weizhu's crazy output, the golden dragon fainted and completely lost consciousness. It's finally quiet. Seeing this, Wei Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Old sect leader Wei, do their real dragons really have such means? Chen Luo put away the dragon pearl not far away, and asked slowly. The true dragon clan is the top monster clan in the Ancient Desolate Continent. If they are really determined to deal with Heavenly Dao Sect, Chen Luo has no good way. After all, although Chen Luo has many methods and various treasures, his realm is too low. If he really faces the full strength of the real dragon clan, he can only protect himself, and he can't do much else. It should be true. Although I don't want to admit it, these top monster races who have stood in the Ancient Desolate Continent for many years still have some terrifying methods. Wei Zhou said with a light breath. Then do we want to avoid the sharp edge for now? Let's hide for a while. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and continued. The true dragon clan is the top monster clan, comparable to the ancient monster clan in Chaos Sacred Land, their threat must be dealt with carefully. With insufficient strength now, hiding temporarily is the best way. It's okay, Mir. No, although the true dragon clan is extremely powerful, we, Heavenly Dao Sect, are not vegetarians. If they really dare to come and bully us. The old sect leader of Weizhu then said slowly, there seemed to be a little expectation in his eyes. Chapter 202 The Fading Self-Mutilation Practice Method. What the old sect leader means is that our Heavenly Dao Sect still has a strong hold card. Chen Luo continued to ask, with the same curiosity in his eyes. Since dealing with Li Wu Dao Sect leader and others, Chen Luo's understanding of Heavenly Dao Sect has become more and more profound. Originally, Chen Luo thought it was just an ordinary first-class force, but some of Li Wu Dao's actions were even more presumptuous than some top sacred lands. The means and strength are also nothing like an ordinary first-class power master. This Heavenly Dao Sect is definitely not simple. Ahem, this is the core secret of our sect, and it cannot be revealed at will, but if it is Chen Luo's nephew, it's okay to tell you. Wei Zhou then whispered to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded heavily, expressing that he would not reveal it to anyone. Actually, our Heavenly Dao Sect also has an ancestor who has been in closed-door training for many years. Ahem, you know, the kind that only strikes at the critical moment of sect's life. Wei Zhou then whispered to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and there was also an ancestor who had been in closed-door training for many years. No wonder the two sect leaders were so rough, it turned out that there was an ancestor covering them. I understand. Chen Luo then said slowly, feeling much calmer in his heart. Since we is who, the top powerhouse at the quasi-emperor level, is called Patriarch, he should be very strong, maybe a high-rank quasi-emperor. After knowing this, Chen Luo felt a lot of security in his heart. Okay, let's go back. I have to find a top-quality spirit chef to deal with this quasi-emperor real dragon. When it's ready, Chen Luo and his nephew will come and taste it together. Wei Zhou then smiled at Chen Luo. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. At this time, Heavenly Bamboo Peak is very lively, and spirit power is everywhere. Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples can be seen in various places of Heavenly Bamboo Peak practicing hard, and the spirit power vortex can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, some painful wailing and some sharp tearing sounds can be heard. In Heavenly Bamboo Peak, a spirit power-filled great hall. A group of disciples with sharp daggers in their hands sat opposite each other. While wielding their daggers to hurt each other's bodies, they absorbed the spirit power of Ling Yuan pill to enhance their own cultivation base. The entire Great Hall seems to have a series of spirit power storms, and the momentum is quite huge. On the other side of the Great Hall, there was a young man with dark circles and a radiant look. Behind the young man, there are two Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples constantly attacking the young man, stimulating his body. With the appearance of wounds, the speed at which the youth absorbs spirit power becomes more and more rapid. Boom boom boom. After a long while, a powerful aura appeared on the young man's body, and a swift wave of air swung towards the surroundings. Congratulations to President Breakthrough, how much has the self-harm practice method improved this time? A disciple who was practicing in the Great Hall slowly opened his eyes, looking expectantly at the young man who just broke through. The same was true for the other disciples in the Great Hall, looking straight at the young man. The young man slowly opened his eyes, with a strange light flickering in them. Well, the 87th edition of self-harm practice method must be the last edition, and it has only improved by less than half. The young man sighed softly, and said in a decadent manner. It turned out that the young man was none other than Wang Xinan, the president of the Heavenly Bamboo Peak Self-Mutilation Practice Association. After the emergence of the Great Dream Practice Method, top talents in the Self-Mutilation Practice Method and the Pulse-Breaking Practice Method have established research and development organizations to continuously improve these two methods while practicing with all their strength. Wang Xinan is one of the best. Although talent is not outstanding, he has a deep research on self-harm cultivation methods, so he became the president of this self-injury practice association. The president is not necessarily the strongest, but he has definitely reached a very advanced level in self-mutilation practice. Is it less than half successful? Is it really the end of our self-harm cultivation method? Damn it, I didn't expect our self-harm cultivation method to decline one day. I don't accept it, I can't accept it. When I saw those arrogant guys in the Broken Veins practice method, I hated it so much. Back then, our self-harm practice method was to arbitrarily judge the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Yeah, I really miss the old days. Now there is the Broken Pulse practice method that robbed us of our glory, and the Big Dream practice method is eyeing us. It is really difficult for us to self-mutilate the cultivation party. The other disciples in the Great Hall frantically attacked the disciples sitting opposite each other, and at the same time they all spoke in extremely sad and indignant tones. It seems to turn grief and anger into strength and increase the speed of own cultivation. Wang Xinan's eyes on one side also had a look of despair. Unexpectedly, after the update of the medicine pill, the Broken Pulse practice method was so vigorous that it directly squeezed the self-mutilation practice method so that there was no room for survival. Now, a large number of people are flocking to the Duanmei cultivation party. If this continues, their self-mutilation cultivation party will completely decline. President, I heard that the members of the Great Dream Cultivation Association seem to have some breakthroughs, and they can practice together with different methods. Shall we check it out? At this moment, a disciple of Great Hall asked. Breakthrough is a hammer. The Great Dream practice is a huge hole. What kind of breakthrough can there be? I guess it's because I didn't wake up from my dream. That's right, apart from Patriarch Lu Pan, I have never seen anyone who can truly practice the Great Dream practice, and it's still a breakthrough. Believe in them, it's better to believe in the broken vein practice. Yes, to combine the two methods, it must be senior brother Li Wengxuan who is an expert. He has perfectly integrated the two major methods. Although there are still many flaws, I think senior brother Li Wengxuan is definitely qualified to reach the top. As soon as that disciple's words came out, the other disciples retorted one after another. The difficulty of practicing the Great Dream cultivation method is too high, and the requirements for compatibility are extremely high. Before, a large number of people flocked to practice, but in the end they were all fooled, and there was no effect at all. The reputation of Daemon cultivation method is already a bit bad in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. If it wasn't for an ancestor Lu Pan, he would have been abandoned by the people of Heavenly Bamboo Peak long ago. As for Li Wengxuan, after the Great Dream cultivation method, he switched to the Great Dream cultivation method, and was miserably trapped by the Great Dream cultivation method. In that practice competition, he didn't even keep the second place. Li Wengxuan had no choice but to give up the Daemon practice method. Even after the self-harm practice method was blessed by the new medicine pill, he still persevered in studying the fusion of the self-mutilation practice method and the broken pulse practice method. Okay, let's send someone to check it out. If we self-mutilate the practice party and keep going, it will only make our situation more difficult. After a long while, Wang Xing'an took a deep breath and continued. As soon as Wang Xing'an's words came out, many disciples did not refute them. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Wang Xing'an said was indeed correct. Blindly complacent will only make the situation more unfavorable. Tick-tock. At this moment, there was a rapid dripping sound. Chapter 203 Magical Use of Dragon Pearl. As if something was hitting the Great Hall, this urgent sound drowned out the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After a while, the ticking sound continued to grow louder, and then, golden raindrops penetrated the Great Hall and fell on many disciples of the Great Hall. This thing, Woko, is spirit power, so pure spirit power. Good stuff, my wound healed super fast. Hurry up and stab me a few more times, this is the magic medicine of our self-harm cultivation method. Hurry up and stab me. The golden raindrops fell on the bodies of many disciples, which immediately increased the speed of their spirit power, and at the same time made their cultivation speed much faster. Disciples have launched self-mutilation practice method, rapid practice. There was a rhythmic howling of pain and the whistling of spirit power in the Great Hall. Wang Xing'an's pupils at the top shrank, and he was extremely excited. Could it be that God wants to bless me with self-harm practice? Immediately afterwards, Wang Xing'an restrained own's thoughts, took out a few spiritual knives, and started precise and quick self-mutilation on own's body. Not only this Great Hall, but also the disciples in other areas of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After seeing the power of this golden spiritual rain, they put all their strength into cultivation. Although I don't know what is going on with this golden spiritual rain, but cultivation is already the instinct of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Now that this good thing has suddenly appeared, no matter what the reason is, just practice hard and it will be over. What happens? On the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Li Yan'er, who was dressed in purple, lightly looked at the golden spiritual rain around her, feeling puzzled in her heart. The golden spiritual rain fell on Li Yan'er's delicate body, and was quickly absorbed by her five elements divine body. Not far from the back mountain, there are many formal disciples. These official disciples were soaked in the fiery magma-like spiritual fluid, and the transpiration almost melted the spiritual fluid, constantly impacting their meridians and bodies, improving their strength. The appearance of the golden spiritual rain made their slightly pale faces more rosy, and their tense bodies seemed to be relieved a lot. Obviously, this golden spiritual rain also has a very good effect on them. Ha ha ha. After a while, the surrounding golden spiritual rain became bigger and bigger, and it didn't take long to cover the entire heavenly bamboo peak, like a torrential rain, washing every corner of heavenly bamboo peak. The elixir and spiritual fruit trees in various places of heavenly bamboo peak are also nourished by this golden spiritual rain, glowing with more intense vitality. Above the heavenly bamboo peak, there is a golden bead exuding a bright streamer. Obviously, it was the golden spirit rain released by that golden ball. Li Yan'er looked up at the sky, and suddenly found that in the spiritual rain, there was a familiar figure that she was haunted by. The master is back. Li Yan'er only felt her heart tremble slightly. There were slight ripples in her originally peaceful heart. Master, this spiritual rain is so beautiful. Above heavenly bamboo peak, a girl with silver white hair was bathed in golden spiritual rain, dancing in the golden spiritual rain, like a beautiful elf. Of course, this is the essence of Dragon Pearl, isn't it beautiful? Chen Luo smiled slightly. It turned out that this golden spiritual rain was released by the quasi-emperor Dragon Pearl of the Golden Dragon. This Dragon Pearl contains all the essence of the Golden Dragon, which can nourish all things. Using the power of Dragon Pearl to moisten the sky can greatly improve the cultivation environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak can get a lot of benefits. Therefore, Chen Luo used it without hesitation. After all, the stronger the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak become, the more cultivation base Chen Luo gets back. In the short period of time when Dragon Pearl releases the Golden Spirit Rain, Chen Luo can feel the spirit power in the holy acupoints in his body is constantly increasing. It didn't take long for Chen Luo's cultivation base to climb a lot, and he was not far away from the 6th stage of the Great Saint. If this continues, the own cultivation base will be broken through, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Not far away, Xiao He and Xiao Bai crazily absorbed the power of the surrounding golden spiritual rain, improving their own strength. The two seemed to be competing with each other, refusing to give in to each other, and they were vying to absorb the spirit rain. At the side, Mu Luli and Zhang Xian were also practicing hard, and the large expanse of spiritual rain turned into pure spirit power and entered their bodies. Swish swish swish. After a while, 3 streaks of light suddenly appeared below. I have seen Master. The figures of Li Yan'er, Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen appeared in front of Chen Luo's eyes, and they saluted Chen Luo respectfully. Seeing a few disciples whose strength has improved a lot, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. At this time, Hua Yuntian's cultivation base has reached the 5th stage of the Saint Realm, and Li Yan'er has reached the 4th stage of the Saint Realm a little lower. Ye Chen has the aura of the 2nd stage of the Saint Realm on his body. That's right, you didn't disappoint me, the cultivation base has improved a lot. Chen Luo nodded in praise. Although it is because of the many top spiritual objects and various resources left by them, they were able to upgrade so many realms in a short period of time, which shows that they have worked hard. This is your 6th and 7th junior sister. Chen Luo then introduced Zhang Xian and Xue Xingtong to Li Yan'er and the others. After knowing the identities of Zhang Xian and Xue Xingtong, several people were amazed, and at the same time felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. The apprentices accepted by Master are getting more and more powerful. If they don't work hard, in the future. I've seen all of you brothers and sisters. Zhang Xian and Xue Xingtong said softly, and greeted Li Yan'er and the others with a smile. Looking at the 2 junior sisters who are not inferior to her in appearance, and even better in some aspects, Li Yan'er also has some complicated thoughts in her heart. Of course she could see that the eyes of Zhang Xian and Xue Xingtong looking at Chen Luo were as complex as her own. Okay, since you are here, let's practice hard here, this Dragon Pearl is a good thing. Chen Luo then said to several disciples with a smile. If you practice near Dragon Pearl, the effect is much more significant than those golden spirit rain. Of course, Chen Luo would not let go of this opportunity for promotion. Many disciples nodded, and then began to practice with all their strength near Dragon Pearl. These personal disciples of Chen Luo are all top-notch talents, and the talents are all first class. The majestic spirit power in Dragon Pearl rushed towards these disciples quickly, forming a huge spirit power vortex, just like a spirit power storm. With the absorption of several disciples, Chen Luo could feel the spirit power in his body increase more rapidly. Not bad, not bad, practicing hard. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Luo was extremely satisfied in his heart. This speed of improvement is really cool. Chener, this is the cultivation technique prepared for you. Chen Luo then pointed his right hand between Ye Chen's eyebrows. A stream of light entered Ye Chen's mind, which contained the two emperor-level cultivation technique and emperor-level martial arts of Taishang Xianling Jing and Taishang sword art. Thank you, Master. Feeling the cultivation technique martial arts in his mind, Ye Chen's expression was excited. The master actually gave himself a more powerful cultivation technique martial arts. Chen Luo nodded, motioning for him to continue his practice. Next, it was time to settle the puppet of the North Star Spirit King. Chen Luo then looked at the body of the North Star Spirit King in his interspatial ring. Chapter 249 Extreme Artifact Refining Technique. The body of the Northern Star Spirit King exudes golden light in Chen Luo's interspatial ring. Around the body, there are many spirits nourishing the body. For the matter of refining puppets, you can look to Biao, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Biao mastery practiced all kinds of arts, and all kinds of methods have reached an extremely high realm. Refining a puppet should not be a big problem. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo turned into a beam of light and went directly to the pill refining hall of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Pill Refining Hall. At this time, the pill refining hall has grown a lot, and there are more disciples who come to learn the pill refining technique from Biao. In addition, some time ago, the pill refining hall refined the medicine pill to speed up the repair of meridians, which rewritten the declining pattern of the broken pulse practice method, and became famous. There are more disciples joining them, studying the medicine pill that can increase the speed of practice. Under Bai Yao's careful teaching and a large amount of elixir, there are already many pill refining masters who can refine low-level medicine pills in the pill refining hall. It's just that many disciples in the current pill refining hall have not learned the pill refining technique, but are absorbing the golden spiritual rain from the Dragon Pearl to improve their own cultivation base. After all, pill refining can be learned at any time, but this golden spiritual rain from the sky is not always available. Grasping this good opportunity to improve your own cultivation base is the kingly way. The entire pill refining hall was bathed in the golden spiritual rain, and a large number of pill refining hall disciples greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual rain. Not far from the pill refining hall, a big black dog was lying on a comfortable rocking chair, while absorbing the surrounding golden spiritual rain. While holding a simple ancient book, he was studying carefully. Practice. What's the point of practice? It's better to study the pill refining technique honestly. A solid technology is much more important than being able to fight. Biao muttered in a low voice, watching the crazy practice of many disciples in the distance. Biao was a top powerhouse who could attack the quasi-emperor realm a long time ago. After being attacked and fell, he went crazy at first and wanted revenge, but as time passed, Biao became bearish about everything. I just want to do own research and improve own technologies. The improvement of these skills gives Biao a sincere sense of security. These technologies make Biao more happy than the advanced cultivation base. Biao, do you know how to make puppets? At this moment, a clear voice rang in Biao's ear. Who is calling me Biao elder in the pill refining hall, don't you understand? Biao's face was full of anger, then he shook his dog's head and looked around, wanting to see who had the courage. Dare to call him by his first name in the pill refining hall. I just don't want to live. After a while, Biao suddenly saw a handsome young man from the corner of his eye, and Biao felt his hairs stand on end. The Peak Master, it is the Peak Master. Biao was startled. Throwing away the classics in his hand, he quickly crawled to Chen Luo's side. "Peak Master, I don't know, it's you, Bai Yao said tremblingly beside Chen Luo. For Chen Luo, Biao is a fear from the heart, the whole heavenly bamboo peak, he is not afraid of anyone, but Chen Luo. "It's okay, do you have research on the art of making puppets?" Chen Luo continued, ignoring Bai Yao's fear. Seeing that Chen Luo didn't care about what he said just now, Bai Yao heaved a sigh of relief. "Of course, Peak Master, I'm very mastery in cultivating all kinds of arts, and making puppets is even a small problem." Bai Yao continued to wave his own claws, confidently said. "Can this be refined into a puppet?" Chen Luo then took out the body of the Northern Star Spirit King. The moment the Northern Star Spirit King's body was taken out, a burst of terrifying imperial prestige rushed towards his face, quickly filling the entire pill refining hall. Vigorous energy, almost tearing the pill refining down. Although the Northern Star Spirit King has fallen, this body still contains a lot of Quasi-Emperor's aura. The aura of Quasi-Emperor, even if it is only residual, is not something that ordinary cultivators can bear. Chen Luo then lightly raised his right hand, and a profound Emperor Forbidden Immortal Art was launched, immediately sealing off the imperial prestige of this body. Looking at the body in front of him, Bai Yao suddenly felt his body froze. This was the body of Quasi-Emperor. Bai Yao then rubbed his own eyes with his paws, and his breathing became a little short. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo took out the body of a Quasi-Emperor. "Peak Lord, I may not be able to make a Quasi-Emperor level body perfectly, I need to improve my puppet refining technology." Bai Yao then said hesitantly. "If you have this, can you successfully refine it?" Chen Luo didn't talk nonsense, but took out a simple ancient book and handed it to Biao. Biao took over the tome, on which there are 4 large characters Zhiji refining art. "This is the artifact refining technique of the 9 Extreme Artifact Emperor, my god, how could you have this thing?" Bai Yao then exclaimed loudly, her breathing became extremely rapid, as if she was looking at some rare treasure. Zhiji Kitty is the famous Grand Great Master of refining equipment in the ancient times of Lu Yuan. His refining technique has reached the peak level, and he is known as the Kitty. His 9 Extreme Artifact refining technique is even more famous throughout the Ancient Desolate Continent, which contains everything and everything is practiced, and it is the supreme Bible of artifact refining art. However, due to the changes of the years, it has long since disappeared into the Ancient Desolate Continent without a trace. "Yes, Peak Master, with this 9 Extreme Artifact refining technique, there is no problem with a Quasi-Emperor's puppet." Bai Yao took a deep breath, and then said heavily. "Zhiji Artifact Refining Art is the supreme temple of artifact refining, even the refining of Emperor's soldiers is no problem, a mere puppet of Quasi-Emperor is definitely no problem." Biao's own refining technique is also a very advanced imperial weapon, and with the help of this supreme scripture, Biao has absolute certainty of refining success. "If you need any materials, just ask Yanner to get them." Chen Luo continued. The Northern Star Spirit King was a strong man in the Quasi-Emperor 7th stage before, and his physical body was even comparable to Supreme. If he could successfully become a puppet, he would definitely be able to sweep most of the Quasi-Emperors. For this refining expenditure, Chen Luo will not be stingy. "Yes, Peak Master, I will definitely refine him into the most perfect puppet." Bai Yao then said excitedly, looking at the Northern Star Spirit King with extremely fanatical eyes. "A puppet of the Quasi-Emperor level, from my hands, I feel excited just thinking about it. By the way, you can refine this thing." At this moment, Chen Luo seemed to think of something, and then took out a bamboo that exudes blue-purple electric light. Bai Yao looked at the bamboo in Chen Luo's hands, his eyes became even hotter. Innate Lazu, it turned out to be innate Lazu. Chapter 205 Resentment. What Chen Luo took out was innate thunder bamboo. Innate thunder bamboo is a top-level fetish, which can be used to refine Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Of course, Chen Luo wanted to refine it into a terrifying weapon. After all, only when it becomes an own weapon is its strength, and keeping it will not bring any improvement to Chen Luo. Looking at Chen Luo's innate thunder bamboo, Biao felt itchy in her heart, and wanted to refine this thing. After all, Biao's heart was already extremely hot after he had just obtained a book of refining techniques of the highest holy book level. Peak Master, I don't have much confidence now, my level is not enough. Bai Yao took a deep breath and continued. Although Biao wanted to use this innate lightning bamboo to refine weapons, but his current level has not reached that level. If he forcibly refines it, it will only be a waste of such a superb artifact. Chen Luo frowned slightly, isn't Bai Yao sure? However, if there are other finished imperial weapons, I can fuse the innate lightning bamboo with the imperial weapons, and I have great confidence. Bai Yao continued. Another finished emperor's soldier, Chen Luo pondered for a moment, and then took out the Yanjian Emperor sword obtained in the Nine Suns Supreme Secret Storehouse. Can you fuse this imperial soldier? Chen Luo continued. Yang Yan Emperor sword Chen Luo is quite comfortable to use. If innate thunder bamboo can be integrated with this emperor weapon, it will also greatly improve Chen Luo. No problem, Peak Master, just wait for my good news. Bai Yao said confidently after checking it out. This Emperor Yanjian sword is a middle-grade imperial weapon, and it can be fused with innate thunder bamboo to create a new imperial weapon. After listening to Bai Yao's words, Chen Luo nodded and showed a satisfied smile. Immediately afterwards, after Chen Luo explained some things about Biao again, he left the pill refining hall. Biao took Chen Luo's materials and prepared to refine quasi-emperor puppets and innate thunder bamboo. Zhonggaihu, Zhongyuan Prefecture. Chaos Sacred Land. Chaos Sacred Land is located in the sacred Xiantian Valley of Zhongyuan State, and it is the area with the most spiritual power in the entire central domain. Spiritual qi is everywhere here, filled with immortal light, and there are many pavilions and palaces with spiritual qi rising around Tiangu, just like a fairyland on earth. These pavilions and palaces are located on the tall and majestic peaks of Lingxian Tiangu, dotted with these mountain peaks like fairy mountains. A mountain peak in the east of Sky Valley, on the mountain peak sits an incomparably luxurious and resplendent palace. Around the palace, there are many spiritual plants exuding a strong fragrance, and there are many spiritual cranes making crisp chirping sounds. The mountain below the palace seems to be a spiritual vein, constantly releasing inspiration to nourish the palace above. Chaos, formless, formless. The true meaning of our sacred land's primordial chaos-breaking spirit sword is to transform into chaos. Inside the palace, a majestic and Daoist voice spoke in the great hall in circulation. This sound seems to contain mystery, and it surrounds the great hall, and the space is buzzing slightly because of these sounds. In the central area of the great hall, there are several disciples of Chaos Sacred Land, sitting cross-legged in the center, listening to this voice that contains Dao Yun with fascination. After a while, the voice slowly disappeared, but the entire great hall was filled with mysterious thoughts one after another. But what doubts do you have? After a while, a majestic voice sounded. Above the great hall, a middle-aged man with grey sideburns and wearing a white Taoist robe looked at the disciples below indifferently. The middle-aged man's Taoist robe is engraved with strange golden Dao patterns, and the aura and Dao patterns on his body are intertwined, making him look extremely sacred. The few disciples below the great hall slowly opened their eyes, and the rich spirit power in the great hall was like a tide, rushing towards them crazily. Master, this disciple has no more doubts. Thank you, Master, for your explanation. A handsome young man in a turquoise robe said slowly, his eyes full of reverence. There is also a golden mark between the young man's eyebrows, as if there is a chaotic force circulating on it. The other disciples beside him also nodded, expressing that they had no doubts anymore. Well, now that the confusion has been resolved, you all go out, you must practice diligently, and don't let the years go to waste. The middle-aged man above continued slowly. Many disciples then stood up, took their leave, and prepared to leave the great hall. Wuji, you stay. At this moment, the middle-aged man above the great hall continued. The young man with the golden mark between his eyebrows then stood respectfully under the great hall and waited. The rest of the disciples looked at the young man next to him unconsciously, with envy in their eyes. After a while, the rest of the disciples left the great hall, and only Li Wuji and the middle-aged man above were left in this luxurious great hall. Wuji, I handed over the title of Son to Qin Feng, the junior brother of initiation. Do you have any resentment in your heart? The middle-aged man above looked at Li Wuji indifferently, and then said softly. As soon as the middle-aged man's words came out, Li Wuji fell silent immediately, and stood respectfully below, without saying a word for a long time. Master, junior brother Qin Feng is a peerless genius who possesses both double pupils and supreme bone physiques. I have no grievances for giving him the position of Holy Son. After a long silence, Li Wuji continued to speak slowly. His tone was extremely calm, but the slightly clenched fists in his cuffs made this calmness a little different. The middle-aged man above looked at the disciple below who had always satisfied him. His eyes were full of tenderness. This disciple has always been the most worry-free, and his talent is outstanding, and his temperament is also first class. The middle-aged man is also cultivating this disciple as the real core. Wuji, the position of Holy Son does not mean anything. On the contrary, there may be many troubles in this position. You will understand in the future. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then continued. Master, I understand. If there is nothing wrong, I will go down to practice. Li Wuji said with a smile on his face, like a modest gentleman. As soon as Li Wuji's voice fell, the middle-aged man easily caught a bit of dissatisfaction in Li Wuji's words. Obviously, Li Wuji has resentment in his heart, and it seems that it is not small. Wuji, that's all, let me tell you a little bit. Do you know the sons of our chaotic sacred land? The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly, and then said in a deep voice. Master, something happened, it's not good. At this moment, a hurried voice sounded. A young man in a blue brocade robe rushed in from the great hall slowly, his eyes full of panic. It's so noisy, how decent is it? Could it be that the sky is falling? The middle-aged man above furrowed his brows and scolded angrily. Saint Lord, junior brother Qin Feng has been taken away. The young man then said in a panic. As soon as the young man's voice fell, the face of the chaotic sacred land Saint Lord above suddenly changed, and his expression was stunned. Abducted, are you kidding me? I have arranged so many people near Shu's house, how is it possible? Chaos Sacred Land Saint Lord continued with a gloomy expression. Really, it's a person from the Heavenly Devil Sect did it. That person claims to be the Heavenly Devil Sect dancer maiden. The young man then said in a panic. P.S. Recently the data has plummeted, it's going to be cold, please support a little power generation with love. Please answer if you receive it, please reply if you receive it. Chapter 206, True Dragon Feast. Heavenly Devil Sect, Dancing Girl. Chaos Sacred Land Saint Lord Zhao Yuanchun's eyes were cold, and the terrifying energy in his body was constantly rising, as if to tear everything apart. The entire great hall was filled with trembling sounds. He didn't expect that people from the Heavenly Devil Sect would dare to arrest his intended disciple, and they became more and more arrogant. It's okay to do some excessive things usually, but Qin Feng is related to the future and foundation of their chaos sacred land, and he dares to snatch it. They are really impatient. Li Wuji and the young man below the great hall were both pale and trembling. It was the first time they had seen Saint Lord so angry. The majestic aura of Saint Lord made them fall into an abyss, as if they would be suppressed to death at any moment. Where are the elders I arranged nearby? Are so many elders blind? Let that dancer take them away. Zhao Yuanchun continued coldly. Of course, Zhao Yuanchun knew about Wu Tianv. That Wu Tian became famous not long ago in the encirclement and suppression battle of Hanyu Mountain in the northern region. However, although Wu Tian is powerful, it is still impossible to forcibly capture Qin Feng from the many people he arranged. Then, there is only one possibility, and that is that the dancing girl secretly took people away, and the people he arranged didn't find out at all. Saint Lord, those elders, were all beheaded by the dancing maiden, not a single one survived. The young man then said slowly, his tone full of sadness. They were all beheaded. Zhao Yuanchun's face was cloudy and uncertain, the veins on his forehead were bulging, his body was shaking with anger, and his heart was almost bleeding. He didn't expect that the people from the Heavenly Devil Sect could be so ruthless. The elders he arranged there were all the mainstays of the Chaos Sacred Land, and it was their sacred land background. To kill them all, the Heavenly Devil Sect is so ruthless and vicious. Li Wuji below also had a look of astonishment on his face. So many elders were beheaded by the Heavenly Devil Sect's dancing maidens. Something really happened this time. Li Wuji knew that although the elder over there was not the most powerful, he had stayed in sacred land for a long time, was loyal to sacred land, and was the real core of power in sacred land. Some of them even belonged to the generation of the Supreme Elder, whose status is unimaginable. So many elders were all beheaded, things went awry. Is the Heavenly Devil Sect really that strong? Li Wuji was astonished that just a dancing girl had such terrifying strength. Heavenly Devil Sect, Heavenly Devil Sect, Heavenly Devil Sect, Chaos Sacred Land, are irreconcilable with you. Zhao Yuanchun said angrily, and his voice echoed in the Great Hall for a long time. Eastern Territory, Heavenly Dao Sect. Heavenly Dao Sect is a place where the spiritual qi is imbued and the environment is quiet in the mountains. There is an elegant palace on the mountain, and a strong smell of meat wafts from the palace, which is extremely alluring. This is quasi-emperor level dragon meat, it's the first time I've caught it. At the top of the palace, the old sect leader of Weizhou drove the power of the law to condense into a flame, continuously burning a big cauldron in the center. The fire of law burned the cauldron and made a violent squeak, which was obviously the sound of the dragon meat inside being burned. This cauldron is also a powerful imperial weapon, containing mysterious aura. It is perfect for cooking this quasi-emperor level dragon meat. Originally, Weizhou had found a top-notch spiritual chef, but that spiritual chef's cultivation base was too low to cook the quasi-emperor's real dragon at all. Moreover, if you want to perfectly make this real dragon meat, you need extremely precious utensils. Therefore, Weizhou spent a few days to go to the temple of Soul Yuan to borrow an emperor's soldier who could cook quasi-emperor's real dragon meat, and at the same time learn a skill of spiritual cooking. After everything was ready, Weizhou invited all the peak masters of Heavenly Dao Sect to come and eat this real dragon banquet. The old sect leader is really getting stronger and stronger. We can catch the real dragons of the quasi-emperor level. We are really lucky. Yeah, the old sect leader is too good, this dragon meat is really delicious. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I could eat real dragon meat. This is incredible. Around the Great Hall are sitting the peak masters of Heavenly Dao Sect's various branches. They are talking with each other, and they are discussing this real dragon meat in their words. The current sect leader of Heavenly Dao Sect, Li Wudao, is also sitting on one side, looking expectantly at the big tripod in the center of the Great Hall. In front of everyone's eyes were a lot of spiritual fruit delicacies, but obviously, everyone was attracted by the real dragon meat in the cauldron. He didn't have any idea about the various spiritual fruit delicacies in front of him. Old sect leader, let's add some precious medicine, such good ingredients must be made to the extreme. On the side of the Great Hall, Chen Luo took out more than a dozen elixir plants exuding a strong fragrance, and threw them directly into the big hall. Among the tripod. Master Chen Feng, you are magnificent, so many 10,000-year panaceas, I can't wait. Hiss. So many elixir plus quasi-emperor level real dragon meat, it's exciting to think about it. Seeing that Chen Luo added more than 10,000-year elixir, many peak owners were even more excited. Quasi-Emperor real dragon meat is an extremely precious meat meal, and with so many elixir, it makes this meat even more meals were taken up a notch. Soon, as the law flames of the old sect leader of Weizhou raged, the smell of meat became more and more attractive. Just the taste makes people's blood boil, and the spirit power in the body is slightly violent. Master, you are so kind to me, take me to eat quasi-emperor level real dragon meat, I will serve you well in the future. Beside Chen Luo, Mu Luli hugged Chen Luo's arm tightly, her eyes full of excitement. Sitting next to him, he stared straight at the big cauldron in the center. Chen Luo touched Mu Luli's forehead with a smile, but did not speak. After absorbing the power of Dragon Pearl, when Chen Luo helped Mu Luli awaken bloodline, Mu Luli asked Chen Luo if there was any other way to quickly improve her strength. Chen Luo then thought of real dragon meat. Quasi-Emperor real dragon meat is a great tonic meat, and Mu Luli is originally the little princess of the Phoenix family, which can perfectly absorb the dragon element of real dragon meat and enhance own strength. Therefore, when Chen Luo came to participate in the dragon banquet, he brought Mu Luli with him. Okay, it's finally ready, let's taste it. After a while, Wei Zhou above the Great Hall said excitedly. After finishing speaking, Weizhou drove spirit power to open the cauldron, and a burst of rich fragrance and spirit power overflowed the Great Hall. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this fragrance, and under the surge of fragrance and spirit power, everyone felt that the spirit power in their bodies was constantly boiling. Swish swish swish! Wei Zhou then cut up the prepared real dragon meat with the power of the law, and distributed it in front of everyone in the Great Hall. Chapter 207 Which patriarch should I dig this time? Immediately afterwards, everyone didn't hold back too much, and feasted on the real dragon meat in front of them. Master, I'm going to eat it too. Mu Luli looked at the real dragon meat exuding a deadly fragrance, and then whispered, her eyes were extremely fiery. Eat it. Chen Luo pinched the girl's nose and smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli began to taste the real dragon meat in front of her. The moment the real dragon flesh entered her body, Mu Luli felt the spirit power in On's body continuously boiling, as if there was a force circulating in her body. Pem Bai's spirit power almost tore Mu Luli's body apart. Mu Luli's face suddenly turned rosy, as if she was about to be steamed by the hot spirit power. Hurry up and run the cultivation technique. Chen Luo saw Mu Luli's abnormality, and said quickly. Mu Luli came back to her senses immediately, running her own Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to digest the power in her body. Boom boom boom! After running the cultivation technique, the spirit power in Mu Luli's body was slightly weakened, and Mu Luli's cultivation base also increased rapidly as the dragon meat was digested. Mu Luli's cultivation base is still too low, although she belongs to the Phoenix family, but... Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Good Fortune Realm's cultivation base is still a bit reluctant to eat this quasi-emperor level real dragon meat. Fortunately, Mu Luli is from the Phoenix race. If it were an ordinary human race's Good Fortune Realm, it would probably explode in an instant. Not only Mu Luli, but other peak masters in the Great Hall are also running the cultivation technique at this time, while digesting the pure dragon essence in the real dragon meat. It's so exciting, it's the taste. The old sect leader of Weizhou didn't have any influence, and was very devoted to tasting the food. Then try it, Chen Luo saw that Mu Luli was slowly recovering, and then he also picked up the real dragon meat and began to taste it. It really tastes good. Chen Luo tasted the real dragon meat in his mouth, his eyes lit up. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo was also devoting himself to tasting this quasi-emperor level real dragon meat just like Wei Zhou. The rest of the people are not as strong as the two of them, even Li Wudao also wants to taste while running the cultivation technique. Mr. Nephew Chen Luo, that's right. I can't see that you are so powerful. Weizhou above saw Chen Luo also eating happily unaffected, his eyes were full of surprise. Although he had met Chen Luo in Hanyu Mountain for a while, Weizhu had never been able to see Chen Luo's strength clearly. Weizhu originally thought that Chen Luo's strength was not strong, but his methods were astonishing. Looking at it now, Chen Luo's strength is not ordinary. Even Li Wudao had to eat this real dragon meat carefully. Chen Luo was as fearless as himself. Obviously, his strength had reached a certain level. It's far worse than the old sect leader. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Wei Zhou curled his lips. How long have you practiced? You want to compare yourself with me? The young people nowadays are really getting more and more scary. I don't know where Wang Lixuan can find a good seed. If you can eat it, eat more, none of these people can eat it. Wei Zhou continued laughing. After finishing speaking, more real dragon meat was allocated to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded and did not refuse. The cultivation base of the others is not high enough to fully digest this real dragon meat, so they can't eat much at all. The fact that Chen Luo and Wei Zhou are two people doesn't make any difference. Of course, they have to digest so much real dragon meat. As Chen Luo continued to eat this real dragon meat, Chen Luo felt that the spirit power in the acupoints in his body was constantly increasing. If he eats a little more, maybe he will have another breakthrough, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Back at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, with the help of Dragon Pearl, the cultivation base of everyone in Heavenly Bamboo Peak has improved a lot. Therefore, Chen Luo's cultivation base was promoted to the 6th stage of the Great Saint. 2 hours later, everyone in the Great Hall was full of energy, their faces were rosy, and the spiritual qi in their bodies was incomparably sufficient. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Quite a few people have broken through the cultivation base in this dragon banquet, even Li Wudao's cultivation base has also been broken through, raising a small realm. Not to mention the other peak masters, they have improved a lot in strength. Mu Luli next to Chen Luo has also improved her cultivation base a lot. When absorbing the power of Dragon Pearl 2 days ago, Mu Luli's cultivation base reached the Good Fortune Realm 7th stage day. After absorbing the spirit power of many real dragon meats, Mu Luli's realm has already reached the Good Fortune Realm 9th stage, only one step away from the Saint Realm. Finally I'm going to catch up. Feeling the spirit power surging in her body, Mu Luli was overjoyed. When she went back and digested this spirit power, she would definitely be able to break through the Saint Realm. When I break through, I will definitely be able to withstand the power of the Master. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Chen Luo, who was beside Mu Luli, suddenly felt a violent aura. Chen Luo's aura was rising steadily, and soon, Chen Luo's aura reached a new height. Great Saint is on 7th stage day. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes were full of joy, the 7 holy acupoints in his body had been completely filled. Surging spirit power surged in Chen Luo's body, and the spirit power of the 8th holy acupoints was also slowly increasing. Weizhu above looked at Chen Luo in surprise, he felt a slight threat from Chen Luo just now. Could it be that this kid's strength has really reached my level? No way, Weizhu murmured in his heart. It must be my illusion, this real dragon meat is too powerful. Okay, finished eating, let's drink some spiritual wine to digest it. Weizhu above said slowly, and then took out a lot of spiritual wine that contained a refreshing taste. This spiritual wine was also brought by Weizhu when he borrowed the imperial tripod, and it was all extremely valuable wine. Weizhu then poured a cup of fragrant spirit wine for all the peak masters. Sect leader, on the periphery of our heavenly Dao Sect, a large number of real dragons suddenly appeared. They are aggressive, and the visitors are not good. At this moment, a Dao Yuanfeng disciple rushed in from outside the Great Hall and said in a hurry. The real dragons are coming. As soon as that disciple finished speaking, the entire Great Hall became silent, and everyone had no intention of drinking. Everyone present looked solemn, but there was no fear in their eyes. It's just in time, I've been waiting for them for a long time. Weizhu above took a sip of spirit wine, raised his head, and said slowly. Chen Luo next to him has small eyes. Is the real dragon finally here? The mysterious ancestor of our heavenly Dao sect will also appear. I don't know how strong that ancestor is. Wu Dao, which ancestor's grave should we dig this time? At this moment, Weizhu looked at Li Wu Dao, who was not far away, and said, Chen Luo. Chapter 208 The storm is coming. Above the sky, hundreds of miles away from heavenly Dao sect, a group of giant dragons were galloping towards the location of heavenly Dao sect. The violent air force tore apart the surrounding clouds, creating countless air waves. Groups of dragons galloped high in the sky, like dark clouds, covering the entire sky. An oppressive and heavy atmosphere filled every corner around heavenly Dao sect. All the creatures in heavenly Dao sect Fang Yuan hundreds of miles away timidly hid, not daring to raise their heads. Everything was silent, and the storm was about to come. At the forefront of the dragon group, there is also a huge dragon-shaped flying boat. The flying boat is extremely luxurious, full of splendor and splendor, full of luxurious and luxurious atmosphere. On the dragon-shaped flying boat, there are many warriors wearing golden armor. These warriors all reveal a sense of killing, and they look extremely fierce. Yang Yan Elder, heavenly Dao sect is ahead. On the deck of the dragon boat, a middle-aged man in a grey robe with a black mark on his neck said respectfully. Beside the grey-robed old man, there was a grey-haired old man in a purple gold dragon pattern robe with two huge dragon horns on his head. This old man is the Long Yan elder of the True Dragon clan. He is powerful and has a very high status in the True Dragon clan. Well, I only have one request, for half a quarter of an hour, to flatten the entire heavenly Dao sect. Long Yuan elder looked calm, and then said slowly. He came to destroy heavenly Dao sect under the order of an ancestor of the True Dragon clan. A reckless guy from heavenly Dao sect stole the blood of the ancestor dragon from their ancestor dragon nest, and also drew the keel of a descendant with the ancestor dragon bloodline. If such a force continues to survive, it will be the biggest challenge to the True Dragon clan. Lianjia Yuan elder, I have investigated, this heavenly Dao sect does not seem to be an ordinary first-class force, although the reputation is not obvious, but it is very strange. Those Dragonwood elders and those True Dragon compatriots are gone a few days ago. Message, should we be more cautious and arrange some top-notch? At this time, the middle-aged man next to him continued hesitantly. The middle-aged man is the patriarch of the Antelope clan, a small vassal clan of the True Dragon clan, who is dedicated to leading the way for the True Dragon clan. That's enough. It's just a first-class force. Even if there are some hidden means, the old man brought thousands of holy dragon guards, and the sacred land can be destroyed in an instant. Just a heavenly Dao sect, just push it horizontally. Long Yuan elder then interrupted the middle-aged man's words lightly, his eyes were full of disdain. The holy dragon guards he brought were all extremely terrifying holy-level True Dragon clan powerhouses, and many of them were top-level Great Saint-level True Dragons. Even if it is a real dragon at the quasi-emperor level, there are several of them. Coupled with their dragon clan's top battle formation and super-physical blessing, there is no problem in sweeping a few sacred lands, and it is more than enough to deal with a heavenly Dao sect. Not to mention that Lianjia elder himself is also a top quasi-emperor level powerhouse, enough to deal with all threats. If it weren't for the ancestors in the clan who strongly demanded to bring more people, Long Yuan elder would have conquered the entire heavenly Dao sect by himself. Long Yuan didn't care about the Dragonwood elder who disappeared before, that Dragonwood was just an ordinary quasi-emperor True Dragon, he could crush it easily. Yes, what Long Yuan elder said is that I am too short-sighted. Seeing that Long Yuan elder is so confident, the middle-aged man said respectfully. It's good to understand. In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. This time, it is time to let the eastern region, and even the entire Ancient Desolate Continent, see the strength of our real dragon clan. Long Yuan elder stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of disdain. Immediately afterwards, the two didn't speak any more, and led many real dragons towards Heavenly Dao Sect. The huge team continued to gallop, with the intention of chilling, like a torrent of war that wanted to smash everything. The dark clouds kept rushing towards Heavenly Dao Sect. Behind the true dragon clan in the high sky, there are many cultivators following from a distance, and they all look excitedly at the true dragon clan ahead. Many of them are the top forces in the eastern region, as well as some rogue cultivators who are ready to fish in troubled waters here. They all got the news that the true dragon clan was going to deal with a first-class force in the eastern region and show their iron-blooded strength. It seems that our eastern territory is going to lose another top-notch first-class force. What a troubled time! That's right, the Heavenly Devil Sect was raging everywhere before, and wiped out many first-class forces in the eastern region, and now the Heavenly Dao Sect is also gone. However, this Heavenly Dao Sect is quite mysterious. I just know that there is such a first-class force, but I don't know what the Heavenly Dao Sect is like, why it suddenly provoked the real Dragon Clan. No strength is useless, let alone a first-class force, even if it is sacred land, it has to kneel in the hands of the real dragons, but I don't know how long this Heavenly Dao Sect can last in the hands of the real dragons. I guess at most half an hour. A quarter of an hour, no more. Are you insulting the real Dragon Clan? Heavenly Dao Sect's ability to persist for half an hour is already considered as amazing. I don't care, I'm here to pick up the leak anyway. Many cultivators talked one after another, and they already believed that Heavenly Dao Sect was about to be crushed by the real Dragon Clan. After all, although Heavenly Dao Sect is a top-level first-class force, it has no hope of survival in the face of so many powerful enemies from the true Dragon Clan. Moreover, judging from the posture of the true Dragon Clan, it is obvious that they have no intention of reconciliation. Big Elder, there is a real dragon attack this time. As long as we wait patiently, we will definitely be able to capture the 9 top-quality dragon veins of Heavenly Dao Sect. Not far away, a cultivator wearing a blue Taoist robe said excitedly. There was a fiery look in his eyes. There are quite a few powerful cultivators beside the blue Taoist robe, all of them have extremely powerful aura rising from their bodies. Many cultivators rode a small flying boat and slowly followed behind the team. That's natural. There will be no accidents if there are real dragons. As long as we can get 9 top-grade dragon veins, then we will have new possibilities in Tianxian Sacred Land. In the center of the flying boat, an old man, the old man said in a deep voice, his eyes also had a look of hope. This old man is none other than the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land, Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu's words were confident, his heart was still pounding and he was a little unconfident. This Heavenly Dao Sect is really evil. Ever since Wang Yu planned to play the idea of Heavenly Dao Sect's top-quality dragon veins, everything has been going wrong. The Tianxian Sacred Land elders who came to investigate the news and launched the operation were all inexplicably beheaded by the enemy, and there was no clue indicating that it was Heavenly Dao Sect who did it. Chapter 209 What are you eating? In addition, many strange things happened inexplicably in their Tianxian Sacred Land. Many disciples in the sect often chi deviation and killed their fellow sects. Many disciples were beaten to death by their own people for no reason, and even quite a few elders showed chi deviation, to the point of madness in the middle of the night. Sects many spiritual lands, spiritual mines, elixir gardens, and treasure houses also suffered a lot of theft. What's more terrible is that because of the enmity between their forces and the Heavenly Devil Sect, the top powerhouses of the Heavenly Devil Sect came to find trouble every now and then. In just 1 month, Saint Lord of Sacred Land tried to reach the peak a dozen times. Great Saint's closed-door training was abruptly interrupted, so that now Tianxian Sacred Land Saint Lord is a bit chi deviation inclined. Fortunately, the ancestor of Sacred Land came out and temporarily stabilized the situation. However, due to a series of events, their Tianxian Sacred Land has become chaotic, and the originally prosperous situation has become extremely bad. Wang Yu didn't even have the heart to seek Heavenly Dao Sect's top-quality dragon veins. Now knowing that the true Dragon Clan is going to deal with Heavenly Dao Sect, Wang Yu knows that the most suitable opportunity has come. As long as you can get the ultimate dragon vein of Heavenly Dao Sect, everything will be solved. Heavenly Dao Sect, Tianyun Mountain. Tianyun Mountain is a huge mountain range in the outskirts of Heavenly Dao Sect. At this time, in Tianyun Mountain, the peak masters of the branches of Heavenly Dao Sect gathered. The old sect leader of Weizhou stood in front of everyone, looking leisurely at the dark clouds that seemed to swallow everything in the distance. The dark clouds slowly covering in the distance, like the tide trying to suppress everything, put the entire Heavenly Dao Sect in an extremely depressing atmosphere. Master, is it really okay for us to be here? That's a real dragon. Beside Chen Luo, Mu Luli asked with her big eyes blinking, tightly holding Chen Luo's arm. Although their Phoenix clan is a top monster clan with the same reputation as the real Dragon clan, their overall strength is still a bit weaker. Mu Luli did not expect that the sect she worshipped was so powerful that even the real dragons were not afraid. It is very lucky for me to be able to worship under the master's sect. Don't worry, there's no problem. Chen Luo then said slowly, and then looked to the southwest, in the direction of Ling Xiaofeng. Li's sect leader has already taken Ling Xiaofeng to dig the grave of Ling Xiaofeng's ancestor. According to the old sect leader of Weizhou, as long as the ancestors come out, no matter how many real dragons come, they will all come to deliver food. His words are full of invincible self-confidence, and there is even a little expectation. Moreover, the old sect leader of Weizhou has made a lot of other preparations. Boom! At this moment, there was an extremely violent roar in the outer area. The dark clouds above the sky in the distance suddenly burst out bright auras, and these auras converged into a meteor-like attack, blasting towards Heavenly Dao Sect swiftly and violently. The air was boiling with scorching heat, as if it was about to melt everything. Boom! It's just that before those meteor rainstorm attacks hit the Heavenly Dao Sect area, they were blocked by a layer of blue aura shield. The outer void of Heavenly Dao Sect lit up bursts of void formations, and each top-level holy formation released countless powers to resist the fierce attack from the real Dragon clan in the distance. Among the many holy formations, there are also many large formations of Emperor ranks, which also released powerful forces to resist the terrifying impact around them. How is it possible, this Heavenly Dao Sect, are they turtle sects? There are so many defensive circles. On the periphery of Heavenly Dao Sect, Long Yuan Elder on the dragon-shaped spaceship looked at the scene in disbelief. The outer area was crisscrossed, with hundreds of defensive formations arranged, and the dense formations made Long Yuan Elder, a strong quasi-emperor, feel a little absurd. There are so many defensive formations, let alone a first-class force, even if their true Dragon clan wants to arrange so many defensive formations, they will have to empty out half of the treasure house. Are they Heavenly Dao Sect crazy? With so many defensive circles arranged, is the defensive circle a Chinese cabbage? With so many formations, even if he tries his best, he will have to fight for 7 days and 7 nights, and he may not even have enough spirit power to support him to launch continuous offensives. Long Yuan Elder's face was gloomy. Unexpectedly, he was full of confidence and wanted to easily push the Heavenly Dao Sect horizontally. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even enter the Heavenly Dao Sect. Not only Ryan Jian Elder, but also the other true Dragon clan powerhouses were stunned, their expressions were a little dazed, and their scalps were numb looking at so many formations. This order of magnitude of defense is simply unbelievable. Yang Yan Elder, what should we do next? The Antelope clan leader next to Long Yan Elder asked aloud. It is really unrealistic to blast away so many magic circles in a short time. Long Yuan Elder's face was cloudy and uncertain, so many defensive circles in front of him made him feel extremely tricky, and he didn't know where to start. Attack with all my strength, I want to see how hard the tortoise shell of Heavenly Dao Sect is. Long Yan Elder then immediately issued an order. Many people of the true Dragon clan took orders one after another, and a terrifying offensive broke out. Countless spirit power and law power kept rushing away like a meteor rainstorm. Boom! The violent collision sound produced violent air waves, and a large number of air waves surged towards the surroundings, almost extinguishing everything. The entire sky is filled with bursts of destructive energy. Within 100 miles of heavenly Dao Sect Fang Yuan, there is an endless atmosphere of destruction, and the chilling atmosphere fills every corner like air. It seems that the real Dragon Clan is really angry, launching such a fierce offensive. It doesn't want to leave anyone alive. Yet, I said half a quarter of an hour is still conservative, Heavenly Dao Sect won't be gone now. Very likely, Heavenly Dao Sect is just an ordinary first-class force after all, how can it withstand the wrath of the real Dragon Clan? Under this terrifying turbulence, the many cultivators who followed the true dragons in the peripheral area did not dare to step forward, and could only watch and wait from a distance. Even the many cultivators who tried to pick up the leak did not dare to approach, for fear of causing the displeasure of the real Dragon Clan. They were wiped out. The outskirts of Tianyun Mountain. Under the many terrorist attacks of the true Dragon Clan, those formations are still strong and shining brightly. Obviously, their offensive didn't have much effect. Let's go back first, find a top-level formation Grand Great Master, and let this Heavenly Dao Sect linger for a few more days. Long Yuan Elder saw that the offensive of his many clansmen had no effect at all, and then said with a gloomy expression. The Patriarch of the Antelope tribe nodded, and then everyone prepared to retreat first. You dead loaches, aren't you afraid? Just as they were about to evacuate, a piercing sarcasm sounded, and a person wearing priestly robes appeared inside the formation. An old man with thinning hair. The old man was holding a piece of real dragon meat exuding a strong fragrance in his hand, and he was gnawing on it. You, what are you eating? Long Yuan Elder stared fixedly at the real dragon meat in the old man's hand, his eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Chapter 210, The Patriarch of the True Dragon Clan. Even though there was a lot of formation, Long Yuan Elder could still feel the smell of the piece of meat in Weizhu's hand. Those are their compatriots of the true Dragon Clan. Moreover, realm is not low. The true dragon race has always been proud of their own identity, and they think that other races in the Ancient Desolate Continent are inferior to themselves. It is even more unacceptable for others to eat compatriots of their own race. Even Long Yuan Elder doesn't care about Long Mu's life or death, but he can't tolerate someone eating his own compatriots in front of own. This is the meat of the old loach from last time. It's pretty good. Do you want to try it too? Wei Zhou bared his teeth and smiled, then took another big bite. You really dare to eat our compatriots, who gave you the guts? Long Yuan Elder was trembling with anger, the breath in his body was constantly surging, and the strong power of law almost tore everything apart. Not only Ryan Jian Elder, but also the other true dragons around him were also breathing heavily, and their eyes were full of fierceness. The Patriarch of the Antelope tribe next to him was a little dumbfounded. This Heavenly Dao Sect person is really too bold. He dared to eat real dragon meat. Before, a Saint Lord of Sacred Land ate the meat of ordinary people of the real Dragon Clan, and the entire Sacred Land was wiped out that day. The Saint Lord of Sacred Land was tortured for decades by being hanged on the ruins of Sacred Land. His shrill voice made everyone who went there feel extremely terrified. Since then, no one dared to violate the taboo of the true Dragon Clan. Boom! Ryan Elder couldn't bear it any longer and went off in person, erupting the terrifying power of law, constantly bombarding the formation on the edge. The many real dragons next to them also broke out a more terrifying offensive again. The extremely violent shock wave quickly swayed away, but the young Yuan Elder and many true dragons could only destroy some small formations with all their strength. These formations are connected with each other, forming an extremely strong defense, which cannot be broken with a single blow. Weizhu just looked at the scene in front of him lightly, without the slightest sign of fear. Those from the true Dragon Clan are quite strong. On the top of Tianyun Mountain, Chen Luo saw many true dragon clans in the periphery. The leader, Ryanjian Elder, is the top powerhouse of the Quasi-Emperor 4th stage, and there are also several low-level Quasi-Emperor true dragons, and there are countless true dragons in the Holy Land. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a top demon clan, Chen Luo thought in his heart. I don't know if Li sect leader and the others dug out the ancestor. Chen Luo then looked in Ling Xiaofeng's direction. Ling Xiaofeng seemed to be surrounded by an inexplicable aura at this moment, and Chen Luo faintly noticed that a terrifying aura seemed to be slowly rising over there. After a terrifying offensive had no effect, Long Yan Elder also calmed down, and his thoughts gradually calmed down. He knew that with the existence of this formation, people like himself would be unable to deal with this heavenly Dao Sect in a short period of time. Go on, you trash, haven't you eaten yet, or are you trying to run away again? Seeing that the people of the True Dragon clan stopped attacking again, Wei Zhou said sarcastically. Do you really think that with these turtle shells protecting us, we can't do anything to you? Long Yuan Elder blushed and said angrily. He has seen countless big winds and waves in the Ancient Desolate Continent, but he has never seen anything like Heavenly Dao Sect, where thousands of defensive formations were directly arranged, which is really outrageous. Trash, let's break through first. If you don't have the strength, go back quickly. I still have a big pot of loach meat that I haven't finished eating. Don't waste my time. Wei-who seemed to want to anger Long Yuan Elder, and then said lightly. Opened the mouth. Bold, you will die miserably. When we break the formation, we will take out your soul and refine your soul, so that you will never be reborn. Come out if you have the guts. What kind of skill is hiding in there? Come out and confront it head on. Number Yuan and. After Wei-who finished speaking, the other true dragons couldn't bear it anymore, and then they all spoke, their voices were full of anger. It is too much for this person to eat their fellow citizens and speak wild words. There are more real dragons who continue to attack, but it still has no effect. By the way, I also smoked the blood of the ancestral dragon in your ancestral dragon nest and the keel of that little loach. If I had known that I would have caught and eaten that little dragon, it would be a pity. Wei-who ignored them at all. The anger, but said to himself. Okay, very good, it's UBD, you're going to be ruined, no one can save you. Long Yan Elder outside said angrily, the indifferent voice made people feel terrified. The many real dragons behind him also looked at Wei-who in the formation with anger in their eyes. Boom boom boom. As soon as Long Yuan's words fell, he took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant and crushed it fiercely, a black spiritual light gushed out from the broken jade pendant. The black aura continued to rotate and flow, and soon, it exploded towards the top of the crowd. The black aura is like a divine pillar that breaks through everything, soaring straight into the sky. A moment later, a black vortex was formed above, and the majestic momentum continued to surge, as if to suppress the entire world. You are dead, and then you will know the fate of offending our real dragon clan. Long Yuan continued coldly. Wei Zhou ignored Long Yuan's words, but excitedly looked at the black vortex above the sky. I don't know which big guy will come this time, Wei Zhou murmured in his heart, his eyes sparkling. Lian Jian, I need to take action against a heavenly Dao Sect, you're really going back. At this time, a hoarse voice came from the black vortex. This hoarse voice was like thunder, deafening, and many formations outside Tianyuan Mountain seemed to vibrate a little. Patriarch, please forgive me, the subordinates have no choice but to summon the Patriarch. Long Yuan knelt aside and said respectfully. The other surrounding true dragons also knelt down together, bowing their heads deeply. A moment later, out of the black vortex came out a man with deep eyes, dressed in a black and white robe, and full of majestic imperial prestige. Name, Long Hongchen. Age, 16,665 years old. Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm 8th Stage Days. Identity, Patriarch of the True Dragon Clan. It is the Patriarch of the True Dragon Clan, Chen Luo on the top of Tianyuan Mountain, with small eyes, and the system's detection function detected Long Hengchen's information in a short time. Quasi-Emperor 8th Stage's supreme powerhouse, can this ancestor of Ling Xiaofeng be able to withstand it? Chen Luo's heart was pounding. Quasi-Emperor 8th Stage is already the real peak powerhouse of Ancient Desolate Continent. In this era when the Great Emperor did not appear and the Supreme did not appear, the Quasi-Emperor 8th Stage was already a real ceiling combat power. Chapter 211 The Breath of Supreme. This guy really can't afford it, so he summoned the Patriarch directly. Patriarch, this guy is the one who stole the blood of the ancestor dragon from our ancestor dragon lair. Long Yuan then said respectfully to the Patriarch, and then told the Patriarch of the real dragon clan everything. We who in the formation looked at the Patriarch of the true dragon clan outside the formation, feeling a little tingly. Even separated by thousands of magic circles, Wei Zhou could still feel the majestic majesty of the Patriarch of the true dragon clan. If there was no formation guarding him, he would be able to tear himself apart just by the scattered energy. Obviously, this is an extremely powerful peak powerhouse. I didn't expect a first-class force to have a cultivator of the Quasi-Emperor level. It's not easy for you to practice. If you abolish your limbs and become my slave, I can give you a way out. After a long while, the Patriarch of the true dragon clan looked at Wei Wei in the formation. Zhou, his eyes were full of indifference. As for the other people in Heavenly Dao Sect, they are not regarded by the Patriarch of the true dragon clan at all, they are just ants. The gaze of the Patriarch of the true dragon clan made Wei Zhou feel like he was on his back, and the spirit power and the power of law in his body stopped functioning at this moment. Under the terrifying coercion of the Patriarch of the true dragon clan, the surrounding magic circles began to slowly shatter, as if they were impacted by an inexplicable force, making a crisp tearing sound. Chen Luo and others above Tianyuan Mountain also felt a strong sense of oppression. That figure just stood there and gave them unparalleled fear. I'm still too weak, Chen Luo muttered to himself as he looked at the Patriarch of the true dragon clan who was about to suppress everything outside the formation. I thought that my current cultivation base and methods were already capable of crossing the ancient desolate continent, but seeing a peak powerhouse like the Patriarch of the true dragon clan, Chen Luo knew that he was far behind. Patriarch, this guy ate our compatriots, how can he spare his life? He must be tortured severely. Long Yuan next to him couldn't sit still, and then said. Long Yuan didn't finish his words, but felt the Patriarch's terrifying gaze, and quickly closed his eyes, not daring to say anything more. Old ancestor, someone wants to destroy our Heavenly Dao Sect, so please ancestor. At this moment, Wei Zhou in the formation hurriedly shouted, and his voice spread throughout the Heavenly Dao Sect. Long Yuan and the Patriarch of the real dragon clan outside were all stunned. Patriarch? What kind of ancestors do they have for a first-class force? Isn't this guy who just broke through Quasi-Emperor the strongest person in their sect? This sect still has no whole cards. Humph, if you don't grasp the opportunity, don't blame me for being rude. The Patriarch of the true dragon clan snorted coldly, and the inspiration in his body slowly gathered, and then he was about to destroy the big formation in front of him. Who dares to be presumptuous and want to destroy our Heavenly Dao Sect? The Patriarch of the true dragon clan had just gathered his inspiration when he heard a hoarse voice. This voice was extremely vicissitudes, like a giant hammer, it hammered heavily into the hearts of all the real dragon people around. The heart of the Patriarch of the true dragon clan sank, and he felt his hairs stand on end, as if he was shocked by this voice. This voice, this voice. Long Yuan elder next to him turned pale, his body trembled constantly, and the power of law in his body seemed to be hit hard, and it was slowly disintegrating. The many true dragons next to them were even more unbearable. The low-level true dragons were directly shattered by this terrifying sound, and the high-rank true dragons struggled to resist the terrifying sound. From time to time, there were horrible wails and screams. Boom! Immediately afterwards, on the southwestern side of Tianyuan Mountain, above Ling Xiao Peak, a huge coffin appeared. The coffin is engraved with extremely complicated and mysterious Dao patterns, as if it contains the power of the highest law, and at the same time, there is a wave of terrifying energy constantly surging inside. It's really digging a grave. Not far away, Chen Luo was stunned when he saw the coffin above Ling Xiaofeng. Around the coffin, there is still some slightly moist soil. Apparently, the coffin had just been dug out. Swish swish swish. After the coffin appeared from Ling Xiaofeng, it quickly flew towards Tianyun Mountain. In a short while, it rushed out of the formation surrounded by layers and appeared in front of the patriarch of the True Dragon clan. Looking at the coffin with a terrifying aura in front of him, the face of the patriarch of the True Dragon clan became even uglier, and the spirit power in his body was constantly surging, resisting the impact. Who was in this coffin? It was just the voice that made him feel so oppressed. Could it be a supreme? No, it's impossible. How could a first-class force have a supreme-level terrifying powerhouse? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's a mystery, it's all in the coffin, so let's sleep well. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan then gritted his teeth and said, his eyes were full of fierceness. He couldn't believe that Heavenly Dao Sect really had such a terrifying thing. After finishing speaking, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan waved his right hand, and vigorous power condensed in the right hand of the patriarch of the True Dragon clan. Immediately, a spirit power containing the power of the Law of Terror appeared on the right hand, striking towards the coffin in front of it. Boom! The spirit power impact of the patriarch of the Real Dragon clan exploded on the top of the coffin with incomparably violent force, and there was an extremely violent collision sound. After a while, the force of the impact dissipated completely, and the coffin remained unscathed. Ho 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 ho! Seeing that his own supernatural power had no effect, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan roared, and majestic power surged in his body. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan immediately transformed into a huge real dragon with bright golden light shining all over his body. The dragon scales on the real dragon's body shone with splendor, and the meaning of the edge was constantly flowing. The two huge dragon horns on the dragon's head exude shining brilliance. After turning into a real dragon, the aura of the patriarch of the Real Dragon clan became stronger, and then he waved his sharp claws, and his body rushed towards the coffin at a high speed, trying to tear the coffin completely with his sharp claws. Caw caw caw! Just as the real dragon charged towards the coffin, trying to tear it apart, the coffin suddenly made a strange sound, and the coffin board slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, a huge spirit power palm with a terrifying aura stretched out from the coffin. The huge spirit power palm quickly grasped the incoming True Dragon clan patriarch with a terrifying aura. The huge dragon's body was held by a spirit power palm, no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. Supreme, supreme, impossible, impossible! The patriarch of the True Dragon clan roared loudly, his eyes full of fear. On the palm of this spirit power, he felt the breath of Supreme. Chapter 212, Ancestor Di Hong. This breath is like a divine pillar that suppresses the world, easily completely suppressing the power in the body of the patriarch of the True Dragon clan, even with the cultivation base of the patriarch of the True Dragon clan, Quasi-Emperor 8th stage, it cannot be resolved. If it is said that Quasi-Emperor 8th stage is the peak powerhouse of Ancient Desolate Continent, then Supreme is the real dominator of the Ancient Desolate Continent, the supreme powerhouse who can control the pattern of the continent. It's so strong. It's so easy to suppress a Quasi-Emperor 8th stage. What kind of strength is the ancestor of Ling Xiao Peak? On the top of Tianyun Mountain, Chen Luo looked at the huge spirit power palm in the distance, muttered in a low voice. This scene was really shocking. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan, who was so powerful that he could suppress everything, was like an ant in the hands of Ling Xiaofeng ancestor's spirit power, without any power to counter it. Chen Luo could feel the breath of that huge spirit power palm, although it was quite far away, it still shocked Chen Luo's heart. Ka ka ka. The coffin continued to be opened, and the terrifying aura gushed out continuously. The huge dragon body of the patriarch of the true dragon clan became more and more sluggish under the rendering of this terrifying aura. Boom! After a while, the coffin boards were completely opened, and an old man covered in grey Taoist robe slowly walked out of the coffin. The old man has an incomparably vicissitudes of life, his eyes are deep, and the Dao pattern flows on his body. Supreme, really supreme. Seeing the old man with a terrifying aura in front of him, the hearts of the true dragon clan sank to the bottom of the valley. He couldn't understand why a small first-class force would have a supreme sleep, it was simply too outrageous. "UTM have such a strong person, you should have said earlier, don't bring such a deceitful person." At this time, the patriarch of the true dragon clan really wanted to die, although he didn't know why a first-class force had such a strong man. However, he knew that he had offended a big guy, and if he didn't handle it carefully, they might be in a lot of trouble today. EX. Senior, Junior didn't know that it was the senior who died here, so I asked the senior to forgive me. The patriarch of the true dragon clan quickly put down his superior posture and said tremblingly. Ryuyan elder and others beside him were completely suppressed by the chi machine on the old man who came out of the coffin, unable to move, and could not even make a sound. Boom boom boom. A moment later, the aura on the old man's body surged crazily towards the surroundings, the surrounding world paled, and there was a crisp tearing sound in the space. Under the pressure of this terrifying momentum, the large group of true dragon clansmen behind the true dragon patriarch quickly turned into a blood mist without any resistance, and the strong smell of blood permeated everywhere. The entire high altitude is filled with a Shura field-like atmosphere. The patriarch of the true dragon clan felt a lot of death from his compatriots around him, and his heart trembled, not daring to make the slightest movement, so he could only tremble in the palm of the old man's spirit power. Name, Zhao Dihong. Age, 19,765 years old. Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect, the ancestor of Ling Xiaofeng. Ling Xiaofeng's ancestor, the supreme powerhouse of the Quasi-Emperor 9th Stage, Chen Luo launched the own system detection function, and immediately saw the old man's identity information. Seeing the old man who just came out of the coffin in the distance, Chen Luo felt a little speechless. Daoshan Ling Xiaofeng's ancestor turned out to be the supreme powerhouse of the Quasi-Emperor 9th Stage. With such a strong whole card and yet being so wretched, Heavenly Dao Sect deserves to exist for so long. Seeing the trembling patriarch of the real dragon clan in the distance, Chen Luo could imagine the shadow area in the heart of the patriarch of the real dragon clan. I thought it was a crushing and killing situation, but I didn't expect to meet a big guy. Forgive me? Since you want me to forgive you, then I'll take something out of you first. Ancestor Dihong said in a hoarse voice, with a faint light shining in his eyes. As soon as Patriarch Dihong's words came out, the patriarch of the true dragon clan suddenly felt his heart thump, his heart trembled unceasingly, and he wanted to speak. However, seeing the deep gaze of the ancestor Dihong, he was speechless immediately. Crack! As soon as the words fell, the ancestor Dihong stretched out his own right hand, and a spirit power palm once again condensed in the air. The palm of spirit power moved towards the chest of the patriarch of the real dragon clan. The golden scales on the chest of the patriarch of the real dragon clan that could have resisted all attacks were easily penetrated like tofu. A moment later, spirit power grabbed the true dragon clan's chest hard. Spirit power then took out his palm from his chest, and the body of the patriarch of the true dragon clan twitched continuously, his breath became more sluggish, and he let out a heart-piercing scream. "I'll accept your dragon pearl," Ancestor Dihong said lightly, and opened his spirit power palm, which was still soaked in thick blood. In the palm of his hand, there is a golden dragon pearl exuding a bright streamer. "No, no, don't, senior, don't, I'm the real dragon." The patriarch of the real dragon clan twitched all over, weakness and fear pervaded his whole body. He didn't expect that he was only summoned to destroy a first-class force, and even the Dragon Pearl was gone at this time. This world is really terrible. Gilu. Immediately afterwards, Patriarch Dihong directly swallowed the Dragon Pearl that had just been taken out of the Patriarch of the True Dragon Clan. Seeing their own Dragon Pearl being swallowed, the True Dragon Clan was completely desperate. Although he has a strong source of life to save his life, but without Dragon Pearl, his strength has plummeted, and the position of Patriarch is gone. More importantly, without Dragon Pearl, the possibility of impacting the Quasi-Emperor 9th stage and the supreme position is completely lost. Patriarch Dihong is still domineering, he just swallowed the Dragon Pearl of that old loach, as expected of Patriarch Dihong. Yet, long time no see, the strength of Dihong's old team has improved again, and our heavenly Dao Sect is even safer. Send away these dead loaches, our heavenly Dao Sect should be safe for the time being, and we can practice quietly again. On the top of Tianyun Mountain, the peak owners of heavenly Dao Sect discussed one after another, their eyes were extremely eager, and they were talking about the ancestor Dihong in their words. Master, the ancestor of our heavenly Dao Sect is too strong. Behind Chen Luo, Mu Luli looked at the scene in the distant sky with sparkling eyes, and said excitedly. Although Mu Luli couldn't see the strength of the ancestor and the patriarch of the real dragon clan in the distance, the terrifying aura that almost destroyed the world far surpassed the top powerhouse Mu Luli knew. Obviously, their strength has already surpassed the scope of Mu Luli. Chen Luo nodded. He never thought that this force had such a terrifying ancestor. Sect leader, how many ancestors do we have in Heavenly Dao Sect? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Li Wuodao who had just come from Ling Xiaofeng. Chapter 213 Heavenly Dao Spirit Deed. When the old sect leader said which ancestor to dig out, Chen Luo had doubts in his heart, which ancestor to dig out? This is obviously more than one person. Chen Luo is very curious about how many things are hidden in this Heavenly Dao Sect. Ahem, I don't know exactly how much. Many ancestors died after closed-door training, but the overall number is about this number. Li Wuodao pondered for a moment, then opened his own mouth. The palm, 5 fingers were placed in front of him shining brightly. Going to Xian, have many of them passed away from closed-door training? Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Chen Luo is not surprised. Practice is to fight against the sky. Closed-door training failed, and the end of life is up. He passed away unknowingly during closed-door training. This is normal. 5. There are still 5 ancestors like Dihong Patriarch. My God, Heavenly Dao Sect is too strong. At this time, Mu Luli, who was next to him, looked at Li Wuodao's 5 fingers and exclaimed Road. One of such background-level powerhouses is already extremely terrifying, let alone 5, it is really terrifying. Their Phoenix family also has some background in suppressing ethnic groups, but they dare not say that there are 5 such extremely strong people. This Heavenly Dao Sect is really terrifying. What kind of first-class force is this? With the presence of 5 ancestors, isn't it easy to sweep away a large force? Mu Luli was extremely shocked, and then hugged Chen Luo's arm tightly, trembling slightly in the shallow arc. Chen Luo was also a little shocked. The 5 supreme-level ancestors, this sect leader and the old sect leader have a reason for being so turbulent. With 5 big hands covering him, he is not afraid at all. Li Wuodao smiled slightly, did not speak again, but looked at the sky in the distance. In the distant sky, the sluggish patriarch of the true dragon clan looked like a dead loach. Since I ate your dragon pearl, the thing that disturbed my slumber is over. Ancestor Dihong ate the dragon pearl, his breath seemed to become more terrifying, and he burped. After Patriarch Dihong finished speaking, the patriarch of the true dragon clan felt inexplicably relieved. Although Dragon Pearl was lost, at least his life was saved. As long as you are alive, you have a chance. Okay, next, it's time to talk about compensation. Ancestor Dihong said with serious eyes, looking directly at the patriarch of the True Dragon clan. Compensation. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan was stunned. He killed so many of my compatriots, and even swallowed my dragon pearl. You have to pay for it. You have destroyed our heavenly Dao Sect thousands of emperor-level formations. You don't want to just walk away. Ancestor Dihong then said calmly. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan looked at the remaining intact more than 800 holy-level magic circles and dozens of emperor-level magic circles below, and fell silent immediately. Their True Dragon clan didn't destroy too much formation at all, and, this is not a grand formation of thousands of emperors, isn't this bullying honest people? It's not over yet. So many of you came here to destroy our heavenly Dao Sect, and even severely wounded our heavenly Dao Sect's previous generation sect leader to the point of death. There is only one breath left. Don't you need compensation for this? At this time, Ancestor Dihong then said faintly. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan looked at Wei Zhou, who was seriously injured and dying in the formation, and felt his head buzzing, and a wave of anger and aggrieved filled his forehead. That turbulent spirit power didn't even lose a hair. You told me that it was seriously injured and dying. EX. Senior, what compensation does the senior want? However, the strength of the Ancestor Dihong made it impossible for the patriarch of the True Dragon clan to say anything hard, so he could only continue tremblingly. Hey, since it's the first time for your real dragons to offend, I won't open my mouth. For formation, just compensate 1000 emperor-level formation materials. As for the later attempts to exterminate the sect and the injuries of our sect leader, just give 2 trillion top-quality spirit stones, tens of thousands of bottles of emperor pills, and thousands of holy medicines, and it will be fine. Patriarch Dihong sighed, then said with a compassionate expression on his face. Patriarch of the True Dragon clan, this is called the lion's big mouth. The materials of the 1000 Dao Emperor rank formation, 2 trillion top-quality spirit stones, tens of thousands of bottles of emperor pill, and thousands of holy medicines. Hearing the words of Patriarch Dihong, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan, bloodline, flowed against the current and directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Senior, so many, even if you take our True Dragon clan, you won't be able to get it out. You'd better kill me. A moment later, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan continued weakly, looking hopeless look. There are too many of these things, even if the real Dragon clan is the top monster clan, it is impossible to take them out. If you can't get it out, then tell me how much you can get out. As soon as the patriarch of the True Dragon clan said the words, Patriarch Dihong continued slowly. Maximum, up to 300 materials for the Imperial Formation, 500 billion top-quality spirit stones, 8,000 bottles of Emperor pills, and 900 holy medicines. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan gritted his teeth, and then tremblingly said. Deal, let's do it like this. After the patriarch of the True Dragon clan finished speaking, Patriarch Dihong continued slowly. Accepted? The patriarch of the True Dragon clan was a little confused. He thought that the Ancestor Dihong would refuse, but he agreed. Did I bargain too lightly? However, I still need 9 Emperor-level top-grade dragon veins and 10 high-grade Emperor soldiers. At this moment, the Ancestor Dihong continued, his tone was beyond doubt. 9 Emperor-level top-grade dragon veins, 10 high-grade Emperor soldiers, and the patriarch of the real Dragon clan became short of breath. This is really going to drain their old bottom. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan still wanted to bargain, but seeing the serious eyes of the Ancestor Dihong, he still held back forcibly, and could only grit his teeth and agree. Sign the contract. Ancestor Dihong then waved his right hand, and a piece of parchment containing ancient vicissitudes appeared in front of the two of them. Heavenly Dao Spirit Deed, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan looked at the parchment in front of him, and was a little confused. The ancestor of this heavenly Dao sect actually has such things. This is a Heavenly Dao spirit deed that is extremely valuable and contains the law of Heavenly Dao. After signing the spirit deed, it is a contract with Heavenly Dao guaranteeing both parties. If you violate the spirit contract, you will suffer Heavenly Dao's backlash and pay a heavy price. However, signing this spiritual deed requires both parties to be willing, without any resistance in their hearts. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan sighed, and the two then discussed the details of handing over the compensation, and finally signed the spiritual contract honestly. Soon, the signing of the spiritual contract was completed, and a spirit power shot out from the Heavenly Dao spiritual contract directly entered the body of the patriarch of the real Dragon clan. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan only felt that a deep will left a mark in own's body. Immediately afterwards, Heavenly Dao turned into a stream of light and shot straight into the sky, disappearing in front of the patriarch of the True Dragon clan. Okay, you can go, remember to send your things when you go back. Ancestor Dihong then said to the patriarch of the True Dragon clan. Yes, Senior, thank you Senior for not killing me. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan then said respectfully. By the way, I don't want the matter of me sleeping here to be leaked, you understand what to do. Just as the patriarch of the True Dragon clan was about to leave with the remaining compatriots, the voice of the ancestor Dihong sounded again in the real Dragon clan. In the ears of the patriarch of the Dragon clan. P.S. I built a secret base for fans, on my personal homepage, interested friends can join in and have a look, QAQ. Chapter 214 Compensation. Yes, Senior, I understand. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan nodded heavily, and then looked at the outer area of Heavenly Dao Sect, his eyes filled with tyranny. I can't handle Heavenly Dao Sect, and I can't handle you guys who want to watch the excitement and pick up the leaks. The real dragon thought in his heart that he had already sentenced those guys outside to death. Immediately afterwards, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan quickly galloped outside with the rest of his compatriots, his gaze so intense that it almost tore everything apart. Old ancestor, why don't you make more points? The real Dragon clan is rich and powerful, and finally have such an opportunity to make a lot of money. Weizhu from the formation came out at this time, and said faintly. Just now, the old sect leader of Weizhu heard all about the compensation issue of the Dihong patriarch and the patriarch of the True Dragon clan. When I was excited, I still felt that I wanted less. The True Dragon clan is the top monster clan, and after finally messing with them, they must not mess with the big ones. Conservative, the ancestor is still too conservative. Hey, I don't know how many things the True Dragon clan has. Besides, if you want to empty the True Dragon clan too hard, you won't be able to get anything out in the future. How many times have I told you that this kind of thing needs to flow slowly? Stay on the line when doing things. The ancestor Dihong next to him snorted coldly and continued. The old ancestor is wise. The old sect leader of Weizhu continued to respect, and then said slowly. He has been wandering outside for so long, his heart has gone wild, and he really forgot about it. Leeks still have to be cut crop by crop. If the roots are dug up at once, then there is no need to cut them again. By the way, you should keep a low profile recently. The situation above is not stable, and our ancient desolate continent also has a lot of dirty things coming out. Ancestor Dihong seemed to have thought of something, and then said with a slightly dignified expression. Dirty thing, ancestor, please explain clearly, what is it? Weizhu old sect leader continued to ask, with curiosity in his eyes. The heavenly secrets must not be leaked, you just have to be careful, and if you stick to it, there will be no problems. Patriarch Dihong took a deep breath and continued. Weizhu nodded and didn't ask any further questions. He knew that if he could say something, the ancestor would definitely tell him. I have seen the ancestor Dihong. At this time, many peak masters on Tianyun Mountain flew over together and saluted respectfully. Weizhu is also the peak master who introduced the current Heavenly Dao Sect branches one by one to the ancestor Dihong. Not bad, not bad, our heavenly Dao Sect is getting better and better. Ancestor Dihong looked at the many peak masters and showed a gratified smile. At this moment, the eyes of the Ancestor Dihong were suddenly attracted by Chen Luo, who was on the side. Why do you have the aura of a fairy? Patriarch Dihong asked slowly with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Immortal breath. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Chen Luo in unison. The outer area of heavenly Dao Sect. A majestic aura surged high above the sky, and the surrounding clouds were completely dispersed by an inexplicable force. A large number of cultivators were waiting in the outer sky above, and they all looked in the direction of heavenly Dao Sect with fear on their faces. They originally wanted to go in to check again, but the violent energy that erupted in heavenly Dao Sect was too strong, completely blocking their way forward. The tyrannical atmosphere shocked them all. Even many weak cultivators were already killed by this terrifying blast. So these cultivators can only wait here for the end of the heavenly Dao Sect battle. It finally stopped. It seems that heavenly Dao Sect should be destroyed. Yet, I didn't expect heavenly Dao Sect to persist for so long. I thought they would be wiped out in less than half an hour. It's useless to hold on for a long time, all extinctions are extinguished. Looking at this fierce offensive, the entire heavenly Dao Sect should be razed to the ground. I just don't know what heavenly Dao Sect did to make the real dragons so furious. Many cultivators discussed one after another, guessing why the real dragons wanted to attack heavenly Dao Sect. Not far away, the great elder Wang Yu of Tianxian Sacred Land was waiting on the flying boat, always paying attention to the changes coming from heavenly Dao Sect. Beside Wang Yu the elder, there is also a disciple of Tianxian Sacred Land. He closed his eyes tightly and released his own mental energy, as if he was perceiving something. Big elder, the battle is over, the top-grade dragon veins are still there, and they haven't been destroyed. After a while, the disciple of Tianxian Sacred Land beside Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face full of joy. It's fine if there's no damage, as long as the dragon veins are there. Wang Yu heard the words, and the dignified look on his face eased a lot. His trip was for heavenly Dao Sect's top-grade dragon veins. As long as the top-grade dragon veins were there, everything would be fine. Ho 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 ho! At this moment, a violent roar suddenly erupted from the direction of heavenly Dao Sect. A large group of real dragons swooped towards the outer area with bloodthirsty eyes, and the violent air movement made the surrounding air make a crisp tearing sound. Many cultivators on the periphery saw a large number of real dragons attacking, felt bad and wanted to leave. On the other side, Wang Yu, Tianxian, Sacred Land, and others were also heartbroken, driving the flying boat and leaving quickly. However, it was too late, and a large number of real dragons blocked all their escape routes in an instant. Senior, we are just passing by, I don't know what the senior wants to do. Yeah, senior, I misunderstood, we were just passing by. The surrounded cultivators spoke one after another, their faces becoming extremely ugly. The posture of the real dragon clan is obviously not good for the comer. If you don't explain it clearly, you will be slaughtered inexplicably and it will be over. You guys stole the treasures of our true dragon clan and caused us heavy losses. What should we pay for now? Said coldly, the head of the true dragon clan patriarch who had recovered a little spiritual qi. The fierce aura of the patriarch of the true dragon clan was like Mount Tai, which severely suppressed the numerous cultivators in the center, leaving them powerless to fight back. Although he lost the dragon pearl, facing these lowly cultivators of realm, the patriarch of the true dragon clan still has absolute suppression. Stealing the treasure of their true dragon clan. Many cultivators are confused. Where is this going? They just came to join in the fun and pick up leaks, so why did they steal their real dragon treasure? Senior, is there a misunderstanding? We are really just... A middle-aged cultivator of the Great Saint Realm said tremblingly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a true dragon spewed out a violent spirit power impact, quickly blasting the middle-aged cultivator into residue, and the smell of blood and coldness continued to reverberate around. Seeing this scene, the surrounded cultivators froze immediately, not daring to make any sound. Now, can we have a good talk about the issue of compensation? The patriarch of the True Dragon clan then said lightly. Chapter 215 Sending the Ancestor Back to the Grave. The other true dragons around were also staring at the cultivators in the center with serious eyes. The violent killing intent almost condensed into substance, permeating the surroundings. Since everyone is fine, let's go one by one and see your sect's treasury before deciding on compensation. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan continued coldly. Before, Senior, I am the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land, our ancestors, and you. At this moment, Wang Yu, the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land not far away, couldn't help it anymore, and then said tremblingly. Tianxian Sacred Land, you belong to Tianxian Sacred Land. The patriarch of the True Dragon clan looked at Wang Yu, with a fiery light shining in his eyes. Tianxian Sacred Land, did not expect to meet people from Tianxian Sacred Land, just can use them to replenish resources and make up for this loss, the patriarch of the True Dragon clan thought in his heart. The elder of Tianxian Sacred Land was stunned. What does this real dragon mean? Why is his eyes? The eyes of the patriarch of the True Dragon clan made Tianxian Sacred Land elder extremely uncomfortable, as if he was seeing some big fish. Senior, we. Tianxian Sacred Land elder then turned pale, feeling extremely scared in his heart, and wanted to explain again. Humph, Tianxian Sacred Land, you are so brave, you dare to threaten our True Dragon clan, it seems that we will have to keep you. The head of the True Dragon clan continued coldly. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land to answer, he led many real dragons to capture everyone present, and then quickly galloped towards the location of Tianxian Sacred Land. Heavenly Dao Sect. In the elegant palace of spirit power's abundance. The old sect leader of Weizhou took fresh ingredients and continued to cook the fresh real dragon meat that Dihong ancestor had just beheaded in the Imperial Great Hall. This panacea can indeed be refined only by the immortal world, and it was refined not long ago. Ancestor Dihong looked at the panacea with the purple gold Dao pattern in his hand, and said slowly. This panacea was obtained by Chen Luo from the third prince of the Red Moon God dynasty. After Chen Luo showed the medicine pill to Ancestor Dihong for inspection, he also talked about the immortal world messenger. So, that guy who claims to be the messenger of immortal world really came down from immortal world? Chen Luo said slowly with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Chen Luo thought that that guy used some special means to refine the medicine pill, but unexpectedly, this medicine pill was actually refined by the immortal world, and it was refined not long ago. Then, his identity is likely to come from the real immortal world. With the cooking of the old sect leader, soon the real dragon meat was cooked well again. The real dragon meat in the center of the Great Hall releases a strong fragrance, making this palace extremely full of smoke and fire. Well, it came from immortal world, but don't pay attention to that guy for the time being, he can do whatever he likes, and we Heavenly Dao Sect can keep it as it is. Ancestor Dihong then took a large piece of real dragon meat, tasted a lot. Chen Luo nodded, not knowing what that immortal world guy was trying to do, but as long as he was ignored, there would be no trouble. As for the catastrophe, he said, saving the ancient desolate continent, that's even more nonsense. He has the ability to let him solve it himself. Old ancestor, if that guy comes to us and participates, what should we do? At this time, Li Wudao next to him asked. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chen Luo had already received information from the third prince of the Scarlet Moon God dynasty. The immortal world envoy lobbied many forces and prepared to form an alliance to fight against the catastrophe. Many peak masters next to him also stared at the ancestor, wanting to know the opinion of the ancestor. Don't worry, that guy doesn't dare to come over. Ancestor Dihong continued after eating a mouthful of real dragon meat and drinking a mouthful of spirit wine. After talking about this matter, everyone continued to enjoy the real dragon feast in the Great Hall. Although Patriarch Dihong didn't attack with all his strength, many real dragons were still beheaded. These real dragons that had just been beheaded naturally became the food of heavenly Dao Sect. The ancestor Dihong gave each branch a lot of real dragon meat, and asked them to cultivate their own branches. Okay, I've been out for a long time this time, I'm going back to closed-door training. After a hearty meal, the ancestor Dihong burped. After finishing speaking, Patriarch Dihong lightly raised his right hand, and in the distance a huge coffin carved with complicated and mysterious Dao patterns galloped towards the palace. Ancestor Dihong then entered the coffin. Seal the coffin, respectfully send the ancestor back to the grave. Wei Zhou shouted not far away. After Wei Zhou shouted, he quickly lifted the coffin boards beside him, sealed the coffin, and sent the ancestor back to the grave. Boy Wei, don't forget what I want when the compensation from the true dragon clan arrives. Just as the coffin boards were sealed, the voice of Patriarch Dihong sounded again inside the coffin. Don't worry, Patriarch, I won't forget it. Wei Zhou then responded loudly. Shua. As soon as whose words fell, the huge coffin turned into a stream of light, flew away from the Great Hall, and galloped towards Ling Xiaofeng's location. Respectfully send the ancestor back to the grave. The other peak masters looked at the coffin going away, and said respectfully in unison. After a while, the coffin disappeared from everyone's sight and was never seen again. Wu Dao, what are you doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and dig up the grave for the ancestor? Are you going to let the ancestor dig it by himself? At this moment, Wei Zhou then asked Li Wudao next to him. The corners of Li Wudao's mouth twitched slightly, and then he galloped towards Ling Xiaofeng quickly, and even pulled Ling Xiaofeng's peak master before leaving. After Li Wudao and Ling Xiao peak masters left, all the peak masters in the Great Hall also prepared to leave one by one with real dragon meat. Nephew Chen Luo, stay a while, the ancestor has something for you. Just as Chen Luo was about to take Mu Luli back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, the voice of Weizhu old sect leader rang in Chen Luo's ear. Eastern Territory, Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is a huge sea area in the middle of the three major domains of the Eastern Territory, the Central Territory, and the Northern Territory. This sea area is huge and boundless, full of monstrous waves and turbulent tides. There are a large number of sea monsters living in the sea area of the Endless Sea. They live in the sea area of the Endless Sea and do not have much contact with the mainland. There are very rich elixir resources and various rare treasures in the sea area. Therefore, there will be many human races going to the sea area of the Endless Sea to search for various precious treasures. In a deep sea area in the eastern part of the Endless Sea, a group of mermen with sharp blades were galloping fast on the bottom of the sea, chasing the two cultivators ahead who were riding a blood devil dragon and galloping fast. Stab! At this moment, one of the thin young men on the dragon's back lightly raised his right hand. A thunder pattern on the back of the boy's hand erupted, and a violent blue-purple thunder light rushed towards the group of mermen behind him, trying to block the footsteps of these mermen. Humph! When I return to the mainland, I will definitely gather our heavenly devil sect and wipe out all of your mermaid clan. The boy in front of him shouted after releasing the thunder light. Chapter 216 Shark Bead Mirror. Boom! The terrifying thunder light released by the boy quickly exploded among the merman crowd. With the violent impact, countless waves burst out in the deep sea. The huge impact disturbed the footsteps of the merman crowd, and many merman tribe suffered quite serious injuries under this terrifying impact. Taking advantage of their chaotic formation, the blood devil dragon in front sped up a little and sped away, quickly leaving their pursuit range. You cunning human races, heavenly devil sect, right? I remember you. You stole the treasure of our merman race. Don't even think about leaving the Endless Sea alive. A merman general in charge looked at the two people leaving. Yulong said incompetently. The angry voice caused countless waves in the surrounding sea. The large swathes of swimming fish and all kinds of underwater creatures spread out quickly like frightened birds. There are still a lot of rocks beside them that have been shaken into gravel by this wave, and they are constantly splashing. After a long while, the Merman tribe who had been dispersed around them quickly came to gather the Merman tribe generals. They all lowered their heads deeply, their faces full of despair. "General, it's all because we are so useless and dragging our feet, so we didn't recover the treasure of our Merman race." A young Merman next to him continued in shame. "Not long ago, the cultivator of the human race sneaked into the palace of the mermaids and took away the treasure of the mermaids. Although it was discovered in time, the two cultivators were still able to succeed. The queen of the Merman tribe sent many Merman warriors to recover the treasure. So, there is the current scene. I don't blame you, those humans are too cunning." The general of the Merman patted the shoulder of the young Merman comfortingly. "Although the strength of those two cultivators is not too strong, but they have too many means, all kinds of treasures, talismans, and various supernatural powers, which caused great interference to their pursuit. In the end, the boys' terrifying thunder light directly broke up their formation, allowing them to escape completely. However, it is impossible to just forget about robbing the treasure of our Merman race." The general of the Merman race continued coldly. "That treasure is an extremely important treasure of their mermaid clan and cannot be lost. General, they are all gone, so what should we do next?" Another warrior of the Merman tribe next to him asked. Although their mermaid race is considered the top sea monster group in the Endless Sea, they have all gone far away, and it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack to find them in the vast sea area of the Endless Sea. I will immediately issue an arrest warrant in the sea area to Her Majesty the Queen, and offer a high reward, so that all sea monster compatriots in the Endless Sea can search together, and arrest the Heavenly Devil Sect who stole our treasure." The general of the Merman tribe took a deep breath. Tone, followed by coldly. "In another quiet sea area of the Endless Sea. There are a lot of corals around, and the swimming fish around are spitting out small bubbles and wandering on the bottom of the sea. The sunlight refracted from the sea surface, was swallowed by the Endless Sea water, and became much darker. Yaoxi Elder, it should be safe here, and those mermaids shouldn't be able to catch up." Wang Xin galloped to a cave on the seabed on a blood devil dragon, and said softly. Yao Xi nodded, then got down from the blood devil dragon's back, and looked at Wang Xin with a strange expression, as if she was meeting him for the first time. "Yaoxi Elder, do you have something on my face?" Wang Xin noticed Yaoxi's strange gaze, and then asked. "Wang Xin, how do you say that you belong to the Heavenly Devil Sect?" Yao Xi took a deep breath, and then asked. The Wang Xin in her memory was upright, he believed what he said, and he was very sincere in every word and deed. He never bothered to lie or play tricks. Why now, there is a little problem with his appearance. "Oh, this," the master said, "when you are away from home, you must hide your own identity, and at the same time, we must not forget to do justice for the sky. Those evil sects of the Heavenly Devil Sect must help them to gain hatred, so that they can protect peace in our mainland." Wang Xin scratched his head and said honestly. Yao Xi froze for a moment. She acted for the heavens and maintained peace, this seems quite reasonable. Looking at it this way, Wang Xin doesn't seem to have changed much. "Okay, I understand." Yao Xi said softly, feeling relieved. Wang Xin's big brother's ideals are still so lofty. At this time, he still does not forget to act for the heavens and maintain peace. With such a Wang Xin big brother, the future will definitely be reversed. "Elder Yaoxi, what is the use of this shark bead mirror? We have to spend so much effort to get it." Wang Xin then took out the side of the interspatial ring that was taken from the shark tribe, engraved with mysterious Dao patterns, and the back there is also an ancient mirror with the coat of arms of the Merman clan. This shark bead mirror is the treasure that Wang Xin and Yaoxi snatched from the shark race. In Wang Xin's hands, the shark bead mirror exudes a bright streamer, and the smooth mirror surface is wrapped with inexplicable power. Looking at the extremely clear mirror surface, nothing can be reflected. Do you know Sea God? Yaoxi didn't answer Wang Xin's words, but continued to ask. Sea God? Are you talking about the Sea God who controlled all the sea areas of the Ancient Desolate Continent in ancient times? Wang Xin then asked curiously. After arriving at the Endless Sea, Wang Xin also heard many legends about the Endless Sea, as well as long-lasting deeds. The Sea God was a peak powerhouse in ancient times, comparable to the true top sea race powerhouse of the great emperor of the human race. In ancient times, he unified all the sea areas of the ancient desolate continent, and his momentum reached its peak. He became the true master of the sea, and was respected as the god of the sea by all the sea people in the sea area. Even the great emperor of the contemporary human race came to participate in the coronation ceremony of the sea god, acknowledging his status. That's right, the sea god also rose from the bottom. He was originally a disabled sensing Dao sacred body just like you. He experienced countless hardships and overcame many difficulties before he became the sea god. Yao Xi continued to slow down. He said slowly, with a slight gleam in his eyes. Poseidon is like me, also a sensing Dao sacred body? Wang Xin was stunned, he really didn't know this. In Endless Sea, Wang Xin had never heard of this matter. For the sea gods, all the sea people in the sea area respect them from the bottom of their hearts, and there is endless fanaticism. However, few people know the specific information about these sea gods. They only know that the sea gods are amazing. Sea God left a legacy, which is in the Endless Sea. Yao Xi continued to speak, her exquisite eyes staring at the shark bead mirror in Wang Xin's hand. Wang Xin's eyes lit up, and his breathing became short of breath. If he could get the sea god's inheritance, wouldn't it be true that he would take off? Chapter 217 The Siren is not human. Although Wang Xin is very confident in himself, giving himself enough time may not be able to reach the peak, but now time is running out. According to Yaoxi Elder's words, the ancient desolate continent will undergo major changes in the future, and no one can avoid that major change. If he could obtain the sea god's inheritance, he would undoubtedly be able to speed up his growth. Yaoxi Elder, you mean that the sea god's inheritance has something to do with this shark bead mirror? Wang Xin noticed Yaoxi's gaze and continued. That's right, when the sea god was in power, he also married a queen of the Merman race, and gave the queen of the Merman race a precious mirror. It is the Merman bead mirror in your hand. It is the key to obtaining inheritance. Elder Yaoxi raised her head and said softly. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get the sea god's inheritance. Hearing Yao Xi's words, Wang Xin was extremely excited. Now that he has the key to obtain the inheritance, why not hurry up and get the inheritance of the sea god? Don't worry, we need other things besides this shark bead mirror to get the inheritance. Yao Xi pondered for a moment, then said slowly. 3 days later. In the central sea area of the Endless Sea, there is a large group of buildings on the bottom of the central sea area. Around the building complex, there are many krakens patrolling, guarding the large building complex. This building complex is the Aurora Sea City in the central sea area, and it is an extremely lively underwater city. This is a trading market, and many magic circles are arranged. The Aurora Sea Market is the largest sea market in the Endless Sea, not only has a large number of sea monsters, but also many human races will transfer trade here. There are many precious resources that circulate in the Sea City, which is a trading hub between the human race and the sea race. In a bustling restaurant in Aurora Sea City, a group of cultivators wearing black robes slowly came out of the restaurant. These cultivators are all radiant, as if they have been reborn. The leader was a middle-aged man with a black mark on his forehead. The middle-aged man still had bursts of ghostly air, which was extremely cold. It's cool, it's been a long time since I've been so comfortable, and finally I don't have to live the days of moving every day and being frightened. Yeah, it's great that no one is chasing you down. Sect leader is wise and found us such a good place. This endless sea is really a good place. Sure enough, as the sect leader said, no one will chase us down. Let's stay in the endless sea in the future. It's also very good here. That's right, we will practice quietly in the endless sea, and we will never leave again. Many cultivators behind the middle-aged man talked one after another, with joy and relaxation in their words. It turned out that these people were from the Heavenly Devil Sect. After they left the Northern Territory, they came to the Endless Sea under the leadership of the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. After staying here for a few days, I really lived a peaceful and comfortable life, no one was chasing and killing, and I didn't have to move around. Where is this? Our good days have just begun. When I completely digest the inheritance of the Nether Devil Emperor, we will start from the Endless Sea and start our Heavenly Devil Sect's grand plan and hegemony. Lin Yuanhong in front of him felt the ghostly magic power in his body, and said with a disdainful expression. After this period of practice, Lin Yuanhong has already digested a little of the Ghost Devil Emperor inheritance in his own mind. Although his strength has not been greatly improved, these top inheritances in his mind still give Lin Yuanhong great confidence. Sect leader, look, there are so many people over there, what are they doing? At this moment, a subordinate of the Heavenly Devil Sect looked at the large group of sea warriors in front of him and asked curiously. In the busy street ahead, a group of Sea Clan warriors in heavy armor seemed to be holding something, posting it all over the street ahead. They can't be posting wanted warrants, this scene is so familiar. Hiss! Which unlucky BD will be wanted by the Sea Clan? It's been a long time since the Sea Clan issued a warrant. Isn't he looking for us? I'm a little panicked. Impossible. How long have we been here? Impossible. This is the Sea Clan. If anyone dares to provoke the Sea Clan here, they must be looking for their own people. Many people from the Heavenly Devil Sect talked one after another, but even though they said it, their hearts were still pounding. I was really scared by the arrest warrant. The sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect on the side was also a little guilty, unconsciously looking for the best escape route around. Gao Feng, go and see what's going on. After a while, Lin Yuanhong found the best escape route, and then said to a Heavenly Devil Sect disciple beside him. Ah, it's me again, why is it me again? A tall man muttered in an extremely aggrieved tone. However, he still galloped forward quickly. Soon, Gao Feng secretly tore up a Zhongtong arrest warrant from a street ahead, and returned to Lin Yuanhong and others. Lin Yuanhong took a deep breath, and then opened the wanted warrant that Gao Feng handed over. FK, they really wanted us. Looking at the information on the wanted notice, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect became paralyzed. The arrest warrant clearly stated that the cultivator of the Heavenly Devil Sect stole the treasure of the mermaid tribe, and now a high reward was issued for the cultivator of the Heavenly Devil Sect. As long as the whereabouts of the Heavenly Devil Sect are provided, there will be a top-grade holy medicine and a quasi-emperor level secret art reward. If one could capture the cultivator of the Heavenly Devil Sect, one would be gifted by the Emperor's soldiers, as well as top-quality spirit stones and various treasures worth hundreds of millions. The other Heavenly Devil Sect disciples who were present were also dumbfounded after seeing the information on the arrest warrant. They were really wanted. Moreover, this bounty is too outrageous, the whereabouts are provided with the best holy medicine and quasi-emperor secret technique. Someone is sneaking around there, it can't be from the Heavenly Devil Sect. At this moment, there was an exclamation in the distance. When Lin Yuanhong and the others heard this, their hairs stood on end immediately, and like a conditioned reflex, they quickly launched the ultimate movement technique, fled away, and disappeared in the sea market in a short while. Hey, where did that group of people go just now? I want to sell them the special products of our Yaksha tribe. After a while, a fat Yaksha walked up to Lin Yuanhong and others and muttered. In front of the fat Yaksha, a large group of Kraken warriors in heavy armor galloped towards the other direction to the west, the direction of the sneaky cultivator. It's been a long time to spend 2 days on my birthday, why am I running away again, I'm so tired. In a narrow intersection not far from Aurora Sea City, the cultivators of the Heavenly Devil Sect were walking forward cautiously with their heads down. They all chose the same escape route by coincidence, and they had a good understanding. Hey, sect leader, you won't be hunted down if you agreed to go to a new place. A disciple of the Heavenly Devil Sect sighed. Humph, where have we been hunted down and wanted, and the sea monster is not human. At this moment, Heavenly Devil Sect leader Lin Yuanhong said with a dark face. Chapter 218 The Rising Spirit Fox Clan. Good guy, you won't be hunted down, is that what you mean? As soon as Lin Yuanhong's words came out, many disciples of the Heavenly Devil Sect fell silent, unable to think of anything to refute. Don't worry, it's just a mermaid wanted. Why panic? We're in the east, central, and north regions. There are a lot of forces offering rewards to us. Haven't we survived? Now we're just a mermaid, yes for us, there is no threat at all. Seeing that everyone was a little depressed, Lin Yuanhong continued to comfort him. After hearing what the sect leader said, everyone looked a little better, and at the same time they agreed. They are in other places, where there are not more than a dozen forces encircling and suppressing them. There is really no need to worry too much about a mermaid tribe. The sect leader is right, it's just a mermaid race, it doesn't matter, let's find another place quickly, there must be a place for us in this endless sea. A disciple next to him continued. Everyone nodded, and then continued to gallop forward, preparing to find another safe place. Half a month later. Heavenly Dao Sect, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is full of full-bodied spirit power. Due to the golden spiritual rain released by Dragon Pearl more than half a month ago, not only the cultivation base of many disciples has improved a lot. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak has been greatly nourished, the spirit power has become more intense, and the cultivation environment has been upgraded to a higher level. The original ordinary spiritual plants around them all took on the meaning of agility and mistiness, and they grew a lot in a short period of time. All kinds of spiritual things that originally contained strong inspiration have become even richer in inspiration. In various places of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, a large number of Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples can be seen practicing everywhere. In addition to the many disciples who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I can often see many members of the Spirit Fox clan. They also integrated into Heavenly Bamboo Peak and are practicing assiduously. The self-mutilation cultivation method and the broken pulse cultivation method are also used in a decent manner, and there are even many members of the Linghua clan who are studying the Great Dream cultivation method. The surrounding cultivators are also familiar with Sikong who use Heavenly Bamboo Peak to the Spirit Fox clan, so they are not too surprised. It's just that there seems to be a little bit of complexity in their eyes looking at the Spirit Fox clan. In a sanctuary at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, many members of the Spirit Fox clan are practicing, and most of them are sitting cross-legged on the spirit ground. They released their own several tails, each with a sharp blade curled around it. These Spirit Fox tribe members are all talented Spirit Fox tribes who have been screened in the North Demon State, and they are basically geniuses with 5 or even 6 tails. These Spirit Foxes drive their flexible tails, curling the sharp blades on the tails, and constantly self-mutilate various areas of one's body. Everywhere in the spirit land was filled with a strong smell of blood, and there were bursts of muffled groans and low howls. After self-mutilation, they quickly swallowed the medicine pill in their hands, and then fell into a very deep and hard practice. I really envy their Spirit Fox clan. With so many tails, it's so convenient to self-mutilate. Yet, I don't know what it feels like to have so many blades stabbing myself at the same time, it must be very exciting. It's a pity that we can't learn it. If only I were also a Spirit Fox. I have a strong body and can use my tail to injure myself. This self-harm cultivation method is tailor-made for them. We have so many cultivators, but they can't compare with the spirit fox. It's such a disgrace. I don't know when the new method will come out. It is too difficult to defeat these spirit foxes by relying on the self-harm cultivation method. I heard that the members of their Dream Cultivation Association have already had a breakthrough. Around the spiritual land, there are other heavenly bamboo peak cultivators who are using the pulse-breaking method to cultivate and discuss. They looked at the Spirit Fox clan in the Spirit Land with unusual envy and a little tiredness. It turned out that during the Dragon Pearl spiritual reign more than half a month ago, the spirit power of Heavenly Bamboo Peak skyrocketed. All the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak are doing their best to use the self-mutilation cultivation method and pulse-breaking cultivation method to absorb the golden spiritual rain and improve their cultivation base. The Spirit Fox clan is no exception. Although they are not familiar with these two methods, they seem to be very harmonious with the compatibility of Dragon Pearl Spirit Rain. In that practice competition, a member of the Spirit Fox clan won the championship and successfully transformed into a holy cultivation talent. This incident ignited the fire in the hearts of all the Spirit Fox clan. Therefore, many members of the Spirit Fox clan also joined in the crazy practice. After many experiments, they chose the self-mutilation practice method. Due to their strong physical body, the recovery speed of the physical body is extremely fast. For them, the self-mutilation practice method is simply the supreme scripture, which has increased their cultivation speed to the extreme. Coupled with the blessing of the medicine pill with unlimited top-grade spirit pills, the speed of practice of these spirit foxes has been greatly improved. Although the spiritual rain stopped later, they still relied on their super-strong physical bodies and desperate cultivation, and their cultivation speed was ahead of the original Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples under the same conditions. Even the pulse-breaking practice method with the stronger recovery meridians medicine pill blessing still cannot gain an advantage over the Spirit Fox clan and self-mutilation practice method. Under such circumstances, coupled with the just concluded training competition, the Spirit Fox clan has won the training competition for 3 consecutive times. This made Heavenly Bamboo Peak's original disciples feel tremendous pressure, so many of their races were overwhelmed by the Spirit Fox clan. Moreover, it was the self-harm cultivation method they created, which made them hold their breath even more, wanting to regain their glory. Okay, don't look at it, let's practice in another place, it makes me feel aggrieved. A disciple who used the method of breaking the veins then shook his head and said. Everyone nodded. They felt very aggrieved seeing the members of the Spirit Fox clan using the self-mutilation practice method so freely. However, there is no way, this is their own advantage of the Fox family. Everyone, Li's second brother, senior brother Li, has organized a law-integrating exchange meeting. I don't know if you are interested in participating. At this moment, a steady voice sounded. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is in a valley with rich spiritual qi. Various fragrant flowers bloom in the valley, as well as various spiritual plants. Above the valley, there is a large group of spirit birds, which are constantly circling. In the valley, there are still many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. These disciples sat cross-legged in various places in the valley, their spirits radiant, and they were chanting words, as if they were chanting scriptures. From time to time, there are Heavenly Emperor, Eternal Proud, Unparalleled Divine Body, Great Emperor Bloodline, all kinds of words came out of their mouths. Chapter 219, The Key. As if these words had a special meaning, they chanted, with a bright light shining in their eyes, which was a strong desire for strength. In the center of the valley, there is a huge censer carved with intricate patterns, and the lingering smoke from the censer exudes a strange fragrance. Under the permeation of the strange fragrance, the breath of the whole valley seemed to be filled with a drowsy breath. This breath quickly permeated the entire valley. There are many soft beds around the valley, many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak sat cross-legged next to them, their minds were dizzy under the nourishment of the strange fragrance, but they were still chanting. Not long after, disciples fell asleep on the soft beds one after another. Hoo hoo! After a while, all the disciples fell down on the soft beds under the wafting of the strange fragrance. Suddenly there was a melodic snoring sound in the valley. After they fell asleep, the speed of the spirit power in their bodies suddenly increased a lot, and the surrounding spirit power kept rushing towards them. The ultimate panacea in his mouth was also unknowingly swallowed at this time, accelerating the improvement of the cultivation base. As many disciples fell asleep, the entire mountain became extremely silent, and the spirit birds in the sky also fell one after another, and fell to the 4 places in the valley. Dang dang dang! Several hours later, a piercing bell rang in the valley. This sound was like a tidal wave, quickly surging through the entire valley, waking up quite a few disciples. All the sleepy spirit birds in the valley flew towards the sky and left the valley. Bold, this seat is the ancient heavenly emperor, dare to disturb this seat's sleep, do you want to die? I am the invincible devil monarch, you are not kneeling. Ha ha ha, the invincible divine body of this seat has finally achieved great completion, you are all going to die for me. Fairy, look at the stick. After waking up, many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak seemed to be still immersed in a dream, with different expressions and made all kinds of noisy sounds. There are also people who look dazed, with raging flames in their eyes. What's more, they stood with their hands behind their backs, their expressions indifferent, and their words were full of all kinds of invincible and ruthless words. Give me a little sober, the time for dreaming is over. At this time, another sound like a bell sounded. This voice had a shocking momentum, which woke up the many Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples who were still in a trance. Beside the huge incense burner, a young man held a booklet in his hand, and looked at the many disciples present with a calm expression. Wo Cao, I'm about to become the great emperor, why don't you let me sleep more? Shabai, let you sleep or not, we are here to practice. President, I feel that this time the effect is very good. It seems that I really have the cultivation speed of Heavenly Emperor. This time it will definitely work. That's right, it's different this time. My body is full of spirit power. Our great dream cultivation method is really about to regain its glory. Yeah, the ecstasy fragrance developed by Bao Elder is really amazing. Our great dream practice method really has hope to suppress Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Those of the Spirit Fox clan, just wait, the day when our great dream cultivation method rises, is the time when you fall. Many disciples looked at the young man next to the incense burner and discussed one after another, their eyes were full of excitement, and their words were full of hope for the future. In the big dream practice just now, many disciples felt extremely good, and it seemed that the cultivation base had improved a lot. The young man next to the incense burner is Yang Cheng Wang, the current president of the Great Dream Practice Association. Under Yang Pan's careful teaching, coupled with Yang Chenguang's own hard work and spiritual talent, Yang Chenguang's research on the Great Dream Practice method is also quite profound. What's more, Yang Chengwang was also the first batch of disciples to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and his prestige was high enough to become the president of the Great Dream Practice. Okay, let's start reporting, how much the spirit power has increased in the past few hours, compared with your feelings, I still believe in the data. Yang Chengwang then said lightly. As soon as Yang Chengguang's words came out, everyone was stunned, but they didn't refute. Because practicing the Great Dream Cultivation method often needs to deceive own brains, many disciples of the Great Dream Cultivation method are very swollen in their hearts. It is not easy to recognize your true level. Feelings can be deceiving, only data can't, every trace of spirit power growth is the most accurate data. Immediately afterwards, everyone was practicing while reporting the spirit power data that they had improved by using the Great Dream Cultivation method this time. Yang Chengwang then opened the booklet and began to record each disciple's spirit power improvement data. After a while, everything was recorded, and the number of spirit power boosts of each disciple, as well as their hypnotic content, were all recorded in this booklet. Looking at the data on the pamphlet, Yang Chengguang's heart suddenly turned cold. Although this ecstasy fragrance has an excellent hypnotic effect. However, the efficiency of the improvement is still too low, and it is not half as efficient as the self-harm practice method that has declined. Relying on this great dream practice method, trying to catch up with the Spirit Fox clan is simply a dream. It seems that there is no hope in a short time, and Bao Elder can only continue to develop it. Hey, this data! Just when Yang Chengwang was feeling very disappointed, suddenly, Yang Chengwang saw a strange data in the pamphlet. Lu Songbo, increase the number of spirit power, 901, hypnosis content, I am a spirit beast. Devouring spirit beast, even hypnotized himself as devouring spirit beast. Devouring spirit beast is a small and exquisite spirit beast from Ancient Desolate Continent. They like to devour spirit power, but their combat power is weak, but they look cute, so they are very suitable for domestic pets. With this increase, Yang Chengwang frowned slightly. The pamphlet also contains information about each of these disciples. Compared with other disciples, Lu Songbo's improved spirit power is not particularly large, but belongs to the upper middle class. However, Lu Songbo is only a land cultivation talent. Moreover, the amount he raised last time was only 200. Compared with the last time, the effect this time has increased by 4 times. The other disciples' improvement is generally only a little bit, and those who can reach 1.5 times are rare. Yang Chengwang was a little excited in his heart, he felt as if he was about to grasp something crucial. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chengwang opened another booklet and found Lu Hengbo's detailed information. Lu Hengbo, the third son of the Lu family in Wanjihu city of the eastern region, who is favored by the head of the family and has raised many spirit beasts. Raised many devouring spirit beasts. Looking at the information in the pamphlet, Yang Chengwang's breathing became slightly short and his heart was pounding. Could it be? Chapter 220 The Law of Chaos. Could this be the key? Yang Chengwang unconsciously clenched the booklet in his hand, his body trembling slightly. Ha ha ha, I understand the key to the great dream cultivation method. Yang Chengwang couldn't help laughing, his voice resounding in the ears of many disciples. Many disciples in the valley looked at Yang Chengwang in the middle of the valley in bewilderment. They all feel that the effect of this fragrance is not too great. Although it feels wonderful, the actual improvement effect is not much. How come Yang Chengwang knew the key to the great dream practice? President, don't be so secretive, tell me quickly, what is the key? A disciple couldn't help it, and then asked. Yes, President, hurry up and talk about it. The other disciplines also said one after another, extremely curious. Let's see for yourself first, what is the content of your hypnosis? Yang Chengwang didn't answer directly, but said quietly. Yang Chengwang then handed them the record booklet. What great emperor, devil monarch, heavenly emperor, peerless divine body. Do you really dare to think, have you seen these things, just hypnotized? Yang Chengwang looked at the many disciples on the edge and said speechlessly. Most of the disciples' hypnosis content is extremely exaggerated, and they can't wait to imagine themselves as the most powerful person or constitution in the whole continent. Many disciples scratched their heads, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. This hypnosis must be the most powerful hypnosis. Could it be possible to lower the hypnosis? Look at junior brother Yang Hengbo's hypnosis and spirit power boost. Yang Chengwang then said slowly, looking at a handsome young man in the crowd. Me. Yang Hengbo, who was in the crowd, was stunned for a moment, with a confused expression on his face. Why did it involve me again? Many of the disciples present were not stupid people either. After seeing the above data and information, they also realized something. President, what do you mean, we can't hypnotize? A disciple said. That's right, our hypnosis can't be too exaggerated and outrageous, we have to proceed step by step, and at the same time have a sufficient understanding of the hypnosis. Yang Chengwang's eyes flashed with wisdom. In the dragon vein bamboo forest on the mountain behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the Longmei bamboo forest, several 10,000-year spiritual fruit trees are planted, and there are various spiritual plants releasing strong spirit power and fragrance. Under the Dragon Vein bamboo forest, there are 2 dragon veins, one large and one small, and the other big emperor-level top-quality dragon vein is the compensation of the real dragon clan. The true dragon clan compensated a large amount of treasures and various resources, many of which were allocated to various branches. Among them are the emperor-level top-grade dragon veins, each of the 9 major branches. Under the nourishment of the top-quality dragon veins and many spiritual objects, the spiritual qi in the depths of the dragon vein bamboo forest is almost condensed into substance, like a fairyland on earth. In the depths of the Longmei bamboo forest, sitting cross-legged on a jade futon is a young man who looks like an exiled fairy. The young man's body is permeated with strands of majestic aura that almost suppresses the world. On the young man's head, there is also a round bead exuding the power of endless laws. The ball continuously released the power of the mysterious law, rushing towards the young man's body. There is still a burst of terror in the young man's body, and it seems that something terrible is slowly condensing. In the young man's hand, there is also a crystal engraved with mysterious patterns. The crystal also releases the power of inexplicable laws and surges towards the young man. Time passed slowly, and the power of law released by the Holy Spirit orb and the crystal in his hand made the youth's aura even more unpredictable. It seemed that an extremely terrifying aura was brewing in the young man's body. Boom! After a while, a terrifying aura erupted from the young man's body. This aura easily tore apart the surrounding space, causing the space to burst into crackling sounds. Immediately afterwards, a trace of the power of law as deep as the underworld condensed in the hands of the young man. Is this the law of chaos? Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, looking at the tiny ray of law power in his hand. This tiny wisp of power of law seems to contain the aura of destroying heaven and earth. Although it is only a wisp, Chen Luo feels that this wisp of power of law can easily kill those low-level quasi-emperor's old monster. The chaos source crystal given by the Dihong ancestor is really a good thing. Chen Luo took back the power of the law of chaos into his body, and looked at the crystal engraved with mysterious patterns in his hand. This crystal is exactly the chaos source crystal that the ancestor Dihong asked the old sect leader to give to himself. The source crystal of chaos is the source crystal containing the power of the law of chaos. It is extremely precious, and it is very rare. It is a treasure that only the sacred land of chaos has. Moreover, even in the chaotic sacred land, it is an extremely rare treasure. The biggest function of this chaos source crystal is to help people comprehend the power of law. Originally, Chen Luo thought that he could easily comprehend the power of the law because he had the Holy Spirit orb and the chaotic body, but the law of chaos was too esoteric and obscure, and it was one of the most powerful laws. Without enough accumulation, it is very difficult to comprehend. With the help of the Holy Spirit orb, Chen Luo's progress was still very slow. Unexpectedly, with the chaos source crystal, the speed of comprehension has increased a lot, and with the help of the Holy Spirit orb, Chen Luo comprehended the law of chaos in just half a month, and the biggest obstacle on the road to Quasi-Emperor has been stepped down by Chen Luo. Next, as long as you fill up the holy acupoints, you can try to attack the Quasi-Emperor. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of fiery color. Only after stepping into the realm of Quasi-Emperor can one really step into the highest level of the Ancient Desolate Continent, and one can influence some of the patterns of the Ancient Desolate Continent. This realm seems not far away from him, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo looked at the holy acupoints in own body again. Filled up the 9 holy acupoints? Chen Luo froze for a moment. He found that the 9 holy acupoints in his body had been completely filled. The 9 golden holy acupoints' spirit power were extremely abundant, and the majestic power and spiritual qi surged in Chen Luo's body like boundless ocean waves. It seemed that he could try to attack the realm of Quasi-Emperor now. Chen Luo's heart was pounding. Unexpectedly, when I realized the power of the law, the cultivation base unknowingly reached the great saint 9th stage day. It seemed that the many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak did not disappoint him, they were practicing hard, and provided him with a large amount of cultivation effects in return. After the last battle of the True Dragon clan, Patriarch Dihong also allocated a large amount of True Dragon meat to each branch. Chapter 221 Senior Sister, Help Me. After Chen Luo got it, he didn't hide it, and directly distributed it to many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak for them to use. However, most of them were given to the top powerhouses of the Spirit Fox clan. Among the Spirit Fox clan, there were quite a few top powerhouses, including some great saint-level apex powerhouses. There is also Humian, the pinnacle of the Great Saint 9th stage Great Saint. Although they all only return double the cultivation effect, but they can't hold back the number of them. Later, after the compensation from the True Dragon clan was in place, Chen Luo also ordered Li Yan'er to send it out quickly without any hesitation. With the blessing of many resources, many top masters also practice very hard, giving Chen Luo a lot of training effect returns, allowing Chen Luo's cultivation base to be rapidly improved. It seems that giving them more resources is still effective. Although it consumes a lot of cultivation resources, as long as the cultivation base can be quickly improved, everything is worth it. Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. He was not far from the quasi-emperor's realm, and he felt a sense of security in his heart. At this moment, Chen Luo could still feel the continuous increase of spirit power in his body. The mysterious 10th holy acupoints is still continuously absorbing the spirit power returned by many disciples' cultivation effects. This acupoints, Chen Luo looked at the 10th acupoints in his body. This acupoints seems to be a bottomless pit, constantly devouring spirit power. It's better to wait until the acupoints are also filled before charging, Chen Luo suddenly made up his mind. Chen Luo has never heard of anyone whose great saint realm has 10 holy acupoints. Generally, after the 9 holy acupoints return to origin, after comprehending the power of the law, you can attack the realm of quasi-emperor. All 9 are full, and this one is not bad. Moreover, Chen Luo faintly feels that this acupoints is extremely important. If he waits for this acupoints return to origin, he will have a huge transformation. Chen Luo then stretched his waist, feeling a little stiff in his body. Chen Luo was still a little unaccustomed to the long-term closed-door training. It seems that it's time to relax, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. You can become stronger just lying down, why bother practicing every day? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo stopped his practice, put away his Holy Spirit Orb and Chaos Source Crystal, and prepared to take a good rest and relax. Master, your innate Thunder Bamboo and Yanjian Emperor Sword have been fused together. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded in Chen Luo's ears. This voice is like a clear spring, nourishing Chen Luo's heart and spirit. The fusion of innate Thunder Bamboo and Yanjian Emperor Sword was completed, and Chen Luo's eyes lit up. I don't know what kind of power this Emperor-level sword will have after it is fused with this innate fetish. Chen Luo can't wait to see it now. Along with the voice, there was also a pure and sweet woman with a slender figure and a cool temperament. The woman is wearing a snow-white fringed dress with delicate skin, coupled with the woman's cold temperament, giving people a feeling of purity and desire. Congratulations, Master, for making great progress in Cultivation Base. Zhang Xian came to Chen Luo's side gracefully, and said softly, looking directly at Chen Luo in front of her with her moving eyes. Looking at the stunning woman with a slender figure like a goddess in front of him, Chen Luo felt a little hot in his heart. It seems that it has been a long time since I have helped Xian improve her soul power, and it is just to help her improve her soul power and relax. Chen Luo's gaze made Zhang Xian feel a little strange, and there was a little rosy color on his face. Like a goddess falling into the dust. Ahem, Xian, is your soul power approaching the bottleneck? Do you need a breakthrough for me as a teacher? Chen Luo then looked at Zhang Xian in front of him with clear eyes, and said slowly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhang Xian bit her red lips lightly, her delicate body trembled slightly, as if thinking of something, a little look of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Well, we have indeed reached the bottleneck, and please help master. Zhang Xian continued, her face was so red that she almost dripped water. Chen Luo nodded and showed a satisfied smile. Then arranged a hidden formation, and began to help Zhang Xian improve his soul power. Soon, an unusually beautiful sound came from the bamboo forest. The outside of the heavenly bamboo peak dragon vein bamboo forest. Wearing a light green long dress, a girl with a delicate face and a gentle and charming woman in a purple dress galloped towards the depths of the bamboo forest. The girl in the light green dress in front of her was slim and slender, and she moved forward quickly. The delicate long legs under the light skirt were extremely slender and moving. Junior sister Luo Li, master is still in closed-door training, why are we here now? Li Yan'er followed behind Mu Luli, who was pure and charming with twin ponytails, and asked puzzledly. Humph, just now I saw junior sister Jiang's little fox spirit sneaking towards master's closed-door training place, she must have sensed that master's closed-door training is over, we have to hurry there, we can't let that little fox spirit monopolizes the master. Mu Luli said angrily, raising her own small powder fist. Li Yan'er frowned slightly, and there was also a little worry in her beautiful eyebrows. She had already learned from Mu Luli that Chen Luo often helped Zhang Xian improve her soul power, and she felt a sense of urgency in her heart. Moreover, the Xuexing pupil at the back is not a fuel-efficient lamp, she looks cute, but sticks to master's side all the time. Li Yan'er didn't think any more, and followed Mu Luli to gallop towards the depths of the bamboo forest. After a while, the two approached the depths of the bamboo forest. Hey, why is there an extra formation here? Just as Li Yan'er was about to move on, she suddenly felt a mysterious formation outside the bamboo forest ahead. This formation is not offensive in any way, but it seems to cover up the movement inside. Li Yan'er was about to call Mu Luli to stop, but she saw that Mu Luli was already on the verge of formation proficiently. This little fox spirit, damn it, I knew it, I'm late again. Mu Luli squatted halfway on the edge of the formation, listening to some movements inside. The magical voice inside made Mu Luli blush, and her petite body trembled slightly. Junior sister Luo Li, what's wrong with you? Li Yan'er asked softly, looking at Mu Luli, whose ears were blushing and eyes were moist. Mu Luli didn't speak, and motioned for him to come over and eavesdrop. Li Yan'er bit her red lips lightly, and then also came to the edge of the formation. Here, they. Hearing various mysterious voices inside, Li Yan'er's eyes widened, eyes full of look of disbelief. Although she had known about Chen Luo and Zhang Xian from Mu Luli a long time ago, hearing that magical voice now made Li Yan'er feel a little trembling. Senior sister, help me. Just when Li Yan'er wanted to ask Mu Luli again, a slender hand rested on Li Yan'er's shoulder. Li Yan'er turned her head, and Mu Luli's eyes were filled with longing. Chapter 222 The Battle of the Valley. At this moment, Mu Luli exuded a fiery breath all over her body. The mysterious voice next to her ear and the charming junior sister in front of her made Li Yan'er feel a little absurd. The atmosphere in the air slowly became extremely charming. Junior sister Luo Li, we can't. Li Yan'er said slowly, biting her red lips. After finishing speaking, Li Yan'er activated her own movement technique, and quickly fled towards the distance. At this time, she also needs to be calm. Seeing Li Yan'er who left directly, Mu Luli was stunned. She never expected that Li Yan'er could still. Damn it, are you going to be self-reliant like last time? Mu Luli felt uncomfortable for a while. The voice inside was like a flame, burning Mu Luli's heart. Once, for the last time, Mu Luli took a deep breath. Senior sister Mu, you don't want people to know about your eavesdropping. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice rang in Mu Luli's ear. Mu Luli turned her head suddenly, and a beautiful girl with silver white hair and delicate face, like an elf, appeared in front of Mu Luli at some point. The beautiful girl looked at Mu Luli with a pure smile, a cunning flashed in her eyes. Eastern Territory, Misty Valley. Misty Valley is a strange and dangerous valley in the eastern region. There is thick fog everywhere, and there are many fierce beasts raging around in the valley. There are quite a few heavenly and mortal treasures in various parts of the valley, all of which are extremely old elixir, and there are even some top-level elixir. Therefore, cultivators often come here to hunt for treasure and explore the valley. In a mountain forest on the west side of Misty Valley, a stunning woman wearing a long red dress with undulating waves is walking through the mountain forest at high speed. Behind the woman was a young man in a black suit. With a handsome young man on his back, the young man galloped quickly behind the woman in the red skirt. They were Shu Yuou, Qin Feng, and Qin Yi. After Qin Feng made up his mind to follow Shu Yuou to find Chen Luo, they left Shu's house. After leaving, several people encountered many high-level elders from Chaos Sacred Land to intercept them, but they were all solved by Shu Yuou. However, unexpectedly, there will still be a large number of chaotic Sacred Land people coming to hunt them down. Along the way, Shu Yuou didn't know how much blood was stained on On's hands. I thought that after arriving in the eastern region, they would be able to calm down a bit, but unexpectedly, after arriving in the eastern region, more people seemed to come to intercept them. Shu Yuou and others had no choice but to escape into the Misty Valley, hoping to use this valley to get rid of the pursuit of the chaotic Sacred Land. These guys are really haunted. How long have you been chasing them? Damn! Shu Yuou muttered as she walked quickly. Shu Yuou also had some minor wounds on her body, and there was a little tired look on her pretty face. After Shu Yuou and Qin Feng entered the Misty Valley, many people who blocked them killed many people, but those who are still chasing them now are all the elite forces among them. Many of them are top elders at the Great Saint level, and Shu Yuou has many treasures given by Chen Luo to escape all the way. Qin Feng's face was pale, and the long-term high-intensity escape caused Qin Feng's condition to decline a lot, and the clothes on his body were stained with dark red blood. The bone with the mysterious Dao pattern on his chest released mysterious power, nourishing his whole body. Dancing goddess, don't even try to run, kill so many people in our chaos sacred land, even the heavenly king daddy can't even try to save you. A sharp voice came from behind, and there seemed to be many cultivators chasing at top speed. Swish swish swish. Following that, there were arrows exuding terrifying spirit power. The arrow containing the terrifying spirit power seemed to distort the space, and exploded with amazing destructive power. These arrows pierced through the deep mist and charged quickly, aiming directly at Shu Yuou and Qin Feng who were constantly fleeing in front of them. Shu Yuou felt the arrow piercing rapidly behind her, her eyes were cold, and then she used an extremely powerful holy level supernatural power. Boom! The power of the sun in the body erupted loudly, and then, a terrifying seal containing the power of the sun was formed in Shu Yuou's hands. Shu Yuou then focused her eyes, quickly struck out the terrifying seal in her hand, and bombarded behind her. With an extremely violent collision sound, those arrows were easily blasted into pieces by Shu Yuou's supernatural power. In a moment, countless spirit power scattered, and the vegetation and rocks around the valley made countless crackling sounds. Xiao Feng, take Xiao Ai and go first, I'll take care of these guys first. Shu Yuou said to Qin Feng through voice transmission, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Okay, cousin, be careful, I'll wait for you in front. Qin Feng nodded, he knew that staying the current self would not help much, it would only hinder him. After finishing speaking, Qin Feng quickly galloped forward with Qin Yi on his back. In the messy forest, only Shu Yuou in a red dress was left. Chen Luo, oh Chen Luo, for your request, I have paid a lot of money, if you can't meet my request. Shu Yuou murmured in a low voice, the fierceness in her eyes almost solidified up. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuou took advantage of this gap to recover her own spirit power and her injuries. Dancing goddess, you can't run anymore, today is your death day. After a while, a group of elders from the chaotic sacred land rushed out of the fog ahead. They all looked at Shu Yuo with cold eyes, the hatred in those eyes almost tore Shu Yuo into pieces. Shu Yuo has killed an unknown number of people from their chaotic sacred land these days, and the hatred between the two sides has reached the point of endless death. My death date? No, it's your death date. Shu Yuo raised her head slowly, her eyes flickered with a cold and piercing light. It's not ashamed to say it when it's about to die. Elder, the leader, sneered, the energy in his body was constantly surging. Shen Elder, stop talking nonsense with this female devil, kill her quickly. The other elders next to her said one after another. For Shu Yuo, the female devil, they were really afraid. The endless means and the ruthless and decisive killing caused them to lose a lot of manpower. Let's go together, don't give her any chance. Shen Elder, the leader, said firmly. You guys better hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Shu Yuo was not afraid of them at all, but said lightly. After finishing speaking, Shu Yuo raised her right hand, and the power of the sun in her body seemed to be intensified, flowing continuously. The strong power of the sun slowly surged out like a tide, and the terrifying aura kept rippling, and Shu Yuo's black hair fluttered in the wind, flying wantonly. Chapter 223 Sword Success. If you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Shen Elder saw that Shu Yuo dared to speak hard, and immediately led everyone to charge towards Shu Yuo, thinking that he wanted to eliminate Shu Yuo in one fell swoop. Taiyan Emperor Art, seizing the sun and consolidating the body, Ni Xian. Shu Yuo ignored them, but stood in the middle of the messy forest, chanting words, her hair flying, like a ruthless witch. As Shu Yuo uttered the formula, the sunlight shining in the sky seemed to dim a little, and bursts of extremely cold power condensed around Shu Yuo's body. In an instant, a storm-like power of the sun surged from Shu Yuo's body, and raged towards the surroundings continuously. Under the ravages of the power of the sun, the temperature of the entire mountain forest dropped suddenly. The faces of many chaotic sacred land elders who were charging forward not far away suddenly changed drastically. The surrounding ice cold made them all feel extremely terrified. Even their spirit power seemed to be frozen, and their progress was blocked. Stagnated. Emperor Art, how is it possible? You are only a Saint King Cultivation Base, how could you use Emperor Art? Elder Shen's face became extremely ugly, and his body was trembling constantly. He could feel the horror of this aura. Obviously, it surpassed the scope of the supernatural power of the holy rank, and it was an unparalleled imperial art. The other elders behind him also had their scalps tingling, and their sense of fear went straight to the sky. After chasing all the way, they all knew that Shu Yuo was just a Saint King Cultivation Base. Although they had used many methods before, this was the first time Shu Yuo had seen Shu Yuo perform this terrifying imperial technique. Emperor Art is the most powerful art of Ancient Desolate Continent. Without enough cultivation base it is impossible to comprehend it, let alone cast it. Not to mention that Shu Yuo is just a cultivator of Saint King Realm, even if it is a cultivator of Great Saint Realm, it would be extremely difficult to use it. Is this your last words? Then, let's stop here. Shu Yuo's cherry lips parted slightly, and an extremely crazy look flickered in her eyes. Boom! A moment later, under the urging of Shu Yuo, the terrifying power of the sun exploded. In the depths of the misty valley, in a hidden jungle, Qin Feng put Qin Yi next to a tall tree and fed him a little nirvana spiritual fluid to keep him alive. After settling Qin Yi, Qin Feng himself also repaired on the spot. Qin Feng swallowed a top-quality healing elixir, and sat cross-legged next to Qin Yi, the supreme bone on his chest continuously releasing bright streamers. Under the nourishment of the ultimate elixir and the supreme bone, Qin Feng's pale face turned slightly rosy, and his body's condition was rapidly recovering. After a while, Qin Feng's body had already recovered a lot, and bursts of strong spirit power flowed through his body. I don't know how Sister Yuhu is. Qin Feng then looked in the distance, where Shu Yuhu was. For some reason, Qin Feng felt a little uneasy in his heart at this time, as if something bad was about to happen. Nothing will happen again, Sister Yuhu is so powerful. Qin Feng suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart and forced himself to calm down. Quality is good, would you like to join my Yuanxian League? At this moment, an ethereal voice rang in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng's pupils shrank, and he slowly raised his head, looking forward. The fog ahead slowly dispersed, and a figure wearing a purple gold mask slowly walked out of the dispelled fog. In the depths of the dragon vein bamboo forest, wearing a white robe, the handsome Chen Luo came out from the depths of the bamboo forest refreshed. There was a satisfied smile on his handsome and unparalleled face. Behind Chen Luo was the pure and beautiful Zhang Xian in a snow-white fringed dress. After a day and a night of soul mingling, the spiritual power of both of them has improved a lot, especially Zhang Xian, whose mental energy has transformed a lot, and his complexion is radiant, like a bright flower. The two walked slowly towards the outside one after the other. Master, you're finally out. As soon as he reached the entrance of the bamboo forest, a petite figure threw himself into Chen Luo's arms. Mu Luli threw herself into Chen Luo's arms, sucked her own nose, lay down in Chen Luo's arms, and enjoyed Chen Luo's arms. Chen Luo looked at Mu Luli in his arms, and there was a wave of charming fragrance coming from Mu Luli's body, stirring Chen Luo's heart. Luo Li, what's wrong? Chen Luo touched the girl's hair and asked softly. He always felt that something was wrong with Luo Li, but he couldn't feel anything wrong. Master, 7th junior sister. Mu Luli whispered next to Chen Luo's ear. Master, congratulations to Master for making great progress in Cultivation Base. At this moment, another clear and pleasant voice sounded, interrupting Mu Luli's whispering. Shui Xing Tong came to Chen Luo with a sweet smile and congratulated softly. Mu Luli in Chen Luo's arms froze suddenly, then stopped whispering, bit her own red lips unconsciously, and slowly walked out of Chen Luo's arms. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Luo Li, what did you want to say just now? Chen Luo nodded at Shui Xing Tong, and then asked Mu Luli. Luo Li seemed to have something to say just now, but after Xing Tong appeared, Luo Li didn't say anything more. It's okay, I just want to say that Junior Sister 7 has been practicing very hard recently. Mu Luli continued biting her red lips. Thank you, Senior Sister Mu, for your compliment. Senior Sister Mu is also working hard. Shui Xing Tong smiled slightly, and said the same thing. Zhang Xian at the side looked at the two stunning girls in front of her. She always felt that something happened to them, but there seemed to be nothing unusual. Okay, I'll go to Bao Elder to see how my weapon refining is going. Seeing that both of them are in peace, Chen Luo continued. I should have gone to see it yesterday, but in order to help Zhang Xian improve his soul power, he had to delay a day and a night. Now, Chen Luo couldn't wait to see how the weapons made by Bao Elder would be. The girls all nodded, and then walked towards Bao Elder's pill refining hall together with Chen Luo. Heavenly Bamboo Peak, the back mountain of the pill refining hall. The back mountain of pill refining hall is filled with extremely hot atmosphere. In the center of the back mountain, there is a big cauldron engraved with mysterious Dao patterns, and above the big cauldron, there are several hot spiritual fires releasing extremely terrifying flames. Several groups of flames are constantly intertwining and merging, releasing a temperature that almost melts everything. On top of the cauldron, there was another great sword that shone with bluish-purple lightning, containing the terrifying imperial prestige. On the top of the big sword is not only the thunder that destroys everything, but also the emperor's flame that burns everything. Thunder and fire intersect, giving people a feeling that they can destroy everything. Peak Lord, this is the brand new emperor weapon made by combining Yanjian Emperor Sword and innate thunder bamboo. Its rank has reached the limit of emperor rank high grade, and it is only one step away from Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Bai Yao said, and Chen Luo looked at the emperor's soldiers not far away, with an extremely frenzied expression. Chapter 224 Primordial Immortal Alliance. After studying the Zhiji artifact refining technique taught by Chen Luo, Biao's art of refining weapons has a new breakthrough. It has already reached the pinnacle of perfection, and the breakthrough has reached the emperor level. Not far away, the great sword exuding thunder and extreme flames is the most satisfying work of Biao in his life. Biao didn't know if he would still have the chance to forge such a superb weapon. It's only one step away from the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Chen Luo asked curiously. Yes, Peak Master, this brand new imperial weapon has the characteristics of innate thunder bamboo. Its quality is not inferior to that of Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, but it is still inferior to Great Emperor's natal emperor blood accumulation. As long as there is the blood of the Great Emperor's natal emperor, it can transform into an Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Bai Yao looked at the big sword in front of him exuding a terrifying aura, and continued to explain. As long as you have the blood of the natal emperor, you can advance to the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. It's a good job. Chen Luo couldn't help but praise, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. A refiner who can refine imperial weapons is a favorite no matter where he is, especially Biao, who can not only refine weapons, but also pill refining, an all-round master. Not to mention, Biao has also refined such an extreme weapon that can be upgraded to Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Shua! Chen Luo opened his own right hand, and the big sword not far away seemed to be pulled, and quickly flew into Chen Luo's hand. This power! Feeling the power of this brand new imperial soldier, Chen Luo felt a little startled. Although it has only been upgraded from a middle-grade emperor weapon to a high-grade emperor weapon, the power has not only been increased several times, it has been increased by 10 times or even more. This sword contains the power of extreme thunder and the power of unparalleled yang flames, and its destructive power is unparalleled. Let's call you Lei Yandi Sword, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. Zhang Xian and several other direct disciples next to him were trembling. Although Chen Luo didn't activate the power inside, the aura of this Lei Yan Emperor Sword was too powerful. Just being by their side gave them a feeling of almost destroying everything. By the way, how is the puppet refining of the Northern Star Spirit King? Chen Luo put away the Lei Yan Emperor Sword and asked. Peak Lord, it will take some time to refine that puppet. I have a new breakthrough in my weapon refining technique. I have absolute confidence to refine him into a top-quality puppet. Bai Yao then waved his own claws, with a frenzied look on his face. Road. I see, then you can continue refining. Chen Luo nodded and said. Now, Chen Luo's cultivation base has reached the Great Saint 9th stage, and, with the Emperor Lei Yan sword and other unrivaled attacking soldiers, he is the quasi-emperor who can sweep large areas. It doesn't matter if the puppet is refined later. Bai Yao nodded, and then left to refine the puppet of the Emperor-level Northern Star Spirit King. Master, you haven't helped me awaken bloodline for a long time. After Biao left, Mu Luli next to him hugged Chen Luo's arm and asked expectantly. Okay, since you have worked so hard recently and broke through the saint environment, let's help you wake up. Chen Luo then smiled. During the period when Mu Luli was in Chen Luo closed-door training, she also practiced very hard. Coupled with the unlimited supply of a large number of cultivation resources, Mu Luli had already broken through the Saint realm not long ago, and could provide Chen Luo with 20 times the cultivation effect back. Chen Luo also wanted to see how much Mu Luli had grown during this time. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a ring in Chen Luo's hand suddenly flashed bursts of light. Chen Luo's eyes are small. This streamer is senior sister Shu. Eastern Territory, Misty Valley. In a jungle deep in the Misty Valley. The fog in this jungle seemed to be dispelled by an inexplicable force, and the spiritual plants around could be clearly seen. The large vegetation and spiritual plants around were trembling slightly, as if some terrifying air mechanism was constantly suppressing them. On one side of the jungle, Shu Yuowu, dressed in a red dress, stood in front of Qin Feng and Qin Yi with a pale face. The power of the sun in her body was constantly circulating. The sleeve on Shu Yuohu's arm was already torn, and there was a wound on her fair and charming skin, with scarlet blood flowing. Scarlet blood slowly dripped down the red skirt, and the blood dripped into the hidden jungle, making a crisp ticking sound. It's too vaginal. I didn't expect that a small misty valley would have two good seedlings with such terrifying aptitudes. Are you willing to join my Yuanxian League? Opposite Shu Yuohu, there was a girl wearing a purple gold mask. Silhouette. The figure stood with hands behind his back, standing in front of Shu Yuohu, confronting Shu Yuohu. The figure's eyes were full of contempt, with a superior attitude. Yuanxian Meng? Not interested, but can you get out of the way, you are blocking our way. Shu Yuohu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said expressionlessly. Behind Shu Yuohu, Qin Feng's eyes were full of seriousness. The figure blocking their way in front was too powerful. Just standing there gives people a feeling of suppressing everything, like the master of the jungle. Just now that figure was trying to take Qin Feng away forcibly, but Shu Yuohu arrived in time to prevent this figure from succeeding. Not interested? Do you know what kind of opportunity and future you rejected? The figure seemed to be a little angry, his voice was a little cold, and even the whole jungle seemed to be much quieter. Feeling the coldness of the figure in the purple gold mask, both Shu Yuohu and Qin Feng's hearts sank. This person's strength was unfathomable and he was not easy to deal with. Then tell me, what kind of opportunity and future is it? Shu Yuohu took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in her heart, and then said slowly. The breeze in the jungle blew gently, Shu Yuohu's hair was gently raised, and the pale color dotted the pretty cheeks, which was extremely pitiful. If you're planning to procrastinate, then there's no need. The people we want to recruit in the Yuanxian League will not be easy to come by. The figure in the purple gold mask tilted his head, his eyes full of confidence. Even if you want us to join, you have to tell us what kind of power you are, right? Not every power is qualified to be in my eyes. At this time, Qin Feng, who was behind Shu Yuohu, got up slowly and came to Shu Yu standing beside Wu, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Forget it, since both of you have good qualifications, let me explain to you. Looking at Qin Feng and Shu Yu in front of him, the purple gold mask finally decided to explain. Our Immortal League is a force formed by emissaries from the immortal world to fight against future catastrophes. Our Immortal League has many rare resources that you can't imagine, the best elixir, the best holy medicine, and the 1,000-year spirit that you have never seen before. Fruit, and even the imperial medicine pill. Chapter 225 Killing. Just these things. Shu Yuohu frowned slightly. Is this the power established by the immortal world envoy? The holy product medicine pill Shu Yuohu was no longer needed. Chen Luo gave a lot of Daidan, and there were countless other cultivation resources. Such a force established by immortal world envoys uses these things to fool people? It's funny. If you want me to join, you have to draw something decent when you draw big pancakes. Using these things that I'm tired of eating to attract me, isn't this fooling people? The figure in the Zijin mask was stunned. Just these things? What does she mean? She doesn't like these things. What he said are top quality resources, even those sacred lands are also strategic top quality resources. She, a girl from Saint King realm, didn't like her? Why should she? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly beside Shu Yuohu, silently suppressing the throbbing in his heart. Qin Feng was overwhelmed when he heard it. These are all good things. They haven't used these top-quality resources for a long time since the Qin family fell. Qin Feng was able to cultivate to the current realm, basically relying on his own talent and hard work all the way up. However, seeing his cousin's posture now, it is obvious that her cousin is fatter than he imagined. In addition to what I just said, there are various top-level secret techniques and cultivation technique, supernatural power, even emperor-level cultivation technique, supernatural power, there are also. The figure in the purple gold mask bit On's lip, and then said in a hasty voice. Oh, there's more. Shu Yuo said, and continued. You. What do you mean? The purple gold masked figure's breathing became a little short. Is this girl playing tricks on her? Boom. At this time, Shu Yuo raised her right hand lightly, and a terrifying imperial prestige condensed on Shu Yuo's right hand. The purple gold masked figure fell silent. Qin Feng at the side was also stunned. Her cousin practiced such a powerful cultivation technique. Where did she come from? Isn't she not welcomed by the Shu family? How could there be such a terrifying cultivation technique? In the future, there will be a catastrophe in the Ancient Desolate Continent, and no one can avoid it. As long as you join our Yuanxian League, your chances of surviving the catastrophe in the future will be much greater. I have the opportunity to ascend to the immortal world and enjoy countless glory. After a long silence, the figure with the purple gold mask said slowly. Survive the catastrophe and make great contributions to ascend to the immortal world. Shu Yuo narrowed her eyes slightly. Before returning to the central domain, the third prince of the Chaiyu divine dynasty that Chen Luo caught seemed to say that the immortal world messenger told the Chaiyu god lord about the catastrophe. Based on the talents of the two of you, it is very possible in the future. The figure in the purple gold mask seemed to be moved when he saw Shu Yuo, and then said slowly, his tone full of bewitching intentions. Swish swish swish. At this moment, a sword ray with the meaning of domineering thunder and sun flame appeared in the forest not far away, tearing the space. The pupils of the figure in the purple gold mask shrank, and suddenly activated its own spirit power and the power of law. The majestic power of law and spirit power quickly formed a solid spirit power shield around the figure. Stab! However, this sword ray easily tore through the shield, chopped on the figure in the purple gold mask, and quickly wiped out her body. After the body of the purple gold masked figure was cut off, it turned into aura and disappeared into the jungle. Sister Yuo, this. Seeing the figure who was suddenly cut off, Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Such a powerful and invincible figure was killed just like that. Just a sword ray, what a power it is. Shu Yuo didn't speak, but looked to the other side of the jungle. On the other side of the jungle, there was a wave of space, and a handsome young man wearing a blue robe, like an exiled immortal, slowly walked out. Junior brother Chen Luo, you are finally here. Shu Yuo said excitedly when she saw the young man who suddenly appeared. Senior sister Shu, I'm not late. Chen Luo smiled and quickly came to Shu Yuo's side. Qin Feng looked at Chen Luo who beheaded that figure. His eyes were full of look of disbelief. The person with such terrifying strength turned out to be Sister Yuo's younger brother. If you were a little later, I would have left with that idiot from the Yuanxian Meng. Shu Yuo swayed her brows, hammered Chen Luo's shoulder, and said coquettishly. Senior sister, don't move, I'll heal your injuries first. Chen Luo saw the animal on Shu Yuo's arm, and then healed Shu Yuo's injury. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuo was healing her wounds while telling Chen Luo what had just happened. It's a good thing you killed that guy neatly, otherwise we might have a lot of troubles in the future. Shu Yuo said slowly while recovering from her injuries. She's not dead yet? This person is just a clone. Chen Luo continued. It's just a clone. Shu Yuo and Qin Feng at the side were both stunned, but they didn't expect that this guy was just a clone. However, thinking of the scene after the figure was cut off just now, the two of them also understood that there was no flesh and blood left, obviously it was not the real body. It seems that there is still something in this primordial immortal league, which has such a powerful avatar secret technique. Shu Yuo couldn't help but said. The clone secret technique is an extremely rare secret technique. Shu Yuo has only seen this kind of secret technique in the classics, but has never seen it. Now, he actually saw a clone alive. However, her body must have been seriously injured by being implicated, and she probably doesn't have time to make any fools for now. Chen Luo continued slowly. Shu Yuohu nodded. Although the avatar secret technique is powerful, it also has many disadvantages. Once the avatar is cut off, the main body will also be damaged to varying degrees. Junior brother Chen Luo, these two are my two useless cousins. Shu Yuohu then introduced Qin Feng and Qin Yi to Chen Luo. At the same time, he also introduced Chen Luo's identity to Qin Feng. Name, Qin Feng. Age, 20. Realm, Saint Realm 7th Stage Day. Identity, the eldest son of the Qin family of the Central Imperial Family. Constitution, Supreme Bone, double pupils. Qualification, Divine Grade. I dug out little brother's double pupils, and added 2 horrible constitutions, not bad. As expected, it was a divine cultivation talent, and Chen Luo felt joy in his heart. Chen Luo then looked at Qin Yi, who was unconscious and pale not far away. Name, Qin Yi. Age, 16. Realm, Good Fortune Realm 3rd Stage Day. Identity, the second son of the Qin family of the Central Imperial Family. Constitution, double pupils, incomplete. Qualification, Xian. Like Wang Xin before, double pupils is incomplete. After repairing, talent should be restored. However, Chen Luo's pupils shrank because his aptitude was still at the mysterious grade. Qin Yi's situation seems to be somewhat different from Wang Xin's. Master Chen Feng, can you save my little brother? Qin Feng asked expectantly after knowing Chen Luo's identity. Chapter 226 The Way to Save Qin Yi. The reason why Qin Feng and Shu Yuohu escaped from Shu's house was precisely because of own little brother. For this reason, he gave up the chance to become the son of Chaos Sacred Land. Now, the person Shu Yuohu said could save his little brother was right in front of him, and Qin Feng was extremely nervous. Let me check the situation of your little brother first. Chen Luo didn't answer directly, and then said slowly. Although there are many treasures, Chen Luo has a lot of confidence in his heart, but Chen Luo still has to check the specific situation before Chen Luo can make a conclusion. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo came to Qin Yi's side and used his own soul power to check Qin Yi's situation. At this time, Qin Yi was lying under the tree with a pale face, without any sign of waking up. The soft soul power penetrated into Qin Yi's body easily. Because the double pupils were dug up, the vitality in Qin Yi's body was dissipating all the time. The nirvana spiritual fluid in the body continuously released inspiration, nourishing Qin Yi's body. Hey, at this moment, Chen Luo's soul power suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a faint aura on Qin Yi's forehead. Although this aura is weak, it contains a domineering will, which is very similar to the aura on Qin Feng's forehead. Isn't his double pupils dug up? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. If double pupils was dug out, then the area on his forehead should be no different from ordinary people, even weaker. How could there still be the aura of this double pupils? Moreover, the aura of this double pupils seems to be still growing slowly. Chen Luo also discovered at the same time that the vitality on his forehead far surpassed other parts of the body, and even most of the vitality of nirvana spiritual fluid was absorbed by the area on the forehead. Only a small part of the vitality is absorbed by other parts of the body. Are his double pupils being reborn? Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Double pupils, like the supreme bones, belong to the extremely terrifying super constitution, and there is a great probability of going to supreme in the future. Even the fairyland above the great emperor has a lot of hope. Even if such a miraculous constitution could be reborn, it would be perfectly normal. Give him some nirvana spiritual fluid. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Nirvana spiritual fluid is a top healing spiritual fluid, containing endless vitality. It is perfect for treating Qin Yi in front of him. Junior brother Chen, I've already given Xiao Yi the nirvana spiritual fluid, but it didn't have a good effect. Shu Yuohu said slowly. Qin Feng next to him also nodded. Shu Yuowu had already given Qin Yi 2 bottles of Nirvana spiritual fluid. The amount you gave him to drink is not enough to plug the gap between his teeth. If he can be cured, he will be a ghost. Chen Luo curled his lips and continued. Qin Yi's double pupils was dug out, which was considered a very serious injury, and a little Nirvana spiritual fluid didn't have much effect at all. After speaking, Chen Luo directly took out a large bucket of Nirvana spiritual fluid from his own interspatial ring, and the rich vitality immediately surged through the entire mountain forest, and the air was filled with bursts of refreshing and ecstatic smells. Shu Yuowu and Qin Feng stared at the large bucket of Nirvana spiritual fluid in front of them, and were stunned. When did Nirvana spiritual fluid come in barrels? That's too outrageous. Moreover, the barrel that Chen Luo took out was so huge that it was more than enough to take a bath, and the Nirvana spiritual fluid inside was enough to hold 10,000 bottles or more of Nirvana spiritual fluid. Looking at the Nirvana spiritual fluid that was as big as a bathtub in front of her, the corners of Shu Yuowu's mouth twitched slightly. She seriously suspected that Chen Luo might want to take a bath with Nirvana spiritual fluid, but she had no evidence. Chen Luo then took out a jade bowl, filled a large bowl of Nirvana spiritual fluid from the tub, and poured it directly into Qin Yi's mouth. The Nirvana spiritual fluid that entered Qin Yi's mouth was instantly absorbed, and the breath on his forehead seemed to become a little stronger. "Why are you standing there? Come and help me pour it together." Chen Luo then said to Qin Feng and Shu Yuowu next to him. Shu Yuowu and Qin Feng took a deep breath, then suppressed the thoughts in their hearts, and went to help. "Forget it, it's too troublesome to feed like this, let him suck it by himself." Chen Luo continued to mutter. "It's too troublesome." Qin Feng was taken aback, "Maybe Chen Fengzhu." Thump. As soon as the words fell, Chen Luo threw Qin Yi directly into the bathtub filled with Nirvana spiritual fluid just as Qin Feng thought. Immediately, the vitality of Nirvana spiritual fluid surged towards Qin Yi crazily. Qin Yi's eyebrows seemed to have a very strong force slowly recovering and condensing. Seeing Chen Luo directly throwing Qin Yi into the tub of Nirvana spiritual fluid, Qin Feng was very excited, and his gratitude to Chen Luo had reached the extreme. Such precious Nirvana spiritual fluid is actually used by own little brother. Although Shu Yuowu was also shocked in her heart, she was relieved when she thought it was Chen Luo. With the continuous influx of Nirvana spiritual fluid vitality, the aura between Qin Yi's eyebrows began to become stronger rapidly. However, there was still no sign of waking up. It's still not good. Although Nirvana spiritual fluid is powerful, it still lacks something that can stabilize its foundation. Chen Luo looked at the scene in front of him, and then said slowly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Qin Feng next to him turned pale and felt trembling in his heart. "So much Nirvana spiritual fluid can't save my little brother?" "Xiao Feng, don't worry, there will definitely be another way in the future." Shu Yuowu at the side also sighed and comforted. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, feeling powerless in his heart. He was extremely regretful about digging up the little brother double pupils before. If he had known the consequences would be so serious, he would never have done anything. Actually, there is another way to save your little brother. At this time, Chen Luo next to him suddenly continued. "Junior brother Chen Luo, there is another way. You didn't say it earlier, I was so anxious." Shu Yuowu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo, and said angrily, the waves in front of her were trembling constantly. "Master Chen, what else can I do? Please save my little brother. As long as I can save my little brother, I will do anything." Qin Feng said hastily. "The key to this solution lies with you." Chen Luo then looked directly at Qin Feng in front of him. "The key is me?" Qin Feng looked at Chen Luo in confusion. Zhonggaihu, Zhongling Prefecture. A place surrounded by clouds and mist, among the beautiful mountains. There are many magnificent palaces around the mountains, and a large number of spiritual plants exude a strong fragrance and spirit power. On the top of the mountains, there are many spirit cranes circling around, like a fairyland on earth. On top of the mountains, in an incomparably luxurious palace, a stunning woman with graceful figure, noble temperament, and exquisite facial features is sitting cross-legged in the center of the palace, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The woman was wearing a purple gold dragon robe, and there was an invincible look on her brows. Pfft! After a while, the woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her rosy face suddenly became extremely pale, without a trace of blood. No problem at all. Chapter 227 Fuiao Queen. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who destroyed my Yuanling avatar? The stunning woman wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her chest trembled violently, her eyes were full of anger, and there was even a hint of fear. The shattering of Yuanling's avatar severely injured the vitality of the woman, and even realm almost fell. The woman's breathing was rapid, and bursts of incomparably violent law power and aura continued to reverberate around the woman. The luxurious great hall was vibrated by this violent air movement and the force of law, making a slight tremor. Who the hell is that person? The stunning woman clenched her teeth, and the inspiration in her body was constantly rippling. The sword ray that killed her clone left her with lingering fears, and she still has great fear in retrospect. When will there be such a top powerhouse in the Eastern Territory? The woman still has a moment of fear in her heart. That terrifying sword ray, not to mention her avatar, even if her main body suffered from this sword, I'm afraid it would be a disaster. Immediately afterwards, the stunning woman took out an elixir containing immortal essence and swallowed it into her body. As the medicine pill entered the body, a mysterious breath surged in the stunning woman's body, and the ups and downs in the body and the power of chaotic laws were slowly calmed down by this elixir. A hint of rossiness also appeared on the woman's pale cheeks, and her breathing gradually became steady. After a while, the stunning woman's condition improved a lot, but her body was still weak and her spirit was extremely exhausted. Come on! A stern look flashed in the stunning woman's eyes, and she said sharply. See Her Majesty the Queen. As soon as the stunning woman finished speaking, a group of cultivators wearing blue brocade robes quickly entered the palace, kneeling respectfully aside. These cultivators are full of extremely strong aura, obviously, they are all extremely powerful and extremely strong. However, they were all extremely cautious in front of this stunning woman, with their heads bowed deeply, not daring to show any disrespect. Immediately send people to the Misty Valley of the Eastern region to investigate everyone who has recently entered the Misty Valley. Remember, don't startle the snake. The stunning woman said, with a burst of urgency in her tone. Also, the Heavenly Devil Sect's information should be investigated as soon as possible, and the dancing girl's information should be investigated as well. The woman seemed to think of something, and then ordered. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. The leader of the cultivators said respectfully, and then led everyone out of the palace to do what the queen asked. There was only one stunning woman left in the entire palace. The stunning woman is the queen of the Fuiao Divine Dynasty in Zhongling Prefecture, the queen of Fuiao. Fuiao Divine Dynasty is a top divine dynasty in Central Region, with extremely powerful forces, and belongs to the upper class among many divine dynasties. After the unexpected death of the previous generation of gods, Queen Fuiao defeated the other competitors and successfully became the first queen of Fuiao Divine Dynasty. Its strength and means are first class. No, I have to report to Master Messenger. That person's strength is unfathomable, and he must not let go of the peerless genius of the double pupils with a VA body and supreme bone double constitution. The Queen Fuiao took a deep breath, with raging eyes fighting spirit. Then Queen Fuiao quickly left the palace with her tired body, and galloped away towards the distance. After a while, Empress Fuiao passed through the fairyland-like mountains and arrived in a beautiful valley. The valley is full of spirit power, almost congealed, and rich fragrance. Inside is a sea of flowers, colorful flowers, and various spiritual plants compete for beauty in the valley, blooming with their own brilliance. In the center of the valley, there is a huge tower. The tower is majestic and contains vicissitudes of life. The huge tower soars into the clouds, piercing the clouds, as if piercing through the sky. Empress Fuiao looked at the high tower in the middle of the valley, and felt that she was as small as an ant. It seemed that everything was so insignificant in front of this high tower. Empress Fuiao took a deep breath, suppressed the ups and downs in her heart, and walked slowly towards the tower. Miss Xiun, I have something important to see the messenger, please let me know. Empress Fuiao arrived at the entrance of the tower, and said to the maid behind Gao entrance. The maid nodded, and then went to help Queen Fuiao to report. Queen Fuiao was waiting at the entrance. Soon, Xiun walked out of the tower, and brought Empress Fuiao into the tower. The inside of the tower is full of very strong spirit power, and a large number of mysterious Dao patterns are engraved around it, releasing a bright luster. This Dao pattern and spirit power are intertwined, making the aura in the tower extremely mysterious. Even the spirit power seems to be tainted with a mysterious aura, which is refreshing. As Queen Fuiao walked in the tower, she could only feel that the injuries in her body were slowly getting better, and her tired spirit seemed to be nourished, and she became much more energetic. After a while, Empress Fuiao arrived under a spiritual platform in the tower. On the altar, there is a woman wearing a white veil sitting cross-legged on top. The woman's body is wrapped in countless immortal lights, and she looks like a fairy. The surrounding spiritual qi continuously surged towards the woman, forming a very special phenomenon. Fuiao, why did you come to see me and tell me? The woman slowly opened her eyes, looking softly at Empress Fuiao below. For this Empress, immortal world envoys are still very important, with outstanding abilities, talent is also first class. Master Messenger, I found a double constitution Tianjiao with a VA body and a double pupils supreme. Queen Fuiao respectfully said to the woman above. Oh, it's two vaginal and a double constitution. The woman's eyes were small, and there was a look of curiosity in her clear pupils. That can be absorbed into our primordial immortal league. If you make it right now, it will be a great achievement for you. The woman above pondered for a moment, then continued. Master Messenger, I'm the mist in the Eastern Territory for that woman with a vaginal body and a double constitution. Empress Fuiao's eyes flashed with joy, and she said respectfully. Wait, what are you talking about, in the Eastern region? Before Empress Fuiao finished speaking, the woman above her brows tightened, and a rare tremor appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Master Messenger, yes, it is in the misty valley of the Eastern region. Empress Fuiao was stunned, it was the first time she saw the messenger's gesture, could there be any problem? Didn't I say that? People from the Yuanxian League are forbidden to enter the Eastern Territory, have you ignored my words? The face of the woman on the altar suddenly became gloomy, and her voice was stern. Chapter 228 Supreme Bone Transplantation. As soon as the Immortal World Messenger's words came out, Empress Fuiao suddenly felt her body freeze, as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. Master Messenger, that is the double constitution of the double pupils and the Supreme. Queen Fuiao then gritted her teeth. It's nothing more than a vaginal body, double pupils, and Supreme's double constitution Tianjiao, that is a peerless Tianjiao that has never appeared in the ancient desolate continent, and may even step into the supreme realm above the great emperor. Boom! Before Queen Fuiao could finish her words, the inspirations around her suddenly surged towards Queen Fuiao. The terrifying oppressive feeling made Queen Fuiao almost suffocate, and the bones in her body made the sound of breaking. Boom! A moment later, the terrifying oppressive feeling directly blasted Fuiao Queen away. Empress Fuiao's delicate body collided with a wall not far away, there was a violent collision sound, and she spit out a big mouthful of blood again. His body, which had already improved, became sluggish again at this time. Am I not clear enough? People from Yuanxian League are forbidden to step into the eastern region, even if they have fairy artifacts, they are not allowed to step in. The woman above said with cold eyes. Yes, Master Messenger, this servant has remembered, please give this servant a chance. Empress Fuiao's consciousness was a little blurred, but her will to survive and her reverence for the messenger still made her tremble. I think you are a first offender, so I will forgive you once. Now, tell me what you did in the Eastern Territory, word by word, without any mistakes or omissions. The woman above said indifferently, staring at Queen Fuiao coldly. 7 days later. Heavenly Dao Sect, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the bamboo forest of the Dragon Veins in the back mountain, in a spiritual place deep in the bamboo forest, there are 2 huge bathtubs. Both tubs were filled with a large tub of nirvana spiritual fluid. The rich vitality wafts out of the tub, making Lingdi's spiritual chi a bit more vivid. There is also a boy and a young man sitting cross-legged in 2 tubs, absorbing the nirvana spiritual fluid in the tubs. Both of them had a hideous wound on their chests, and the ideas of nirvana spiritual fluid flowed towards that hideous wound continuously. Even with the nourishment of nirvana spiritual fluid, the 2 wounds still haven't healed for a long time. On the boy's chest, there are streaks of gold light, releasing extremely bright streamers, making the thin boy look more handsome. The originally floating source seems to have a stable root. Junior brother Chen Luo, is this really okay? Dig out Xiao Feng's supreme bone and transplant it to Xiao Ai's body. On the side of the spirit land, Shu Yuo looked at the 2 people who hadn't woken up yet, asked worriedly. It turned out that the 2 were Qin Feng and Qin Yi. When they were in the Misty Valley, Chen Luo suggested that they dig out Qin Feng's supreme bone and transplant it to Qin Yi. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng agreed to this matter. Therefore, Chen Luo brought several people back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After several days of preparation, Chen Luo dug out Qin Feng's supreme bone and gave it to Qin Yi. Today is the 2nd day of successful transplantation. Don't worry, there's no problem. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. Chen Luo has already observed it, perhaps because of the same origin of bloodline, the bodies of the 2 have a very high degree of fit. This is why Qin Yi's double pupils can be perfectly integrated by Qin Feng. After Qin Yi lost his double pupils, he lacked something that could stabilize his background, and Qin Feng's supreme bone was undoubtedly a better choice. As for why the eyes were not poached back, it was because Chen Luo discovered that Qin Yi's double pupils seemed to be reborn, and if he wanted to install the dugout double pupils, he had to dig out Qin Yi's new double pupils. In doing so, Chen Luo is not too sure that there will be no problems, so Qin Feng's supreme bone is naturally a better choice. Oh, it's all Xiao Feng's fault. He insisted on listening to Xiao Ai and digging up his double pupils. Now both of them have suffered such a big crime. Shu Yuo sighed, her eyes full of distress. When Qin Feng's supreme bone was dug yesterday, the scene was extremely tragic. The inspiration in Qin Feng's body continued to disintegrate, and his body almost collapsed. Qin Feng's supreme bone is innate's natural supreme bone, which has existed with Qin Feng for 20 years, and has long been connected with Qin Feng's life. When Chen Luo dug out the supreme bone, the spirit power of Qin Feng's whole body was resisting fiercely. At the moment of digging out, all the bones in his body seemed to tremble in unison, as if to stop Chen Luo. It's just that, with Chen Luo's means, as soon as Suandi used the forbidden immortal technique, these bones were easily blocked, and Chen Luo could not be stopped. However, Qin Feng still endured extremely severe pain, almost half his life was lost, only the nirvana spiritual fluid with Chen Luo was able to hang him alive. Maybe it's their chance or not. At this time, Chen Luo went on to say meaningfully. Chance? Shu Yuo frowned slightly, this is still a chance, did she make a mistake? But seeing Chen Luo's confident expression, Shu Yuo was still relieved. Okay, senior sister Shu, let's let them recover by themselves, with the help of nirvana spiritual fluid, they will be able to recover soon. Chen Luo then said to Shu Yuo. Shu Yuo nodded, and immediately after, the 2 left the Dragon Vein bamboo forest side by side. At this time, there are quite a few disciples working hard at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There are still quite a few spirit foxes who are using the self-mutilation practice method to continuously improve their own strength. Chen Luo was walking around Heavenly Bamboo Peak, looking at the many Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples working hard. He was satisfied. Due to the continuous recruitment during this period, the number of disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is now close to 5,000. Chen Luo can feel the continuous improvement of spirit power every moment, but the 10th holy acupoints is still like a bottomless pit, absorbing a lot of spirit power, and it is also not full. It seems that the matter of recruiting disciples of other god-level talents has to be brought up on a daily basis, Chen Luo thought in his heart. At this time, Chen Luo already had 6 disciples of god-grade talent, and when the 2 brothers Qin Feng and Qin Yi recovered, the number of own god-grade talent disciples would reach 8. There are only 2 away from completing the advanced task, and the number is already very close. If this task can be completed and the fetters can be upgraded to a higher level, the own cultivation base's improvement speed will reach a very high level again. Junior brother Chen Luo, I'm going to practice first, and when Xiao Feng Xiaoi recovers, remember to send someone to notify me. At this time, Shu Yuohu said to Chen Luo. After this incident, when they met the cultivator who tried to get them to join the Yuanxian League, if Chen Luo hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid they would really be taken away by that cultivator. Chapter 229 Dragon Origin Spiritual Land. Coupled with the fact that Chen Luo's cultivation base is getting more and more advanced, Shu Yuohu also has a sense of urgency in her heart. If you don't practice hard, I'm afraid the gap with Chen Luo will widen, which is not what Shu Yuohu wants to see. Senior sister, go at ease, I will take care of the 2 of them. Chen Luo nodded, and then said to Shu Yuohu. Shu Yuohu wanted to practice hard, and Chen Luo was naturally very supportive. After all, he was also a Saint King level cultivation tool person. Shu Yuohu nodded, then bid farewell to Chen Luo, twisted her waist, and walked slowly towards the depths of the Dragon Vein Bamboo Forest. Chen Luo then looked around Heavenly Bamboo Peak boredly. After a while, Chen Luo walked to a sacred place in Heavenly Bamboo Peak filled with tyrannical gold spirit power. Zhang Xian, Hua Yuntian, Ye Chen and others are all practicing hard. They sat cross-legged in the center of Gold's shrine, with their eyes closed tightly, bathed in gold spirit power. The violent gold spirit power is like a tide, constantly impacting the meridians in their bodies, improving their cultivation base. On the edge of the gold spiritual land, there are many formal disciples of Chen Luo who are also practicing in the gold spiritual land. This gold spiritual land is a unique spiritual land created by Chen Luo using Dragon Pearl, which contains very violent spirit power. Although these spirit powers are extremely violent, they have a great effect on improving the cultivation base. At the same time, when cultivating in this Long Yuanling land, the violent spirit power will have a violent impact on the sea of consciousness in his mind, and he will suffer great pain. However, this pain is not without benefits. After the impact of this berserk spirit power, it can refine mental energy and enhance the power of the soul. It is for this reason that Chen Luo created this Gold Dragon Yuan Spirit Land. Although Chen Luo's cultivation base improves rapidly, his mental energy improves very slowly. Only when he is in dual cultivation with Zhang Xian's soul can he improve a little bit quickly. With this Gold Dragon Origin Spirit Land, Chen Luo's many direct disciples and formal disciples will also increase their soul power tenfold and 20 times and return it to Chen Luo, allowing Chen Luo's soul power to rapidly increase. Promote. Now, Chen Luo's soul power has reached the apex of the Great Saint early stage, only one step away from the Great Saint middle stage. This is all due to the help of this Gold Dragon Yuan Spirit Land and Zhang Xian. Many disciples found Chen Luo who was looking around, and Chen Luo signaled him to continue practicing. After a little inspection, Chen Luo confirmed the stable operation of the Gold Dragon Origin Spirit Land, and then left the Gold Spirit Land. Not long after Chen Luo left the Gold Spiritual Land, wearing a purple long dress, Li Yan'er, who was stunning and charming, came to Chen Luo's side. Li Yan'er looked soft, following Chen Luo around Heavenly Bamboo Peak, like a well-behaved little maid. Yan'er, is there any result of the investigation of the Yuanxian League? Chen Luo asked leisurely while walking in the Heavenly Bamboo Peak spiritual land. After returning to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo asked Li Yan'er to find someone to investigate the Yuanxian League. At the same time, Li Yan'er also handed over the dark thread of Chaiyu Divine Dynasty's third prince to Li Yan'er. Master, after investigation, the Yuanxian League is a mysterious force established not long ago. They have integrated many forces from the northern region, the western region, and the southern region, and they have collected many top talents, even the Holy Land of Chaos and the Soul. The two veteran top forces in Yuanshendian dare not obstruct anything. Li Yan'er's face was solemn. Integrate forces, search for Luo Tianjiao. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. What does this immortal world messenger want to do? Is it possible that he really wants to integrate his strength to fight against the so-called catastrophe? Chen Luo has a lot of doubts in his heart. Didn't they make any moves in the eastern region? Chen Luo then asked. The avatar that Chen Luo killed before was quite powerful, and it should belong to the high-level members of the Yuanxian League. It is impossible for him to remain indifferent to one of their high-level avatars. No, the members of the Yuanxian League did not take any action in the eastern region. They even seemed to consciously avoid the eastern region. Li Yan'er continued slowly. Avoiding the eastern territory, Chen Luo became even more puzzled. He cut off their high-level avatars, and it was fine to be indifferent. He also avoided the eastern territory. Chen Luo didn't have too many clues in his mind. Chen Luo then asked about the Yuanxian Meng, and after making sure that there was nothing wrong with the Yuanxian League, Chen Luo also felt relieved. Although Chen Luo didn't know the reason, but as long as he wasn't looking for trouble, Chen Luo didn't bother to talk to them. Master, the Spirit Fox clan has won consecutive championships, do we need to intervene? Li Yan'er followed Chen Luo, and then said slowly. Thanks to the superior environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and the strength of the self-mutilation cultivation method, the Spirit Fox clan won again in the last cultivation competition. In addition to the previous 2 times, the Spirit Fox clan has won 3 consecutive championships. Many original Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciplines held their breath and wanted to regain the championship. However, the Spirit Fox clan and the self-mutilation cultivation method are so compatible. Even if Yang Chengwang and others have a little breakthrough in the dream cultivation method, it is still difficult to surpass the Spirit Fox clan with the perfect self-mutilation cultivation method in a short period of time. Interfere? No, the Spirit Fox clan is more adaptable to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, that's their skill. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. From the beginning, Heavenly Bamboo Peak was only Chen Luo, and developed step by step, until now, it has grown completely. There are thousands of disciples, and there are so many top experts, even the top experts of the Great Saint. Chen Luo is also aware of the competition between the various practices of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There is also the competition between the Spirit Fox clan and these human cultivators. After the number reaches this scale, it is normal to have competition, and only with competition can there be progress. If it remains unchanged, like a pool of stagnant water, it is not good. Only with fierce competition, those disciples would desperately introvert, bringing Chen Luo back more cultivation effects. Although the Spirit Fox clan is temporarily ahead, Chen Luo also believes that someone will be able to surpass it again in the future. Master, I understand. Li Yan'er nodded and said. The two continued to stroll around Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and after a while, Chen Luo arrived at a pavilion and lay down on a deck chair in the pavilion. Li Yan'er was behind Chen Luo, using the moisture-rising spirit power to knead Chen Luo's shoulders. By the way, why didn't you see those 2 little girls, Luo Li and Xing Tong? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked curiously. After rescuing Qin Feng and others last time, Chen Luo found that there seemed to be something wrong with the two little girls, Xue Xingtong and Mu Luli. Moreover, Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong didn't cling to him often, which made Chen Luo not used to it. They. Li Yan'er bit her red lips slightly, hesitated to speak, her face was slightly rosy. Chapter 230 Breakthrough is imminent. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In a valley with beautiful scenery, many strange spiritual plants were planted. At the edge of the valley, an extremely powerful secret formation was arranged, blocking all prying eyes around. Fire Red's ideas are constantly floating around the valley, adding a little bit of hot breath to the quiet and beautiful valley. From a distance, this valley looks like a huge brazier, exuding steaming heat. Occasionally, the sharp and clear phoenix cries could be heard in the valley. In the center of the valley, there is a pool that is surging with scorching breath. It seemed that there was a flame constantly burning inside, and the intense heat almost completely melted the space. Junior sister Xue, let's stop here today, I can't do it. A delicate voice sounded. A stunning girl with exquisite facial features and delicate skin emerged from the pool filled with warm atmosphere. The girl's body was immersed in the clear pool, constantly absorbing the spirit power in the pool, supplementing the intense consumption of On. Through the clear water of the pool, one could vaguely see the girl's exquisite body, which was extremely beautiful and moving. My star spirit secret technique can help you recover, let's do it again. A moment later, a beautiful girl with silver and white hair emerged from the pool again. Xue Xingtong's body seemed to be nourished by an inexplicable force, and it felt a little more rosy, full of vitality. No, I still have to find master to awaken bloodline today, and come back tomorrow. Mu Luli shook her head quickly, and was about to get up from the pool and leave here. At this moment, Xue Xingtong swam to Mu Luli's side and grabbed Mu Luli's slender hand again. Once, senior sister, please, my body has been sealed for so long, and I need your phoenix spirit power to completely revitalize it. Xue Xingtong bit her red lips, staring at Mu Mu with cute eyes. Luo Li. While talking, Xue Xingtong performed the star spirit secret technique. With the operation of the secret art of the star spirit, Mu Luli's consumption was replenished at a rapid rate, and a trace of rosy color appeared on his face. Feeling the recovery of her spirit power, Mu Luli's delicate face turned bitter melon-colored, as if she had no love in her life. It is too tiring to help Xue Xingtong recover his physical activity, and he must use all his strength to activate Phoenix spirit power. It turns out that Luo Li is helping Xingtong regain his body vitality. Not far from the pool, Chen Luo, who had activated the Great Evolution Magic, said, looking at the two young and beautiful girls in the pool. After Mu Luli's spirit power recovered, she continued to use Phoenix spirit power to help Xue Xingtong recover her physical activity. The scorching Phoenix spirit power was constantly surging, stimulating Xue Xingtong's body. How is it possible? I clearly heard about them last time, they were. Li Yan'er bit her red lips, her eyes full of look of disbelief. The scene in front of her made Li Yan'er perplexed. How could there be such a sound when she regained her physical activity? Could it be that I heard it wrong? It's impossible, it's impossible. Okay, don't worry about them, it's a good thing that Luo Li is willing to help Xingtong recover. Chen Luo then patted Li Yan'er on the shoulder and said softly. Master, Li Yan'er hesitated to speak, but she still didn't speak, but looked at Xingtong and Luo Li in the distance, as if she wanted to find some more evidence. It's just that in the pool not far away, Mu Luli was trying her best to help Xue Xingtong regain her physical activity, and there was nothing unusual about it. Boom! After a while, Chen Luo suddenly felt a slight roar from the 10th holy acupoints in his body. Countless spirit powers are constantly surging, and it seems that it is about to be full. The 10th holy acupoints is about to be filled up. After laying flat for so long, it was finally full. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, then, it's time to break through the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Chen Luo has already comprehended the power of the law, and at this time the 10 holy acupoints are almost full, and can completely impact the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Okay, that's it. You watch them, I kind of left beforehand. Chen Luo then said to Li Yan'er, now he can't wait to break through realm. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the valley. Li Yan'er looked at Chen Luo who was leaving, pursed her lips lightly, and then continued to check here. After half a quarter of an hour, everything was still normal. Li Yan'er also gave up, turned and left. Okay, junior sister Shuet, I've already helped you recover a few times. Next, it's time to get down to business. Li Yan'er just turned around, and vaguely heard Mu Luli's slight anticipation and trembling. The sound of Endless Sea, Skylight Sea territory. The Tianguang Sea area was originally a very famous sea area in the Endless Sea, and there are many resources here. Legendary, the sea god once left a heritage in the Skylight Sea region, and many sea monsters and human races will come to the Skylight Sea region to search for inheritance and compete for various resources. However, after countless years passed, coupled with the extensive exploitation by the sea monsters and the human race, a large amount of resources in the Tianguang Sea area have been searched and exhausted. Compared with other sea areas, this place is already much more desolate, completely in decline, and very few people will come here to explore. In a deep seabed vortex in the Tianguang Sea area, there seemed to be bursts of roaring sounds coming from the seabed vortex, and slight waves swayed. Yaoxi Elder, this sea god is deliberately not wanting people to get his inheritance. A heavy voice sounded from the underwater vortex. Deep in the vortex of the seabed, there is a huge pyramid shining with endless brilliance. The pyramid has 9 floors, and the 1st to 7th floors have become dim and irrelevant. Only the 8th and 9th floors are still shining with strange streamers, and occasionally there are terrifying roars. In the area on the 9th floor of the pyramid, a young man with a resolute expression circled an extremely powerful sword formation around him. Countless sword chi are like meteors that are invincible vertically and horizontally, continuously bursting towards the surroundings. The violent sword chi seemed to tear everything apart, and there was a slight sound of cracking in the space next to it. Surrounding the young man, there are also a large number of sea monsters. They have ferocious faces and are full of fierce monster chi, launching fierce attacks. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The violent sword chi bombarded these sea monsters, and there was an extremely sharp piercing sound. Not far away, Yaoxi in a red dress also launched a lot of methods, bombarding the sea monsters around. This should be the last batch of sea monsters. After killing these sea monsters, the 9th floor should be over. Yaoxi held a top-level spirit sword, released the fierce sword ray, and continued. At this time, Yaoxi's strength had already recovered to the Great Saint realm, and the holy soul behind her released an unparalleled sense of oppression, suppressing the large sea monsters around her. Not far away, the Blood Devil Dragon and Wang Xian's Thunder Dragon Soul were also fighting against the surrounding sea monsters, killing a large number of surrounding sea monsters. Chapter 231. Violent roars, battle sounds, and roars resounded throughout the 9th floor. The blood and minced flesh scattered everywhere made this pyramid full of gold light look like a Shura field. Is that so? Then leave the rest to me, Yaoxi Elder, get out of the way first. After listening to Yaoxi's words, Wang Xian's eyes showed firmness. Yao Xi, who was fighting not far away, then released a fierce sword ray, and after repelling the enemy, she quickly retreated to the side. Since Wang Xian said that there is a way, there must be no problem. The Blood Devil Dragon and Thunder Dragon Soul, which were releasing terrifying impact, also withdrew and handed over the battlefield to Wang Xian. After Wang Xian saw that several people had evacuated, he took out a 10,000-year elixir from the interspatial ring. This 10,000-year elixir releases an extremely strong fragrance and spirit power. When the surrounding sea monsters saw the elixir in Wang Xian's hands, they immediately flew towards Wang Xin's place like a fish smelling blood. Pounds away. Wang Xin took a deep breath, and then threw the elixir in his hand into the sky. The eyes of many sea monsters were bloodthirsty, and they all rushed to the sky, all wanting to swallow this elixir. Shua! After many sea monsters gathered in one area, Wang Xin then launched several extremely powerful sealing circles again. The 3 extremely powerful banning circles were like besieging a city, enclosing many sea monsters in that area. Soon, the elixir was devoured by many sea monsters. They discovered the surrounding sealing circle and tried to attack the circle and get out of that area. The sound of violent collisions and roars resounded throughout the entire area, creating countless waves of air. Swish swish swish! Immediately afterwards, Wang Xin once again used several sword arrays containing terrifying offensives. The dense array of swords was like a tidal wave, quickly covering the area where the sea monster was. Even more terrifying wailing and collision and tearing sounded, just like the howling of a ghost. Wang Xin, the sealing circle is almost overwhelmed. Yao Xi hurriedly said when she noticed that the surrounding sealing circle seemed to be breaking down. The number of sea monsters inside is astonishing, and their strength is extremely strong. Coupled with the terrifying impact of the sword array, the holy level banning circle cannot bear it at all. Sword array, explode for me! When Wang Xin heard the words, a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes, and then immediately detonated many sword formations in the sealing circle. Originally, Wang Xin wanted to use this sealing circle to slowly kill all these sea monsters. However, now that the banning circle can't resist, it can only detonate the sword formation. These sword formations all contain extremely terrifying super sword intent. Once detonated, there will be very terrifying destructive power. However, after the detonation, these sword arrays will also be wiped out. With the detonation of the sword array, the terrifying impact of the explosion exploded quickly like an inspiration to destroy everything. The fierce and tyrannical sword intent is like the blade of death, constantly harvesting many sea monsters in the sealing circle. After a while, the sealing circle was completely shattered, and most of the sea monsters inside were killed or injured, only a few rough-skinned and thick-skinned ones survived. However, even if they survived, the remaining sea monsters were basically seriously injured. After Wang Xinyaoxi launched some methods again, he wiped out all the remaining sea monsters. The entire 9th floor was completely empty, leaving only boundless flesh and blood, Wang Xin, and others. Finally wiped out, this 9th floor is too difficult. Wang Xin said looking at the Shura-like scene around him. Yao Xi also nodded approvingly. Wang Xin had so many treasures bestowed by Chen Luo, and it was so difficult to pass the 9th floor, one can imagine the difficulty. For an ordinary great saint powerhouse, there is no possibility of passing. This pyramid is exactly the test that needs to be passed to obtain the inheritance of the sea god. After Wang Xin and Yaoxi obtained many tokens such as the silver light trident of the Yaksha tribe and the passive stone of the sea turtle tribe in the other area of the endless sea, they immediately came to the Tianguang Sea area to start the inheritance of the sea god. The entire pyramid has 9 floors, and each floor has different enemies. Only after the enemies on the 9th floor are completely wiped out can they reach the top of the pyramid and obtain the inheritance of the sea god. I don't know what happened to that kid. Did you pass the test on the 8th floor? Wang Xin seemed to have thought of something, and then murmured. That guy is from the temple of Soul Yuan after all, so it shouldn't be a problem to pass the 7th floor. Yao Xi raised her brows and said. However, after passing through the 9th floor, those sea god crystals, do we really want to share them with that guy? Of course, Wang Xin, keep my word. Wang Xin said softly with a simple and honest smile. Yaoxi frowned slightly, and sighed softly. Although Wang Xin has grown up a lot with Chen Luo, this sincere personality, alas! It is obvious that Wang Xin and herself paid more, but Yaoxi herself is a little bit unwilling to share with that guy. Just thinking that this was Wang Xin's decision, Yaoxi didn't think much about it and continued to wait. Swish swish swish. As soon as Yaoxi finished speaking, a gorgeous streamer suddenly appeared on the edge of the 8th floor. A well-built young man in a blue robe slowly appeared in the streamer. I have already passed the 8th floor. The young man walked towards Wang Xian and Yaoxi with a confident smile. Tang Qi, you are finally here. When Wang Xian saw the person coming, he showed a simple and honest smile. It turned out that apart from Wang Xin Yaoxi who entered the inheritance of Sea God, Tang Qi also entered. To start the inheritance test, a total of 4 tokens are needed. Wang Xian and Yaoxi obtained the shark bead mirror, the silver light trident, and the passive stone, and Tang Qi obtained the remaining 1 purple patterned gold hairpin. After the 2 parties met, after many negotiations, it was finally decided that the 2 parties would enter the inheritance together, and Tang Qi would be responsible for the enemies on the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 4th floors. The rest is handed over to Wang Xian and Yaoxi. Moreover, after passing the 9th floor, the rewards of the Sea God's crystal will be divided into 30% and 70%. As for the later Sea God's inheritance, each will compete based on their ability. Since we are here, let's go up together, the last floor of the pyramid. Wang Xian then said to Tang Qi. Tang Qi nodded, then took out the token and placed it on a high platform in the 9th floor area. Wang Xian also took out the token and put it in. Soon, a colorful streamer appeared in the area on the 9th floor, and several people stepped into the streamer without hesitation. With a flash of light, several people disappeared in the 9th floor. Wang Xian opened his eyes again, and found himself in a luxurious great hall full of spiritual qi. Beside them are Tang Qi and Yao Xi. Ha ha ha! After a while, a stream of blue waves appeared above the great hall. After a while, bright spirit crystals appeared in front of several people. That is the Sea God's crystal. Yao Xi said while looking at the spirit crystal in front of her. Both Wang Xian and Tang Qi eyes lit up. The Sea God's crystal is a spirit crystal that contains the Sea God's power, and it has an extremely mysterious mystery. The quantity is exactly 100, not bad. Tang Qi looked at the Sea God crystal above and said excitedly. Swish swish swish. As soon as Tang Qi finished speaking, Wang Xian next to him activated his own spirit power to collect most of the Sea God's crystals in midair, leaving only 3 floating on it. What do you mean, didn't you agree to divide it into 3 or 7? Tang Qi looked at the remaining 3 Sea God crystals, and his face became extremely ugly. 30 to 7, you 3, I 97, what's the problem? Wang Xian tilted his head and looked at Tang Qi with a puzzled face. Chapter 232 Forced to Retreat. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Tang Qi suddenly lost his temper. 37 is divided into, is this how it is divided? Unexpectedly, this seemingly harmless guy would put himself in the same place now. The previous honesty and sincerity, could it be that they were just pretending? You are too deceitful. Tang Qi looked at Wang Xian in front of him, the demonic power in his body surged continuously, and the fierce look in his eyes almost engulfed Wang Xian completely. The Sea God's crystal contains the Sea God's power, not only is it an excellent refining material, but also greatly helps in improving the cultivation base. Tang Qi will not give up easily. Yaoxi on the side is also a little confused, is this the Wang Xian she is familiar with? Why everything has changed, but Yaoxi feels that it is not a bad thing, such Wang Xian is more able to adapt to the terrible future. So what if I deceived you? Don't think I don't know, when we captured the Wei Yuan stone, it was you who left the demon mark on us, and made us hunted down by the turtles for a long time. Wang Xian then he said lightly, his eyes were also staring at Tang Qi in front of him without showing any weakness. When Yaoxi heard this, her eyes became much sharper. When they seized the sourceless stone, they went very smoothly, but for some reason, many demon marks appeared on their bodies, so that they were chased and killed by the sea turtles for a long time. If it weren't for their astonishing means, I'm afraid that the inheritance of the sea god would fall short. Yao Xi thought it was the handiwork of the sea turtle clan, but now that she thinks about it, how could they have such a skill? Only this Tang Qi from Soul Cloud Temple. You misunderstood, you exposed the problem of your own, I just put a mark on you, just in case you ran away, all this has nothing to do with me. Tang Qi face changed slightly, and then slowly explained. Do you dare to do it or not to admit it? But, it doesn't matter. Wang Xin raised his head slowly and said, now, should you withdraw from this sea god inheritance, or should I invite you out? Ho 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 ho! As soon as Wang Xin's words fell, the blood devil dragon next to him let out a violent roar. The thunder dragon soul on the other side also released an incomparably brilliant blue-purple light. The entire Great Hall was suddenly under a violent sense of oppression, and countless chi machines were rippling around. Seeing this, Yao Xi who was next to him also launched own holy soul and spirit power. The terrifying impact from all directions rushed towards Tang Qi like a tidal wave. Are you really going to do this? I'm from the Temple of Soul Essence. Tang Qi's expression became extremely gloomy, and he said coldly. He didn't expect this guy to be so domineering, it's nothing more than occupying the sea god's crystal, and he wanted to drive himself out of the inheritance competition. I should have thought a long time ago that cooperating with these two people from the Heavenly Devil Sect is like seeking skin from a tiger. So what about the Soul Essence Temple, just the Soul Cloud Temple, our Heavenly Devil Sect hasn't put in one's eyes yet. Wang Xin then said lightly. Stab. At this time, the Thunder Dragon Soul beside Wang Xin suddenly released an extremely terrifying thunder light, and bombarded Tang Qi's body. Tang Qi's pupils shrank, urging the monster power in his body, and immediately, several huge blue lotus grass appeared in front of Tang Qi, resisting the terrifying thunder and lightning impact. Boom! Following a violent impact, the blue lotus grass on Tang Qi's body became scorched black, and Tang Qi's body was blown away by the huge impact. Lin Yun, wait for me, this matter is endless, even if you are members of the Heavenly Devil Sect, you still have to pay the price. Tang Qi looked at Wang Xin and others not far away, put down a harsh word, then turned into a streamer, and left the Great Hall quickly. Soon, only Wang Xinyaoxi and the Blood Devil Dragon and Thunder Dragon Soul were left in the Great Hall. Wang Xin, we should keep this Tang Qi. Now, after he goes out, we are afraid that we will have a lot of trouble. Yao Xi who was beside him sighed at this moment. After Tang Qi leaves here, he will definitely gather a lot of people to fight for the inheritance. Although the inheritance entrance has been sealed now, after they left. Yaoxi Elder, this Tang Qi is not simple. There is an extremely terrifying power in his body. If we really fight, we will suffer heavy losses. This is not what I want to see. Wang Xin took a deep breath and continued. Wang Xin's soul power has been soaked in the Daiyuan Shengling pool, coupled with the magic of sensing Dao sacred body, it has become extremely sensitive. One can clearly perceive the power in Tang Qi's body, although it has not been fully discovered, it is definitely extremely terrifying. As for what happens after we leave, let's wait until we get the inheritance of the sea god. Wang Xin continued. Yao Xi nodded, now she can only do this, take one step at a time. Then let's go and see now, sea god's inheritance, what good things have been left behind. Yaoxi then said slowly, looking at the front of the Great Hall with her moving eyes. Wang Xin's eyes were also filled with fiery color. After running around for so long and experiencing so many difficulties, he was finally about to obtain the sea god's inheritance. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xin put away the 3 sea god crystals that Tang Qi hadn't had time to take away, and walked slowly towards the Great Hall with Yaoxi. East Territory. In an uninhabited wilderness. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was obviously daytime, but the dark clouds in the middle of the sky covered the entire sky. The entire wilderness is shrouded in endless black clouds, and there are countless tyrannical auras surging around in the wilderness, almost destroying everything. Under the rendering of countless black clouds and tyrannical atmosphere, the whole wilderness seems to be like a prison, giving people a strong sense of terror and oppression. In the central area of the wilderness, sitting cross-legged is a handsome young man with a misty temperament, like an exile. There are many spirit stones fragments all over the young man, and a large amount of top-grade elixir has been sucked dry by the young man and thrown in the wilderness at will. A bright golden light shone on the young man's body, mysterious powers of chaos circulated around the young man, and strands of law power exuded a terrifying aura. The 10 holy acupoints in the young man's body are constantly exuding the spirit power of gold, tempering the young man's body. The surrounding chaotic laws are also circulating on the youth's body, causing the youth's body to undergo transformation. With the refinement of gold spirit power and the law of chaos, the youth's aura became more and more majestic, and Gold's physical body exuded bursts of frightening power. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to bear the power of the young man. Under the squeeze of this terrifying power, there was a slight cracking sound. Chapter 233 Chaos Thunder Tribulation. Crack. Several hours later, the aura on the young man's body became even more terrifying, and a golden glow circulated around the young man. The surrounding space shattered, and strands of spatial turbulence flowed out of the broken space, impacting the young man's body. It's just that the terrifying spatial turbulence that almost wiped out everything was completely unable to cause any harm to the young man's body. The body of Quasi-Emperor, it's done. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, with the glow of gold flowing in his eyes. When Heavenly Bamboo Peak sensed that its own 10 holy acupoints were completely full, it came to this area to condense the body of Quasi-Emperor. After spending 7 days and consuming a large amount of top-quality spirit stones and various top-quality elixir, it was finally successfully condensed. Breakthrough Quasi-Emperor realm requires 3 conditions. One is the fullness of the holy acupoints, the second is to comprehend the power of the law, and the third is to condense the body of the Quasi-Emperor. Only when the 3 conditions are met at the same time can the realm of Quasi-Emperor be impacted. Now, Chen Luo has met the 3 conditions and can impact the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo activated the spirit power in his body, the power of law, and the power of the Quasi-Emperor's body. The spirit power and the power of law are constantly flowing, and the breath of destroying everything permeates Chen Luo's whole body. As if sensing the terrifying power of Chen Luo, countless thunder lights appeared in the sky, and the deafening thunder sounded, as if there were gathering the world-destroying god thunder. A moment later, the terrifying, bucket-like thunder blasted towards Chen Luo with a violent impact. Lei Ji, come on! Chen Luo raised his head slowly, looking fearlessly at Lei Ji above the sky. As long as one passes through this lightning calamity, the spirit power and the power of law in the body will be transformed, and one will completely step into the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Chen Luo's body shone with an incomparably bright gold light, and countless dragon elephants howled in Chen Luo's body. The fierce lightning bombarded Chen Luo's body without causing any waves. The lightning in the sky became more and more dense, and the surrounding wilderness was blasted into ruins. However, no matter how fierce the thunder disaster was, it still couldn't cause any harm to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's body was constantly transformed under the baptism of Lei Ji. At the same time, Chen Luo's divine elephant suppressing prison strength seems to be undergoing a transformation. After a long period of practice and the return of many disciples, Chen Luo's divine elephant suppressing prison strength has been cultivated to an extremely advanced level. The 100,000 giant elephant has long been transformed into a dragon elephant. Chen Luo's body has super strong defense power, and his every move has the power to destroy the world. At this time, under the baptism of Lei Ji, the power of 100,000 dragon elephants in Chen Luo's body had a faint tendency to transform into the primordial image. After the dragon elephant transforms into a primordial elephant, the divine elephant prison suppressing strength has entered a state of minor success, and there will be an incomparably terrifying supernatural power. Chen Luo is also looking forward to this supernatural power. It seems that this thunder calamity is also my chance. Chen Luo looked at the thunder calamity gathering in the sky and felt a little heat. It's too slow for him to chop like this, maybe he can. Chen Luo felt a bit of firmness in his heart, and then launched his own movement technique and galloped towards the sky. A moment later, Chen Luo, who was full of Gold's divine light and the power of the dragon elephant, rushed into the clouds. The thunder disaster seemed to be provoked, and an even more terrifying thunder disaster broke out. However, under Chen Luo's terrifying strength, all the thunder and tribulations did not cause too many waves. With the passage of time, all kinds of terrifying alien thunder disasters appeared: 5 elements thunder disasters, Juxiao thunder disasters. The terrifying and unparalleled thunder disasters almost destroyed the whole world. Chen Luo was bathed in the thunder calamity, like a banished fairy, not stained by the slightest dust. The terrifying thunder calamity hit Chen Luo's body without any harm. After 99 and 81 terrifying thunder calamities, the thunder calamity in the sky began to dissipate slowly, and the surrounding terrifying aura seemed to dissipate. Is it over? 99 and 81 terrifying alien-shaped thunder disasters are really exciting. Feeling the dissipation of the thunder disaster in the sky, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. The General Quasi-Emperor has 49 lightning tribulations, a small number of Tianjiao can have 64 thunder tribulations, and those with 72 thunder tribulations are considered to be the seedlings of Supreme. 81 thunder tribulations, Chen Luo has not heard of it yet. Which Tianjiao Quasi-Emperor thunder tribulation is 81? It's just a pity that the dragon elephant has not yet transformed into a metamorphosis. At this moment, within Chen Luo's body, the 100,000 dragon elephants were still emitting terrifying roars, and they were only a little bit away from transformation. It seems that they can only practice after going back. But, why, I don't seem to have a complete breakthrough yet. Chen Luo's eyes are small, feeling the breath in his body. Although it has become a lot stronger, it still hasn't transformed into a quasi-emperor. Swish swish swish. At this moment, a golden divine light suddenly appeared in the sky, and there was a mark containing the mysterious Dao pattern in the divine light. This gold divine light hit Chen Luo's forehead with lightning speed. The divine light quickly poured into Chen Luo's body, causing Chen Luo's body to undergo an incredible transformation. After a while, a gold mark suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's forehead, and bursts of brilliant light flowed on Chen Luo's forehead. This thing is, Chen Luo's heart is full of doubts, he doesn't know what this mark is. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded again in the sky. The surrounding dark clouds that were slowly dissipating began to condense again, and more terrifying thunderbolts slowly gathered. This thunder light seems to carry a trace of chaotic atmosphere, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Thunder tribulation appeared again. This is Chaos Thunder Tribulation. Chen Luo raised his head slowly, a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes, and at the same time, there was a burst of excitement. The Chaos Thunder Tribulation is more terrifying than the previous alien Thunder Tribulations, and its destructive power is even more ferocious. Well done, then let the Chaotic Thunder Tribulation help me break through the God Elephant suppressing prison force again. Chen Luo murmured in his heart, and then activated the God Elephant's prison suppressing power, and bombarded towards the chaotic thunder that was gathering in the sky. Meanwhile, Central Territory, Holy Land of Chaos. Clang clang clang. In the Holy Land of Chaos located in the sacred sky valley of the central region, there was an extremely violent bell ringing suddenly. In the depths of Tiangu, as the bell rang, terrifying waves of sound swayed towards the surroundings, quickly covering the entire Holy Land of Chaos. The entire Holy Land was surrounded by this loud bell, and all the disciples felt baffled, not knowing why there was such a terrifying bell. After 10,000 years, the Chaos bell sounded again. Is there someone in our Chaos Holy Land who wants to be recognized by the Chaos Bell? A hoarse voice sounded from the depths of the Holy Xiantian Valley. Chapter 234 Yuan Xiang. In the depths of Shensuantian Valley, there is a large valley exuding rich fragrance and spirit power. There are quite a few mysterious formations around the valley, and the formations are engraved with Dao patterns that seem to be able to seal the years, freezing everything in the valley. It's just that these terrifying magic circles and Dao patterns seem to have been impacted by inexplicable forces, and there are some damages, and the meaning of the ban is constantly passing away. Even the inspiration of the whole valley seems to have dropped a lot. There were still bells ringing continuously outside the valley, and the sound waves passed into the valley from these damaged areas, and there was a violent roar. On the side of the valley, an old man full of vicissitudes and decay slowly raised his head, with black and white streamers shining in his eyes. With the flickering of the black and white streamers in the old man's eyes, a soul power that covered the heavens and the earth emanated instantly. In a moment, the majestic power of the soul swept across the entire Chaos Holy Land. Strange, why can't I sense anyone who can match Chaos Bell? After a while, the old man frowned slightly, and the hoarse voice sounded again. This voice was full of deep doubts. Around the old man's body, there were still a large number of shattered ice crystals that exuded the power of extreme cold. Wisps of extreme cold radiated from the shattered ice crystals, almost completely freezing the surrounding space. Boom! In the damaged formation, the violent bells were still ringing continuously, and there seemed to be a few terrifying extreme cold forces faintly breaking through the bottom of the valley. The old man next to him sighed softly, then waved his right hand. Immediately, a burst of terrifying power drifted towards the area where the extreme cold force radiated, and those faintly broken extreme cold forces were instantly smoothed away and returned to calm. Yuan Chun pays homage to Patriarch Wu Yuan. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe flew over from the entrance of the valley. The middle-aged man kneeled respectfully in front of the ancestor, his expression full of awe. What happened? Why did the chaos bell sound again? Patriarch Wu Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him indifferently. This middle-aged man is the Saint Lord of Chaos Holy Land, Zhao Yuan Chun. After the exploration of soul power just now, Patriarch Wu Yuan already knew that no one has been approved by Chaos Bell, and there is no one who can match the power of Chaos Bell. Obviously, there was another reason for the sound of the Chaos Bell. Old Ancestor, I have calculated it with the Celestial Secrets technique, and it seems that someone has obtained the Mark of Chaos, which has aroused the resonance of Chaos Bell. Zhao Yuanchun knelt down respectfully, and said slowly. The imprint of Chaos, how is it possible? The imprint of Chaos was completely shattered in the original battle between the two worlds. How could there be an imprint of Chaos? As soon as Zhao Yuanchun's words came out, Patriarch Wu Yuan immediately said. Old Ancestor, I have calculated it twice, and it is indeed the Mark of Chaos. Zhao Yuanchun took a deep breath, and said firmly. When Chaos Bell rang, Zhao Yuanchun thought that Chaos Bell had a new owner, just like his ancestors. However, after investigation, it was found that it was not, so I immediately used the Celestial Secrets technique to calculate it. Discovery is due to the presence of the Mark of Chaos, which resonates with Chaos Bell. In order to prevent errors in the calculation results, Zhao Yuanchun also calculated several times, and the results were all the same. The Mark of Chaos appeared again. Ancestor Wu Yuan seemed to have thought of something, his eyes were full of complex expressions. This complex color contains confusion, doubts, and even a trace of excitement and fear. Old Ancestor, now that the Mark of Chaos has appeared, what should we do? Zhao Yuanchun continued to ask. The Mark of Chaos is of great importance, and Zhao Yuanchun dare not make decisions without authorization, especially since the location of the Mark of Chaos is not yet known, and the situation is still unclear. Secretly looking for the Mark of Chaos, it is best to be able to control its existence. If not, we can destroy it when necessary. We can't repeat the mistakes of the past. Patriarch Wu Yuan looked into the distance, his tone was extremely firm. In the eastern territory, above a wild high altitude, the dark clouds, the dense dark clouds and the constantly flickering thunder made this wilderness become like an eternal night, without the slightest light. Terrifying thunder light flickered around continuously, and the clouds of black were dispersed by the terrifying thunder light, and then quickly gathered again. The wilderness below has been completely destroyed by the terrifying thunder. The wisps of destructive energy are constantly rippling around the wilderness. High above the sky, a young man full of gold and black streamers is fighting against the surrounding chaotic thunder. The young man was wearing a black shirt with a boundless and terrifying aura, and there were black swirls surging on the shirt. The surrounding chaotic thunder strikes on the young man's shirt. Most of the impact force is completely swallowed by the black vortex on the shirt, and only a small part of the thunder can bombard the young man's body. However, these lightning strikes on the young man were easily dispelled by the power of the law of chaos in the young man's body. There is also a pair of black wings behind the young man. There are traces of space law shining on these wings, and the mysterious Dao pattern is shining with a very ethereal atmosphere. The young man's wings moved slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. The young man disappeared into this area with a completely incomprehensible gesture. The young man who flashed to another area raised his right hand lightly, and suddenly, a blood-colored spear so cold that it made the space tremble appeared in the young man's hand. Bang bang bang! The young man held the spear tightly, his eyes were calm for a while, and then he threw the spear quickly, aiming at the thunder disaster that was gathering not far away. With the sound of a terrifying collision, the chaotic thunder tribulation not far away was actually shattered by this bloody spear. Countless thunder lights scattered, and the bloody spear continued to penetrate as if to disperse the darkness, shattering the clouds in the sky. A huge hole was blasted out. The young man is Chen Luo. After undergoing the baptism of chaos thunder tribulation, Chen Luo's 100,000 dragon elephants have completely transformed into Yuan elephants. This also means that Chen Luo's divine elephant suppressing prison strength has reached the strength of Xiao Cheng, and with the power of Yuan Xiang, he can easily collapse the void. Since the dragon elephant has transformed into a Yuan elephant, Chen Luo's physical body has also been greatly strengthened, matching the powerful quasi-emperor's body. Attacks below the quasi-emperor cannot have any impact on Chen Luo at all. Chapter 235 Breakthrough Quasi-Emperor Realm. In addition, the dragon elephant has turned into a primordial image, which means that Chen Luo's divine image suppressing prison strength has reached a small success. Just now Chen Luo used the three top supernatural powers, the Spear of the Underworld God, the Wings of the Devil, and the Underworld God Battle Robe after reaching Xiao Cheng. The three supernatural powers are all top-level Emperor-level supernatural powers, which have incredible functions. This idol's prison-suppressing strength is really good. It's indeed the best body-refining magical art of the Emperor. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. Lei Ji continued to bombard Chen Luo, but Chen Luo easily dispelled them. Half an hour later, the chaotic thunder disaster finally ended, all the dark clouds in the sky spread out, and the sun once again shone on this ruined wilderness. There is still an endless world of spirit power rushing towards Chen Luo's body. Standing in the sky, Chen Luo, under the baptism of the endless world spirit power, his body is undergoing incredible transformation. The gorgeous gold streamer flowed on Chen Luo's body, and the aura on his body was rising steadily. The 10 acupoints of the Great Saint in the body are gathering at this moment, forming a series of steps, as if reaching the sky. Chen Luo is waiting for his own transformation in the sky. After a long while, the aura of Quasi-Emperor appeared on Chen Luo's body, the law of chaos became extremely powerful, and an extremely terrifying aura shone around his body. Finally the breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor realm is over, I finally have a little self-protection ability. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and the majestic power surged through Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo only felt that he was stronger than ever before, and his heart was filled with a sense of security. Hey, My altar! Chen Luo then sensed the situation in his body. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly discovered that in own body, there is a 10th level gold altar that goes directly to the unknown. This altar is the symbol of breakthrough Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Quasi-Emperor Realm is the altar in body refining. A first stage day, after all the altars have been cultivated, it has reached the Quasi-Emperor 9th stage day, and can hit the Great Emperor Realm. Ordinary Quasi-Emperors only have 9 altars, and their altars are all white jade in color. Could it be because of the Chaos Divine Body? Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. It was because of the immortal Holy Soul. Chen Luo had 10 acupoints of the Great Saint in the Great Saint Realm, and now after the Quasi-Emperor Realm, he has another 10 level altar. Forget it, don't worry about it, just practice slowly. This is not bad for him, Chen Luo thought in his heart. After Chen Luo completed 10 acupoints breakthroughs of the Great Saint, the spirit power in his body gradually surpassed the peak Great Saint. Moreover, the strength after completing 10 acupoints breakthroughs of the Great Saint is also not comparable to those of the common Quasi-Emperor. Chen Luo feels that his own strength has improved so much that it has reached a very exaggerated level. The idle Quasi-Emperor is not Chen Luo's opponent at all. This kind of abnormal strength is inseparable from the 10 holy acupoints. After all, those who can cultivate to Quasi-Emperor are all the top arrogances of all ages, and all of them have extremely extraordinary means. Fighting over the ranks is all basic skills. However, it's different when it comes to Quasi-Emperor. Everyone comes from the breakthrough of the top arrogance. There is no shortage of opportunities and supernatural power. If you want to fight to the next level, the difficulty has increased by an unknown number of levels. Forget it, since we have already broken through, let's go back first and continue to develop. I don't know if those two guys, Qin Feng and Qin Yi, are awake. Chen Luo put away his own thoughts, erased all the own aura around him, then spread out his devil wings, and galloped towards Heavenly Dao Sect. Endless Sea, Skylight Sea territory. Around the seabed vortex in the Tianguang Sea area, there are many formations around the seabed vortex at this time. All kinds of top-level defensive circles surrounded the entire submarine vortex with 3 layers and 3 layers outside. The terrifying energy released by the magic circle made the sea water on the bottom of the sea seem to be boiling a little bit. Sir Tang Qi, are you sure that the guy from the Heavenly Devil Sect is inside this vortex? On the edge of the formation, a majestic middle-aged man with graying temples asked. Behind the middle-aged man, there are quite a few cultivators in white robes. These cultivators were filled with extremely majestic energy, and their eyes were fixed on the seabed vortex in front of them. Elder Lu, that's right, there is a young man inside who holds many treasures, named Lin Yun, the young sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and an elder of the Heavenly Devil Sect, whose strength is extremely terrifying. Tang Qi looked next to him. Ice cold, then said lightly. The middle-aged man next to him is the elder of the Holy Land of Chaos, Lu Kongping. Invited by Tang Qi, he came to Tianguang Sea area to intercept the Heavenly Devil Sect's people. Sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Lu Kangping's pupil shrank, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. Some time ago, people from the Heavenly Devil Sect killed a large number of disciples and elders in their Holy Land of Chaos, and even snatched away all the personal disciples scheduled by the Saint Lord. Coupled with the many things that the Heavenly Devil Sect did to the Chaos Holy Land before, the Chaos Holy Land has long been extremely dissatisfied with the Heavenly Devil Sect. However, the concealment methods of the Heavenly Devil Sect are too amazing, and they have not been able to take effective actions against the Heavenly Devil Sect. The many rewards launched were not very effective. Now that Tang Qi actually said that he had blocked the young sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, Lu Kongping had already made up his mind that he must catch this young sect leader and severely hit the Heavenly Devil Sect. If he can really catch this young sect leader, maybe he can use it to force out the Heavenly Devil Sect. Young sect leader, is the young sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect in there? Very good, I must catch this little beast. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a red crown full of scorching breath said viciously. The middle-aged man is the god master of Chiyu Divine Dynasty, who was also invited by Tang Qi. However, if the young sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect asks for help from the Heavenly Devil Sect, and their sect leader attacks with a large number of people, it will only depend on us. After a while, the Red Moon God Lord seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened. There was a trace of fear. Elder, the Holy Land of Chaos next to him, also showed a little hesitation when he heard the words. Although the Heavenly Devil Sect is extremely arrogant and evil, their strength is unquestionable. From the rise of fame in the eastern region, to the central region that stirred up the entire central region, and then to the northern region, and now it is the endless sea. Wherever he went, countless bloodbaths were set off, making everyone feel itchy with hatred, and even terrified. But there is no way, no force can punish this force, it is so strong that it is abnormal. Even in the Holy Land of Chaos, although they are very confident, they are still a little shy after seeing the record of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Don't worry, if people from the Heavenly Devil Sect dare to come, it's in my favor. Maybe we can use this to wipe out the cancer of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Tang Qi saw that the two seemed to hesitate, and then said slowly. Chapter 236. Mr. Tang Qi, do you mean that your Soul Yuan Temple will also make a move? Elder, the Holy Land of Chaos next to him, asked. The Heavenly Devil Sect is unscrupulous, causing countless storms in various places, and has already provoked the anger of countless people. Even the Soul Essence Temple, which is at the same level as the Holy Land of Chaos, also suffered from many despicable methods from the Heavenly Devil Sect. If the Soul Essence Temple is also willing to free up its hands to deal with the Heavenly Devil Sect, maybe there is a real chance to destroy the Heavenly Devil Sect in one fell swoop. God Lord Chiyu on the side also stared at Tang Qi curiously, wanting to see Tang Qi answer. That's right, not only our Soul Essence Temple, but I have also invited more comrades. If people from the Heavenly Devil Sect dare to show up this time, they will definitely die. Tang Qi then said slowly, his eyes filled with confidence. Meaning, at the same time, there was a burst of frenzy. If the Heavenly Devil Sect can be wiped out in one fell swoop this time, Tang Qi, the initiator of the joint operation, will undoubtedly become famous throughout the Ancient Desolate Continent. Tang Qi is a half-demon, although his strength is outstanding, but many human races and demon races look down on his identity. If the Heavenly Devil Sect can really be eliminated this time, then who else can look down on own status? Waiting for him to obtain the supreme fetish in the inheritance of the Sea God and trade it with the Star Spirit Lord, he can revive Xiao Xian. And Lin Yun, if you treat me like this in the inheritance, I will make you regret coming to this world. Thinking of what the Heavenly Devil Sect leader did to himself in the inheritance of the Sea God, Tang Qi heart felt a chill that penetrated the bone. Heavenly Dao Sect, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. At the bamboo forest of the dragon vessel at the back of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Qin Feng in a white robe sat cross-legged on a spirit jade futon, and the spirit power of the vast bamboo forest surged towards Qin Yi's body crazily. On Qin Feng's chest, there was a nearly healed wound. Although it had healed, there was still traces of scarlet blood on the wound. Big brother, your supreme bone is really easy to use, much stronger than double pupils. I just used the supreme bone, and I actually defeated a brother from Good Fortune Realm 9th stage. At this moment, a handsome young man from outside the bamboo forest ran in excitedly. The young man was wearing a blue brocade robe, with a thin figure and a white jade forging around his head. It seemed that some terrifying power was brewing on the young man's forehead. I've been cultivating this bone for 20 years, can it not work well? Qin Feng pampered the young man's forehead, and then asked quietly. Qin Feng's supreme bone was born by innate. Once born, many top experts of the Qin family used various cultivation resources to cultivate them, and they placed high hopes on Qin Feng. Qin Feng himself also worked extremely hard, spending a lot of time, practicing, tempering the supreme bone in his chest. Although it was just transplanted to Qin Yi's body, Qin Yi still can't use it freely, but just like this, he is also a strong same rank who can easily sweep a large area. If Qin Yi finished adapting, even a low-level saint would not be able to kill easily. That's good, so that own little brother won't be bullied. Looking at Qin Yi in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help thinking. Big brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have let you dig up my double pupils, and you have become like this. After a while, Qin Yi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was a little lost. Qin Yi didn't expect that if he let his own big brother dig up his own double pupils, there would be so many things, and even the two of them would have to leave the Qin family. It doesn't matter, double pupils are no worse than supreme bones. If they grow up, they will also be an invincible and terrifying constitution. Qin Feng comforted little brother when he saw that little brother was a little disappointed. That's right, double pupils is an invincible way, little guy, you don't have to worry, your big brother is fine. Just then, a clear voice sounded. Chen Luo, who was wearing a blue robe, slowly walked in from outside the bamboo forest, looking at the two brothers with a soft expression. Name, Qin Feng. Constitution, Supreme Bone, Incomplete, Double Pupils. Qualification, Divine Grade. Name, Qin Yi. Constitution, Supreme Bone, Double Pupils, Incomplete. Qualification, Divine Grade. The panel of the two also appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Yes, after getting the Supreme Bone, Qin Yi's aptitude was restored to the divine rank. Moreover, I guessed right with myself, the constitutions of the two are extremely terrifying, even if the double pupils and supreme bones are dug up, they can still be restored. However, I don't know how long it will take to fully recover. If recovered, the two of them may experience another transformation. Although the previous Qin Feng also fused double pupils, the origin in his body was completely unable to support the growth of the two constitutions. Even if he fused, his aptitude did not improve much, it was just equivalent to adding an accompanying supernatural power. I have met the Peak Master, thank you for saving my life. Qin Feng immediately saluted the person coming. Double pupils is the way to be invincible. Qin Yi murmured in a low voice, his mind was shaken, and he couldn't help touching the wound on his forehead. Xiao Yi, this is Feng Master Chen who saved our lives, don't be rude. Qin Feng saw that his own little brother seemed to be in a daze, and then whispered. Hearing this, Qin Yi quickly restrained his own thoughts and gave Chen Luo a big gift. After waking up, Qin Feng had already told him what happened after he fell into a coma, and he also knew that it was Heavenly Bamboo Peak Lord who saved the two brothers. This Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is so powerful, even more terrifying than the ancestor of the Shu family. Qin Yi secretly looked at Chen Luo in front of him, and couldn't help but think in his heart. The most powerful Qin Yi has ever seen is the ancestor of the Shu family, the real apex powerhouse. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The Chen Luo in front of him looks young, but he feels that he is far stronger than that old ancestor. Your cousin should have told you, I am the Peak Master of Heavenly Dao Sect Heavenly Bamboo Peak, you are willing to worship me as your teacher. Chen Luo then said slowly, stating the purpose of owning. Both of them are divine talents. Whether it is the cultivation return or the advanced task of bondage, these two people are needed. Naturally, Chen Luo will not let them go. Disciple Qin Feng, Qin Yi, pay respects to Master. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the two bowed without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting two disciples with divine qualifications again, and the number of disciples with divine qualifications has reached 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host apprentice Qin Feng, Qin Yi, for breaking through to Good Fortune Realm, rewarding 2 gift bags for the God-level apprentice. Ding! Congratulations to the host, disciple Qin Feng, for breaking through Saint's Realm. The return effect of disciple Qin Feng's practice has increased to 20 times. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chapter 237 Bottleneck. Opening the big gift bag, Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Ding! The apprentice gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade cultivation technique, Emperor Spiritual Medicine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supernatural power of the Emperor rank, the Emperor's Pupil Drop Technique, and the 9 Heavenly Tribulation Lights. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Middle Grade Medicine Pill, Imperial Pill * 200 bottles. Emperor Ling Bushan Jing, Emperor Level High Grade Cultivation Technique, restore the original, make up for innate's Emperor Level Cultivation Technique. Only one cultivation technique? Chen Luo was stunned for a while. Chen Luo thought that everyone has different cultivation technique, but now it seems the cultivation technique rewarded by the system is the most suitable for that apprentice. This cultivation technique can restore the source and make up for the innate, which is just right for 2 people. Chen Luo then looked at the 2 supernatural powers, and the information of those 2 supernatural powers immediately appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Emperor's Falling Eye Technique, Horror Unparalleled, the invincible pupil technique that contains the might of a fallen emperor. 9 Heavenly Tribulation Light, take the 9 heavens thunder calamity as a guide, gather the tribulation light, and destroy all things. That's right, they are all extremely terrifying top attack supernatural power, this supernatural power is enough. Chen Luo's heart bursts with satisfaction. Cultivation technique Chen Luo doesn't care, but this supernatural power, Chen Luo can also use it, of course the more the better. Okay, now you are my 8th and 9th direct disciple. This is the cultivation technique supernatural power I bestow on you. Chen Luo then put away his own thoughts and prepared to impart the cultivation technique. Chen Luo pointed with his right hand, 2 streamers of light flashed, and the cultivation technique supernatural power in the gift bag directly poured into their minds. The minds of the 2 of them were suddenly enveloped by countless obscure and mysterious information. After a while, Qin Feng finally digested part of the information, and his eyes were full of joy and shock. They didn't expect that Chen Luo would be so generous. He gave him the imperial level cultivation technique supernatural power just after he became a teacher. Moreover, this cultivation technique supernatural power was very suitable for them, as if it was tailor-made. Thank you, Master, for giving me the Dharma. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and then gave Chen Luo another big gift. Such a superb cultivation technique, not to mention their Qin family, even if they really become the holy son of the Holy Land of Chaos, it is impossible to obtain it easily. I followed my cousin out. This step was really the right choice. With this cultivation technique supernatural power, I will be able to revive the glory of the Qin family in the future. Qin Yi on the side was still immersed in the powerful cultivation technique, and his mind was also wrapped in shock and endless ecstasy. You guys should practice hard from now on. If you need anything, you can go directly to your elder sister. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. Qin Feng nodded heavily, expressing that he would definitely work hard. After Chen Luo encouraged them a few words, he left the Longmei bamboo forest. The cultivation of quasi-emperor realm is too difficult. Chen Luo couldn't help muttering as he walked towards the outside of the bamboo forest. At this time, in Chen Luo's body, Gold's altar was continuously tempered by the majestic spirit power. Under the tempering of many spirit powers, Gold's altar was slowly transforming. Chen Luo's altar is huge, and the transformation of each step altar requires countless spirit power. Even though there are many heavenly bamboo peak disciples returning from practice, this progress is still extremely slow. Chen Luo estimates that even with the joint help of so many disciples, it will take at least several years or even longer to break through to the quasi-emperor second stage day. Although it is very fast to break through a small realm compared to others who often count 100 years, or even 1,000 years. However, Chen Luo is still not satisfied. After all, He has practiced for less than half a year, breaking through a small realm for a few years. This is something Chen Luo cannot bear. If there are a large number of quasi-emperors, or even strong people from the great emperor realm who can practice and return to him, then his own speed will take off again, Chen Luo thought in his heart. However, the powerhouses of quasi-emperor and great emperor realm are not big YT, so it is not so easy to find. Moreover, they are all master-level figures, and it is unlikely that they will live under Chen Luo's sect. It seems that the improvement of the cultivation bond must be done as soon as possible, and it has to be put on the agenda. For the matter of the top powerhouse, we can only think of a way, Chen Luo sighed insignificantly. By the way, there is also this imprint on the center of own eyebrows. What is going on? Chen Luo touched the center of own eyebrows. Although the mark could no longer be seen, Chen Luo could still feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in it. Master, don't frown, frowning doesn't look good. Just as Chen Luo was walking outside, Zhang Xian, dressed in a white dress, with a graceful figure and a charming temperament, walked to Chen Luo's side and smoothed Chen Luo's brow. After Zhang Xian smoothed Chen Luo's brows, she brushed Chen Luo's neck with her slender hands, making a circle. Not big or small, how dare you molested master? Chen Luo grabbed Zhang Xian's slender hand, which was already blushing, and said softly. Knowing that Xian is your apprentice, when the souls are blending, the master still let Xian call those ridiculous names. The master is not big or small. Zhang Xian pouted her mouth, and then said in a low voice. Ahem, can this be the same? Soul fusion is to help you improve your strength. Chen Luo looked a little uncomfortable, and then said quietly. When the souls blend, it is the soul that does the work. Although it is me who is happy, it is none of my business. Zhang Xian gave Chen Luo a flirtatious look, and withdrew her own little hand. The two then walked slowly on heavenly bamboo peak. Master, my cultivation base has arrived at the bottleneck, and I plan to go out to practice. After a long while, the two walked to a secluded spiritual place, and Zhang Xian continued. At this time, Zhang Xian's cultivation base has reached the Saint 8th stage with the help of many spiritual creatures from heavenly bamboo peak. Cultivation base has arrived at the bottleneck. Chen Luo frowned slightly, only quietly looking at Zhang Xian in front of him. Name, Zhang Xian. Constitution, Immortal Soul Body. Cultivation Base, Saint 8th Stage. Qualification, Divine Grade. On the day of Saint 8th Stage, Chen Luo sighed softly. Encountering a bottleneck is a very normal thing. Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian also met the cultivation base bottleneck not long ago, and they have already gone out to practice. Cultivators' cultivation base improvement cannot be smooth sailing, either blindly penance or unlimited breakthrough, also need experience to improve own state of mind cultivation base. It's the same even if Zhang Xian is a divine cultivation talent. Of course, except for Chen Luo, his chaotic divine body has no bottleneck. As long as the accumulated spirit power is enough, he can ascend all the way. This is also the reason why Chen Luo was able to advance grade so quickly. I see, then after you go out, you must protect yourself. Chen Luo touched the girl's pretty cheek, and then said softly. Don't worry, master, I will protect myself. Zhang Xian raised her fist. If it weren't for the cultivation base bottleneck, Zhang Xian wouldn't want to leave heavenly bamboo peak. By the way, do you want to help you improve your soul power again? At this time, Chen Luo asked with a serious face and clear eyes. Just, here. Zhang Xian bit her red lips slightly, and looked around carefully. Chapter 238 Chaos Mark. The surrounding area is quiet, with only a few peach trees exuding a strong fragrance. The breeze blew gently, moving the treetops and the girl's heart. If you like this kind of place, that's fine. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then continued. I didn't. Zhang Xian bit her red lips, her voice was like fine lines, and lightly patted Chen Luo's shoulder. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and instead of flirting with the girl, he skillfully arranged a hidden formation. After everything was in place, it was time to help Zhang Xian improve her soul power. Suddenly, an incomparably beautiful voice sounded in the circle. It seems that due to the reason of the upcoming parting, this promotion is extremely effective. 3 days later, Zhang Xian's soul power has improved a lot, and he has gained a lot. After Chen Luo gave Zhang Xian a lot of protective treasures, he let Zhang Xian go down the mountain to practice Heavenly Dao Sect, in a quiet and elegant pavilion. The surrounding scenery is beautiful, and there are many spiritual birds making crisp calls. The sun shines in this pavilion, making this quiet pavilion a little more warm. An old man in Taoist robes with thinning hair was sitting in the pavilion drinking spiritual tea leisurely. In the pavilion, Li Wudao and Chen Luo stood side by side, drinking the rich and fragrant spiritual tea. Several people chatted about their cultivation experience and various anecdotes in the pavilion, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Old sect leader, you are well informed, but do you know what the mark on my forehead is? Chen Luo asked slowly after taking a sip of the spirit tea, then activated the mark between his eyebrows. Immediately, a burst of brilliant gold rays of light emanated from Chen Luo's forehead, and the gold rays of light enveloped the entire pavilion in an instant. Under the shroud of this gold light, both Weizhu and Li Wudao felt a little bit of shock, as if there was an extremely terrifying power inside. Nephew Chen Luo, you look like the mark of chaos in Legendary. After a while, Weizhu looked at the mark of gold on Chen Luo's forehead, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. Chaos mark. Chen Luo touched the gold mark on his forehead. He could feel the mysterious power in this imprint, but the current Chen Luo couldn't arouse this power at all. Chen Luo used various methods at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, but they were unable to motivate them. As a last resort, Chen Luo could only come to ask the old sect leader. Unexpectedly, the old sect leader saw some clues at a glance. Old sect leader, what is the mark of chaos? Chen Luo frowned slightly and asked aloud. Li Wudao on the side also looked at the old Weizhu sect leader curiously. It was also the first time he had heard of the chaos mark, and he didn't know what it was. Mark of chaos, the time seems to be long ago. The old sect leader of Weizhu squinted his eyes, as if he was remembering something. Chen Luo and Li Wudao didn't bother, just let him recall slowly. When the founder of the Chaos Holy Land, the Chaos Great Emperor, was bestowed by the Heavenly Dao, he received the Chaos Mark when he became an emperor. The old sect leader of Weizhu continued leisurely. Wait, nephew Chen Luo, you have already become an emperor, right? At this moment, Wei Zhou seemed to realize something, and then stared blankly at Chen Luo. Li Wudao on the side was also a little stunned, proving that he became an emperor. Chen Luo became an emperor? Where is this? If I become an emperor after proving the Tao, do I still need to care about what this chaotic mark is? Chen Luo spread his hands, and then asked quietly. The two of them froze for a moment, and then they both nodded. That's right, it's impossible to become an emperor so quickly. How old is Chen Luo? I was almost bluffed by a junior. How could Chen Luo, a brat who just practiced for a short time, become an emperor, let alone become an emperor? The Saint King's cultivation base is already quite good. The old sect leader of Weizhu heaved a sigh of relief, comforting himself in his heart. Then let's continue talking about the Chaos Mark. After the great Emperor of Chaos ascended to the upper realm, he left the Chaos Mark in the Holy Land of Chaos and became the foundation of the Holy Land of Chaos. The biggest function of this mark is to drive the power of the Chaos Avenue. The old sect leader of Weizhu took a deep breath, and then said. The power to drive the Chaos Avenue. Chen Luo's eyes widened, his heart was pounding, he didn't expect this Chaos Mark to have such an effect. The Dao is a power that can only be used by the great emperor who has become an emperor. There are 3,000 Dao, and every one of the Dao can give birth to a great emperor. And comprehending the Dao is also the most critical step in proving the Dao and becoming an emperor. Comprehending the Dao may not necessarily lead to becoming an emperor, but without comprehending the Dao, it is absolutely impossible to become an emperor. This is an iron rule. The Chaos Avenue is one of the top 10 super avenues among the 3000 avenues. It is extremely powerful. The great emperor who used the Chaos Avenue to prove his way and become an emperor is an extremely powerful person who can easily crush the great emperor powerhouses of other avenues. The former great emperor of Chaos proved himself as an emperor through the Dao of Chaos. In the endless years of the Ancient Desolate Continent, he had a pivotal position and was extremely powerful. I have this mark that can drive the power of Chaos Dao. Chen Luo unconsciously touched the mark between the eyebrows. I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. Li Wudao at the side looked at Chen Luo in disbelief, driving the power of Chaos Dao. This also means that Chen Luo is already able to use some means of the Great Emperor. This is incredible. Junior brother Chen Luo, you won't be the one who snatched this Chaos mark from the Holy Land of Chaos. Li Wudao continued to look at Chen Luo excitedly, as if he saw someone of his own kind. No, I got it by chance. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, snatching from the Holy Land of Chaos, the sect leader really dared to think. This imprint should not have been snatched by nephew Chen Luo. The chaotic imprint of the Holy Land of Chaos was destroyed during the war between the two worlds. Logically speaking, there should be no chaotic imprint. We as who old sect leader shouted, taking a sip of spiritual tea, he said slowly. The war between the two worlds? The old sect leader was talking about the war when the demon spirit world invaded our ancient desolate continent. The demon spirit world have the ability to destroy the mark of chaos. Chen Luo frowned slightly and asked puzzled road. 10,000 years ago, the demon world and the ancient desolate continent fought a two-world war, which swept the entire ancient desolate continent and lasted for hundreds of years. That battle almost exhausted the entire ancient desolate continent. Even quasi-emperors' apex powerhouses suffered a lot of casualties, not to mention the Holy Land powerhouses and those below the Holy Land. All ethnic groups have suffered heavy losses. After years of wars, with the concerted efforts of the ancient desolate continent's many forces, they finally repelled the demon spirit world and restored peace to the ancient desolate continent. Chapter 239 Strange Immortal Jade Bead. This imprint was destroyed in that battle. Chen Luo felt very incredible. Because, when investigating this chaotic mark, Chen Luo also tried to use the power of the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, but it was still unable to shake it a bit. Even the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon can't be shaken. How could there be power that can destroy this mark? That's because in the great battle that year, there was a powerful person from the fairyland who made a move. The old sect leader of Weas who continued slowly. The strong in the fairyland make a move. Li Wudao and Chen Luo looked at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. There are quite a few records in their heavenly Dao Sect's ancient books about the battle between the two worlds, but there is no mention of a powerful person from the fairyland taking action, and even the word immortal does not appear. That's right, a true immortal realm powerhouse appeared in the demon spirit realm, who destroyed the mark of chaos, and in the end those guys from above came down to clean up the mess. We as who old sect leader continued slowly. Chen Luo took a deep breath. It turned out that this is the case. No wonder it was able to destroy the mark of chaos. It turned out that it was true immortal who made the move. Hearing this news, Chen Luo just broke through quasi-emperor, and his slightly swollen heart immediately calmed down a lot. Although quasi-emperor is strong, it is not invincible. There is also great emperor true immortal on it. You have to hide this mark of chaos so that no one else can discover it, otherwise, at that time, you will have to, cough, it will cause a lot of trouble. Weas who seemed to have thought of something, and then said slowly. Chen Luo nodded. If people knew about the imprint that could drive the power of the great emperor, they would definitely not let it go. Maybe even true immortal would be interested. After all, with the power that can drive Chaos Avenue, it is hard to guarantee that true immortal will not be moved. Before you have the absolute power to suppress everything, let's hang on. Then how to use this chaos mark? Chen Luo continued to ask. Although he knew the function of this chaotic mark, Chen Luo still didn't know how to drive the power inside. I don't know either, I'm not a god. Wei Zhou's mouth twitched slightly, and said faintly. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, too. How could the old sect leader know how to use such a treasure as the Mark of Chaos? However, you can start with the Holy Land of Chaos, they must know about it. Wei-Zhu old sect leader touched his chin and continued. Chen Luo nodded, that's the only way to go, trying to find a way to use it from the Holy Land of Chaos. After all, Chen Luo is looking forward to the power of the Chaos Avenue. This mark also has another function. The Chaos Bell in the Holy Land of Chaos has been without an owner for many years. With this mark on your body, you should be able to easily take Chaos Bell away and recognize the owner. It is the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon of the Great Emperor of Chaos. Peerless, you won't suffer a loss if you take it away. The old sect leader of Wei-Zhu continued. Going to seize the Chaos Bell in the Holy Land of Chaos, is this a question of whether you will suffer? Chen Luo's eyelids jumped, and the old sect leader really dared to think. Chaos Bell is the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon of the Holy Land of Chaos to suppress the foundation of the Holy Land. It really robbed them and killed them. It was more uncomfortable than digging their ancestral graves. The entire Holy Land of Chaos could not dig the entire Ancient Desolate Continent 3 feet. Will let Chen Luo go. Go, I must go, those guys in the Holy Land of Chaos, I have long disliked them, if I can snatch their Chaos Bell, it will be exciting to think about it. At this time, Li Wudao beside him flashed a frenzy in his eyes, said excitedly. Seeing Li Wudao who was more excited than himself, Chen Luo felt even more wrong. The sect leader of Heavenly Dao Sect is really more powerful than the other. Let's look at it again, it's too dangerous to go directly to grab it, so we need to plan carefully. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Although this behavior is very dangerous, if it is well planned, it may not be impossible. If there is one more Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, it seems to be quite good. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you young people. I've almost had a rest, so it's time to go to closed-door training. Wei-Zhu smiled slightly, and continued, I'll leave the Heavenly Dao Sect to you. Chen Luo and Li Wudao nodded, and then bid farewell to the old sect leader. Chen Luo, who returned to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, returned to the rhythm of lying flat again, while looking for ways to use the Chaos Mark, and on the other hand exploring the Chaos Holy Land, preparing for capturing the Chaos Bell. In addition, Chen Luo did not hold back the search for the disciple of the divine grade talent, and let Hu Mian continue to search for relevant information. Time passed so slowly. Half a month later. Endless Sea, Skylight Sea territory. In the Great Hall, the highest level of the pyramid inherited by the Sea God. In the Great Hall, the highest level of the pyramid, there are blue auras everywhere, and the shining streamer makes the entire highest level dreamlike. In the center of the Great Hall, there is also a huge and incomparable statue. The face of the statue is rendered by an unknown force, and the face is completely invisible, giving people a feeling that they cannot be seen directly. There are strands of air around the statue, which makes the statue a bit more mysterious and heavy. Boom! In the center of the Great Hall, sat cross-legged a young man with a resolute expression, and the surrounding blue aura kept rushing towards the young man. On the boy's head, there are still many sea god crystals shining with spiritual light, and the sea god crystals continuously deliver spirit power to the boy. In the center of many sea god crystals, there is also a white jade bead shining with gold streamer. The white jade beads were floating on Wang Xian's head. Strands of gold breath permeated from the white jade beads and hit Wang Xian's body. With the absorption of the sea god's crystal power and the white jade beads' power, Wang Xian's bones and skin resounded with the voice of the great Dao. It was as if there were countless Dao aggregates circulating crazily around Wang Xian's body. The transformation should be successful soon. With the help of the Sea God's Crystal and the Qixian Yuzhu, I will definitely be able to successfully transform. On the other side of the Great Hall, Yao Xi in a light-colored dress stared at the Wang Xian undergoing transformation. The Qixian Yuzhu is the supreme fetish in the inheritance of the Sea God. It has inconceivable mysteries. Its greatest role is to enhance the constitution. After absorbing its spirit, the constitution will be greatly enhanced. In the future, Yaoxi just heard from Wang Xian that he got a great opportunity in the inheritance of the Sea God and transformed the constitution, but he didn't know that it was a god like the Qixian Yuzhu. Wang Xian is the sensing Dao sacred body. After absorbing the Qixian Yuzhu, he can transform into the sensing Dao divine body, allowing Wang Xian's potential to break through again and reach an apex. Yao Xi then unconsciously looked at a jade talisman in her hand that was constantly shining with red light. This jade talisman is the induction jade talisman that Yaoxi arranged outside to search for the magic circle. At this time, the sensory jade talisman kept flashing red light, which made Yaoxi feel a little hesitant in her heart. Because this red light means that there are already a large number of enemies gathered outside, and the number and strength of these enemies are far beyond Yao Xi's expectations. Chapter 240 Sea God Scepter. It seems that Tang Qi's status in the Soul Yuan Temple is not low, and he was able to gather so many people. Yao Xi murmured in a low voice, looking at the induction jade talisman that was constantly shining with red light. Yaoxi originally thought that Tang Qi's status in the Soul Yuan Temple was not high, and, for the Sea God's inheritance, it was impossible to bring too many people to block them. However, I didn't expect that this Tang Qi was very decisive. He summoned a lot of people, and the aura of many strong men made the induction circle outside tremble slightly. Moreover, this number seems to be slowly increasing. I can only take one step at a time. If I can't do it, I can only use that thing, Yaoxi murmured in a low voice, and then looked at Wang Xian in the center of the Great Hall. At this time, the gold streamer on the Qixian Yuzhu on Wang Xian's head has dimmed a lot. Obviously, the power of Qixian Yuzhu is about to be exhausted. Wang Xian has more and more gold streamers on his body, and Wang Xian wrapped in gold streamers seems to be a golden immortal. Countless mysterious Taoist sounds resounded around Wang Xian, which aroused the vibration of the laws of heaven and earth in the Great Hall. Boom! After a while, with a violent roar, the last trace of Qixian Yuzhu's power was completely absorbed by Wang Xian. The Sea God crystal around the Qixian Yuzhu was also completely annihilated. Sensing Dao's divine body has been completed. Yaoxi said in surprise, feeling the terrifying aura on Wang Xian's body. At this moment, the radiance of the gold streamer on Wang Xian's body reached its peak, and the mysterious Dao sound rang in Yao Xi's ear not far away. Yaoxi only felt that countless auras burst out of On's mind, and all kinds of supernatural power secrets in his mind were quickly comprehended. Yaoxi didn't waste the baptism of the Taoist sound, and immediately sat cross-legged in the Great Hall, and began to quickly gain insight into the many supernatural power secrets in her mind. Wang Xian, who is in the process of transformation, is even more so. He has transformed into the sensing Dao divine body, and his comprehension has once again climbed to a higher level. The speed is rising rapidly. Devil Emperor destroying immortal finger, Great Thunder Emperor art, Xian Emperor forbidden immortal art, Purple Emblem Star Soul art, Dian divine art, many of the supernatural power secret arts that Chen Luo taught Wang Xian all at once are all improving rapidly. Several hours later, the baptism of the voice of the Great Dao was completely over, and both Wang Xian and Yaoxi were filled with a burst of majestic aura. Especially Wang Xian, the inspiration released by various powerful supernatural power secret techniques made the entire Great Hall tremble a little. It is clearly the cultivation base of good fortune realm, but it has an aura that even the strong in the holy realm are extremely afraid of. Feeling the power in his body, as well as many supernatural power secret techniques that have been cultivated to a high level, Wang Xian's eyes are full of confidence. Although it is only the cultivation base of the good fortune realm middle stage, Wang Xian has the confidence to crush the average saint realm powerhouse. Yaoxi Elder, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I would not have such a great opportunity. Wang Xian then put away his own thoughts, and thanked Yaoxi not far away. The transformation this time is too important to me, and the cultivation base has also improved a lot in one fell swoop. This is impossible in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Of course, Wang Xian still puts Chen Luo first in his heart. After all, if his sensing Dao sacred body cannot be completed, no matter how many opportunities there are, it has nothing to do with him. It is the starting point of everything. Between you and me, why should you be so polite? Yaoxi smiled and said slowly. Wang Xian nodded. The two have experienced a lot together. It can be said that they are friends of life and death. There is really no need to stick to these etiquettes. Now that Gai Tangqi has brought a lot of people to block us, we have to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Yao Xi took out the induction jade talisman, and then said solemnly. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows, that guy really didn't give up. No hurry, let's see what else the sea god left behind. Wang Xian said slowly. After finishing speaking, Wang Xian waved his right hand, a stream of gold flashed, and suddenly, criss-crossing void patterns appeared in the void of the Great Hall. This is the secret lock of the void, and Sea God actually left a treasure in the secret lock of the void. Yao Xi said in surprise, staring curiously at the criss-crossing void patterns in the void. This void pattern is exactly the secret lock of the void, and it is a secret lock that can only be used after comprehending the law of space to a rather advanced level. Dedicated to storing precious treasures. After entering the Great Hall, Wang Xian and Yaoxi found a lot of treasures in the Great Hall, which are all kinds of panacea and cultivation resources. Among the many treasures, the most precious is the strange fairy jade bead that can transform into a constitution. Unexpectedly, the sea god left behind a void secret lock. Wang Xian smiled slightly, and then began to unlock the void secret lock. Wang Xian didn't perceive it at first, but after the sensing Dao sacred body transformed into the sensing Dao divine body, his purple emblem star soul art and Dian divine art both improved to a very advanced level. He vaguely sensed that there seemed to be something hidden in the void. Wang Xian then used spirit power to disperse the secrets in the void, but unexpectedly there was a void secret lock inside. I don't know what kind of treasure this is, but Sea God wants to store it with a void secret lock. Wang Xian murmured in a low voice, with deep anticipation in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xian continued to unlock the void secret locks of the Great Hall, and each secret lock was unlocked by Wang Xian's mental energy. A stream of shining light lit up in the void. After a while, the void secret lock was completely opened, and a blue aura flowed out from the void secret lock, floating into Wang Xian's heart. Waves of gentle breath surged out of the blue streamer, which seemed to nourish the spirits of Yaoxi and Wang Xian a lot. In the blue aura is an extremely luxurious scepter. The scepter is about 6 feet long, and the scepter is engraved with mysterious Dao patterns, as if it contains the truth of the Great Way. There is also the aura of blue flickering around the scepter, and the statue of the Great Hall seems to be echoed by the scepter, also shining with the streamer of blue. Wang Xian held the scepter in his hand, and immediately felt the extremely majestic power inside. Wang Xian was quite startled by the dissipated power. Yaoxi Elder, do you know what this is? Wang Xian asked slowly, holding the scepter in his hand. Yao Xi looked at the scepter in front of her, frowning slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Scepter of the Sea God, this should be the scepter of the Sea God. After a while, Yao Xi seemed to think of something, and then said, her eyes were full of shock. Chapter 241 Encirclement. Scepter of the Sea God. Wang Xian looked confused. He had heard of many legendaries of sea god, but he didn't know what this sea god's scepter was. The Poseidon's scepter is a treasure created by the sea god when he ascended to the sea god's position, using many divine objects. It is not only an extremely powerful spiritual treasure, but also a symbol of the sea god's power. After the sea god disappeared, the sea god palace issued a decree. Those who hold the sea god's scepter can be the new sea god and lead many sea tribes. But I didn't expect the sea god's scepter to be included in the sea god's own inheritance. Yaoxi then explained slowly. He stared straight at the scepter in Wang Xin's hand. The symbol of sea god's rights, it's too childish to become the new sea god with only a scepter. Wang Xin said while stroking the sea god's scepter in his hand. Wang Xin could sense the enormous power contained in this scepter. Obviously, regardless of the symbolic meaning, this is also a top-level treasure. However, just a scepter, can he really become a sea god? Wang Xin didn't care about it. Who knows, but since the Poseidon Palace issued this decree, it must have some effect. After all, the Poseidon Palace represents the sea god. Yaoxi also restrained her own thoughts at this time, and continued. Wang Xin nodded. The Sea God Palace is a force founded by the Sea God. When the Sea God was alive, it helped the Sea God to control many sea clans. Even after the Sea God is gone, it is still a giant power. Although it has been hidden for many years, no one dares to question the strength of the Sea God Palace. There should be nothing here now, and we should think about how to get out of here. After a while, Yaoxi continued. They couldn't stay here forever, as the sea god crystal dissipated, and the Qixian usual was also consumed. There is less and less spiritual qi here. We'll just wait here obediently. At this time, Wang Xin continued. Wait. Yao Xi froze for a moment, her pretty face was full of doubts. Tianguang Sea area, the area where the seabed vortex is located. Around the vortex at this time, many cultivators of various forces gathered densely. Not only are there top powerhouses from the Holy Land of Chaos and the Temple of Soul Origin, but there are also many other holy lands of the common, such as the Holy Land of Fiheng, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, and other common Holy Land level powers. There are also a small number of top-notch forces, and they are watching around the vortex, as if they are waiting for something. On the other side of the vortex, the warriors of the Endless Sea, the Four Sea Clans, the Merman Clan, the Yaksha Clan, the Sea Turtle Clan, and the Sea Shark Clan gathered on the other side, waiting patiently. The aura emanating from many top powerhouses made the atmosphere of the entire submarine vortex extremely solemn. Sir Tangqi, are we going to wait like this forever? People from the Heavenly Devil Sect have never appeared, and we have no time to spend here. Not far from the vortex, Elder Lu Kongping of the Holy Land of Chaos frowned. They have gathered here for a long time, and invited many forces, but the Heavenly Devil Sect has indeed not appeared for a long time. On the other side, the Elder of the Soul Yuan Temple and other Holy Land powerhouses also frowned. Although they all wanted to destroy the Heavenly Devil Sect, it was impossible for them to wait here forever. The inheritance inside has ended. They can't stay in there for long. Even if the Heavenly Devil Sect doesn't show up, as long as the Lord catches their young sect leader, aren't we afraid we won't find the Heavenly Devil Sect? Tang Tang, seeing that everyone seemed to have the intention of retreating, Qi Jian continued. Tang keywords reassured many people. Indeed, even if the Heavenly Devil Sect doesn't show up, it doesn't matter. It is impossible for their Heavenly Devil Sect to remain indifferent after arresting their young sect leader. No matter how bad it is much easier to find their positions through their few sect leaders. But we've been waiting for almost a month, what if they don't come out? The God Lord Qian next to him continued. God Lord Qian also got a little impatient after waiting for a long time. I thought the Heavenly Devil Sect would attack soon, but I didn't expect them to ignore them at all. Gathering so many comrades, they are all the bitter masters of the Heavenly Devil Sect, who can sweep everything away, but they don't show up, like fists hitting cotton, very aggrieved. Yet, if they don't come out, give them some time. The other top powerhouses present also spoke out, their words extremely impatient. Let's attack this vortex by force. We have so many people here, we can definitely try it. Even if there are sea god restrictions, they can't stop us. Tang Chi pondered for a moment, then continued. Okay, let's attack by force, I've been impatient for a long time. That's right, Poseidon is gone long ago, a mere restrictions, how could it stop us? We must arrest the young sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect today. As soon as Tang Qi words fell, many top powerhouses around talked one after another, and they strongly agreed with Tang Qi proposal. Sea God's inheritance, why are you presumptuous? If you want to attack by force, it's impossible. Just as everyone was discussing, a few people from the sea monster group not far away couldn't sit still, and immediately retorted. The sea god is the supreme belief of their sea monster clan, and it cannot be defiled by anyone. The sea god's inheritance represents the sea god. If they want to attack this place by force, their sea monster clan will absolutely not agree. Everyone, if the sea god sees that his inheritance is occupied by a demon, the sea god will not agree to it. He stormed this inheritance, captured that demon, and restored endless sea to peace. Tang Chi stood up again at this time. Yes, and slowly said to the people of the 4 sea clans not far away. The teeth are sharp and the mouth is sharp. The inheritance of the sea god cannot be lost. If you want to attack by force, you must step on our corpses. A general of the mermaid tribe coldly said. That's right, if we swear to the death to defend the honor of the sea god, then you should die. The other sea tribes next to them also said in succession. Seeing the people of the High Clan resisting so much, Tang Chi and the others looked very ugly. They didn't expect the people of the High Clan to be so stubborn. No wonder the people of the Heavenly Devil Sect took away the treasure so easily. If he had known earlier that these people from the High Clan should not have been invited to participate, Tang Chi felt extremely aggrieved as 10,000 people were rushing in his heart at this moment. Tang Chi and the others tried to persuade him again, but it still had no good effect. Once sea god is involved, these things will be as stubborn as cement in the brain. After repeated persuasion to no avail, everyone also gave up. The sea clansmen are not easy to provoke, and there is the sea god palace watching behind them. If things get serious, even if it is really a forceful attack, they will capture Heavenly Devil's own Shao sect leader is also worth the loss. Is it you trash who want to capture our Heavenly Devil sect's young sect leader? Just then, a clear and stern voice sounded. Not far away, a stunning woman with a graceful figure in a long red dress appeared wearing a white veil. A small leather whip was hung on the waist of the stunning woman, her eyes were indifferent, and black's hair fluttered under the strong power of the sun, like a cruel witch. Chapter 242 Undersea Fierce Fight. Dancing Girl, that's the dancing girl is here. Damn, it turned out to be the dancing girl. It seems that the one inside is really their young sect leader. Even the dancing girl has been dispatched. Hurry up, Wu Tianv, that is Wu Tianv, a Wu Tianv who eats 9 at a meal. As soon as the stunning woman's voice fell, many cultivators discussed one after another, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Many cultivators remembered the rumors about the Heavenly Devil Sect, and looked at Shu Yuo with fear in their eyes. Some cultivators are even ready to escape. Why panic? So many of us here are still afraid of a dancing girl. At this time, Elder Lu Kongping of the Holy Land of Chaos stood up, and his voice was like a wave, reaching the ears of many cultivators around. Lu Kangping's words stabilized the many cultivators present, and made everyone feel relieved. Yes, there are so many of them, what are they afraid of? The other party is just one person. Tang Chi and the Red Flame God Lord beside him were secretly vigilant, checking to see if there were other Heavenly Devil Sect members around. The warriors of several sea monster groups not far away also stared at Shu Yuo with fluttering long hair with cold eyes. Since Wu Tian has appeared, let's take down Wu Tian first today, and let the Heavenly Devil Sect pay the price he should pay. Elder of the Soul Yuan Temple said slowly with cold eyes. The elder sent by the Soul Essence Temple this time is a top powerhouse of the Great Saint level. Moreover, he has already comprehended the power of the law, and he is only one step away from the Quasi-Emperor. You have so few people, it's not enough for me to kill. Shu Yuohu's cherry lips parted slightly, her eyes were full of indifference. Swish swish swish. After finishing speaking, Shu Yuohu raised her head slowly, a mark of gold lit up between her brows, and a bright stream of light bloomed on the mark of gold. Followed by it, there is also a majestic power of chaos. The power of chaos turned into sharp blades around Shu Yuohu's body, attacking and killing everyone. The fierce, chaotic power blade that almost tore everything apart quickly covered all the areas in front, carrying out violent bombardment. In an instant, the sound of tearing, painful wailing, and fierce collision filled every corner of the vortex. Under the attack of the unparalleled power of chaos, those weaker cultivators were easily torn apart like pieces of paper, and the whole seabed was immediately stained red with blood. Even if the best among them escaped the sharp blade's attack, their faces were still full of horror. As expected of a dancer, she has such a sharp method. Chaos, mark of chaos, that's a mark of chaos. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded from the bottom of the sea. This voice came from nowhere, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Not far away, Lu Elder of the Holy Land of Chaos looked shocked, and then a huge wave of surprise surged in his heart. A mark of chaos, a mark of chaos. If I can get this chaos mark, then my Chaos Holy Land will reign over the entire Ancient Desolate Continent again. After Chaos Bell sounded inexplicably before, the Holy Land of Chaos Saint Lord gave orders to many high-level officials to search for the Mark of Chaos. If he could bring the Mark of Chaos back to the Holy Land of Chaos, there would be a huge reward, and that reward made him, an elder, very excited. Now, the Mark of Chaos is right in front of his eyes, how can he not be excited? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Everyone act, snatch the seal on the witch's head immediately, win the seal reporter, and reward the best sacred artifact, no, half-emperor's soldier, and the identity of a true disciple. Lu Kongping said hastily. As soon as Lu Kongping finished speaking, the cultivators of the Chaos Holy Land became heavy-breathing, and looked at Shu Yuohu's imprint with unusually frenzied eyes, as if they were looking at some peerless treasure. Immediately afterwards, many cultivators rushed towards Shu Yuohu while avoiding Gold's sharp blade, trying to capture the Mark of Chaos. The top powerhouses of other forces present were also staring at the mark on Shu Yuohu's forehead. Although many people don't know what it is, but looking at Lu Kangping's treasure chest, you can tell that it must be a top-quality treasure. There are also other powerhouses of the top forces who know the function of that thing, and then there is also endless enthusiasm, ready to fight for that thing. Comrades, that imprint is a treasure of our Chaos Holy Land, which was stolen by this witch. If someone can take back the treasure and return it to us, our Holy Land is also willing to send a large amount of treasure to redeem this imprint. Lu Kongping saw that everyone was right. The treasure thought about it, and hurriedly said. If you want to grab the treasure, then grab the treasure. Who cares about stealing the treasures from your Holy Land of Chaos? Your treasury is a pile of rubbish. Lu Kangping's voice just fell, and Shu Yuohu, who was not far away, immediately sneered. After Shu Yuohu finished speaking, she launched more methods at the same time, attacking and killing the cultivators around. Under the siege of many cultivators, even though Shu Yuohu had many means, she was still somewhat outnumbered, and gradually fell into a disadvantage, with many injuries on her body. However, Shu Yuohu seemed to be enjoying this kind of battle very much. She didn't see the slightest fear, on the contrary, she became more and more courageous, her eyes were full of fierceness. In the corner of the vortex, Tang Qi looked at Shu Yuohu, who was fighting fiercely with a cloudy expression. His eyes were filled with fear and passion. That chaotic imprint, if it is in my hands, How powerful it will be! The battle was still going on, and with Lu Kangping's words, more cultivators joined the battle to snatch the Mark of Chaos. The warriors of the Sea Monster clan did not participate, they were not interested in this thing, they only wanted to recapture the treasures of their clan and guard the inheritance of the Sea God. As for other cultivator battles and treasures, they don't care. As the battle progressed, more and more cultivators died, and the strong smell of blood filled every corner of the seabed. There are broken bodies everywhere. Lu Elder, let us keep this thing for you in the Temple of Soul Essence. After a long while, Elder, the holy place of soul essence not far away, laughed loudly and then launched a majestic holy soul, charging towards Shu Yuou's body, aiming at the mark on Shu Yuou's forehead. At this time, Shu Yuou experienced a violent battle, and her condition has declined a lot. It is a good time to snatch the mark. Seeing this, Lu Kangping suddenly became flustered. If the Mark of Chaos was taken away, it would definitely not be so easy to get it back with the style of the Soul Cloud Temple. Boom! At this moment, a huge fist appeared in the void. Before the Elder of the Soul Cloud Temple approached, he felt a burst of fear penetrating into the soul, and the fist instantly hit the Elder of the Soul Temple. The fist that contained terrifying power brought with it the power to destroy everything, and smashed the Elder, the Holy Land of Chaos, who was trying to snatch the mark, into pieces. Chapter 243 Fate is Own. There was a violent collision sound, and countless gold flesh and strong power of law collapsed in all directions. A supreme great saint who had already comprehended the power of law fell so easily. Seeing the sudden change, everyone's brains were buzzing, and their hearts were wrapped in endless fear. The flesh and blood scattered around made everyone lose their ability to think. What is this? The Elder of the Supreme Great Saint level Soul Yuan Temple was killed by a single punch. Not far away, Lu Kangping also opened his mouth wide, and his heart was full of horror and trembling. If he also stepped forward, he would be the one who died. Aren't you going to grab it? Come on, I want to see what else you can do. Shu Yuou licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at the cultivators present who were in fear with a sneer. Stab! Immediately afterwards, a figure exuding a majestic aura broke free from the void just now, and stood faithfully beside Shu Yuou. The right hand of that figure is still flowing with gold's blood and a touch of power of law. The majestic energy radiated from the figure's body, suppressing the entire sea area, and suddenly, the entire sea area became completely silent. This figure was the North Star Spirit King who had been refined into a puppet. Quasi-Emperor puppet. Lu Kangping's face became extremely ugly, and his heart was trembling. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Devil Sect actually had a Quasi-Emperor level puppet. Moreover, judging by the strength of this puppet, it must have been a high-rank Quasi-Emperor level apex powerhouse during his lifetime. FK. If you have such a big killer, don't take it out sooner. Let's go fishing, Daddy won't play anymore. I'm a dog if I participate in the siege and suppression of the Heavenly Devil Sect in the future. I knew that the Heavenly Devil Sect could not be so easily manipulated. Why should the Heavenly Devil Sect love it? Daddy doesn't care. Since you don't care, then I don't care. +1. After a while, there were whispers of discussion around the sea area. The words are full of remorse for the actions at this time. They are all numb. Wu Shanve has this kind of puppet, and she is still hiding it. If she had taken it out earlier, there would be so many things. Immediately afterwards, a large number of cultivators fled towards the distance, and left the area cursing. Even Fiheng Holy Land, Qiyan Divine Dynasty, and other Holy Land level powers disappeared. It's true that they wanted treasures and the destruction of the Heavenly Devil Sect, but they had to be able to enjoy all of this with their lives. If their lives were gone, everything would be gone. Tang Qi looked at the many cultivators who had already run away, and retreated silently to another safe area. He also didn't expect that the Heavenly Devil Sect was so powerful and had such a terrifying puppet. Obviously there are so many people gathered, but it still has no effect. My previous thoughts now seem like a joke. On the other side, the warrior of the Sea clan stood firmly on the edge of the vortex, loyally guarding the vortex on the bottom of the sea, even though he was terrified. Shu Yuohu didn't stop those from other forces from escaping, but just looked at the cultivators in the Chaos Holy Land and the remaining Soul Essence Temple indifferently. Soon, only the Holy Land of Chaos, the Temple of Soul Yuan, and Warrior of the Sea clan remained in the entire sea area. Have you figured out how to die? Shu Yuohu's eyes moved slightly, and she said lightly, her jet black hair was fluttering in the wind behind her, extremely moving. Do you think that only one puppet can dominate all situations? You underestimate our holy land of chaos. Lu Kongping looked at Shu Yuohu and the North Star Spirit King puppet in the distance, then gritted his teeth. Oh, I don't dare to say to dominate the situation, but there is no problem in controlling the lives of you trash. Shu Yuohu said indifferently. After finishing speaking, Shu Yuohu raised her right hand lightly, and the imprint on her forehead once again burst into endless light. The law of chaos gathered around Shu Yuohu's body, turned into a boundless sharp blade again, and shot towards the front. Fierce battles broke out again. Zhongyuan Prefecture, Saint Xiantian Valley. On the outskirts of Shensuantian Valley, in a mountain forest surrounded by spiritual qi. In a hidden area in the forest, there are many disciples of the Holy Land of Chaos lying here and there. These disciples were bound by black's chains, fell into a coma, and were discarded in the jungle like garbage. Senior, what I said is true, I really don't know where Chaos Bell is, I'm just a common inner disciple. On the side of the jungle, there was another disciple wearing a white robe, trembling lying on the ground majestically, his face was pale. Boom! As soon as the disciple's words fell, a violent energy surged suddenly, knocking out the white-robed disciple in an instant. Brother, there is no way to go on like this. All the people outside are the inner disciples of the common. No matter how much you tie up, you will not be able to find out the news of Chaos Bell. In the jungle, a young man wearing a silver mask and a black robe frowned. Wrinkled, making a hoarse sound. Junior brother, then we can only go in and tie an elder or true disciple out, don't find out where Chaos Bell is, even if those old monsters leave, we can take Chaos Bell away. A middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man said while binding the disciple who had just passed out with black's chains. The young man nodded in agreement. There are many magic circles in the Holy Land of Chaos, and there are also many top experts hidden. It would be extremely dangerous to search everywhere. More importantly, if you fail this time, you may not have a better chance next time. Then we can only start with these disciples. The young man pondered for a moment, then continued. I understand this, let me do it. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Swish swish swish. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man waved his right hand, and suddenly a black devilish chi surged in front of many unconscious disciples. Under the rendering of black devilish chi, many disciples of Chaos Holy Land woke up one by one. Hey, next, I want you to contact the true disciples and elders you can contact, let them come here, don't alarm anyone, if anyone can do it, no one will die. The middle-aged man looked at after seeing the many disciples who were in fear, he said lightly. The voice of the middle-aged man made many disciples present feel their scalps go numb and their faces turn pale. Many people's faces showed struggles. From the questioning of the two just now, it was obvious that they wanted to seize Chaos Bell. If you call people for them now, you are helping the evildoers and harming the interests of sect. Senior, what you said is true, as long as I can get the true disciple or elder to come over, won't you kill me? At this moment, a disciple couldn't help it, and then asked tremblingly. Of course, I'm a member of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Go out and inquire. Our Heavenly Devil Sect once said 9 cauldrons. When did we break our word? The middle-aged man snorted coldly and continued. Many disciples looked at each other in dismay, and quite a few of them showed signs of being disturbed. Although the Heavenly Devil Sect committed a heinous crime, it seems that they have not heard any rumors that what they say is not what they say. Besides, the Imperial Soldier belongs to sect, and his life is his own. The middle-aged man then said slowly, his tone full of bewitching meaning. Chapter 244 Conspiracy of Chaos Bell. Under the verbal offensive and life threats of the middle-aged man, many disciples soon gave in. No matter how sect is, it is not as important as own life. Moreover, they don't think that these two can take Chaos Bell away. Under the guard of the two, many disciples used the means of communication to call the true disciples an elder they were familiar with. I hope everything goes well. Chen Luo murmured inwardly as he looked at the many disciples who were summoning him. It turned out that the two were exactly Chen Luo and Li Wuodao. Not long ago, Chen Luo received the news that Wang Xin and Yao Xi were surrounded in the Sea God's inheritance, and immediately launched a plan to capture Chaos Bell. Let Shu Yuohu take the puppet of the Northern Star Spirit King to attract as many people from the Holy Land of Chaos as possible in the Endless Sea. To this end, Chen Luo also used the Law of Chaos and a top-level magic treasures to create a youthful version of the Chaos Mark. Chen Luo and Li Wuodao took the opportunity to sneak into the Holy Land of Chaos to capture the Chaos Bell. Swish swish swish! Not long after, a stream of light flashed in the sky, and several immortals, the elder of the Holy Land of Chaos in grey robes, rushed towards the destination under the call of many disciples. Chen Luo's soul power easily discovered their arrival, and then launched the Suandi Immortal Forbidden technique to seal the entire jungle. After the return of Wang Xin's cultivation effect, Chen Luo's Immortal Forbidden Art of Suandi has reached an extremely advanced level. Immortal Forbidden Art is no longer limited to individuals, and one area can be easily sealed off. Not only the Suandi Forbidden Immortal Art, but other top-notch arts are also extremely advanced. Under Chen Luo's Suandi Forbidden Immortal Art restrictions, many elders who came here were subdued in a short while, without any countermeasures. You high and powerful elders are suppressed on the side of the jungle like dead dogs. Tell me, where is the Chaos Bell in your holy land of chaos? My patience is limited. Chen Luo said slowly, using soul secrets to frighten many subdued elders. The majestic soul power, like Mount Tai, weighed heavily on their hearts, making the elders tremble. Who are you, you dare to attack us in the holy land of chaos? Do you know who we are? A white-bearded elder tremblingly said, his eyes full of anger. They are all elders of the holy land of chaos, with high positions and weights, and they are all very respectable and important figures on weekdays. However, it is a great shame to be under such a threat at this time and still be in their territory of the Holy Land of Chaos. Stab! As soon as the white-bearded elder finished speaking, he was instantly blasted into charcoal by a blue-purple thunder light and lost his vitality. The sudden death made many elders present shudder. At this time, they finally understood their own situation, and now was not the time for them to show off their might. If anyone wants to talk nonsense, the old man will end up in the end. Let me ask again, where is Chaos Bell? Chen Luo then said lightly, the breath on his body made everyone feel scalp tingling. The entire jungle is filled with an extremely strong smell of blood and chill. I know, Chaos Bell is in our Haoang Palace in Sky Valley. Soon, an elder couldn't bear it anymore, and revealed the location of Chaos Bell. Chen Luo and Li Wuodao looked at each other with delighted expressions. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo inquired again about a lot of information in the Haoang Palace and the Holy Land of Chaos, and all these elders were stunned and ransacked. For the authenticity of the intelligence, they continued to wait for the intelligence of several waves of elders and true disciples who continued to come. After confirming that it was correct, the two began to formulate more reasonable routes and plans. Boom! After a long while, an extremely violent roar suddenly erupted in Shenswantian Valley. In the depths of Shenswantian Valley, suddenly a brilliant stream of light lit up, and the gorgeous stream of light exploded towards the surroundings like a shooting star. Followed by, there are bursts of mysterious formations. The formations are connected to the void, displaying terrifying power to distort the surrounding space. Soon, a spatial teleportation array containing mysterious power opened, and figures with majestic aura stepped into the formation, waiting for the opening of the spatial teleportation array. Sure enough, they can't just miss the mark of chaos. Looking at the many top experts leaving through the teleportation circle in the distance, Chen Luo's eyes were full of excitement. Li Wudao on the side was also very excited. After those old monsters left, they could start to act. Senior brother Li, you go and wait for the opportunity to destroy the formation, and I'll go get the chaos bell. After destroying the formation, leave immediately and leave me alone. Chen Luo then slowly said to Li Wudao. Li Wudao nodded. This was what they planned in the first place. Li Wudao was responsible for the destruction of the teleportation circle, and Chen Luo went to capture Chaos Bell. The two then waited in place. At this time, the teleportation circle in the distance was still open, and top experts from the Holy Land of Chaos continued to enter the teleportation circle. Not long after, enough strong people gathered in the teleportation array, and the teleportation array suddenly opened, teleporting towards the destination. Brother, take action. At the same time, Chen Luo's voice sounded in the forest. Immediately afterwards, the two figures started to run extremely fast, galloping towards the Shengxian Tiangu Skylight Sea area, seabed vortex. At this time, the submarine vortex is filled with a strong smell of blood. All kinds of minced meat and broken limbs can be seen everywhere, and the surrounding sea water also has a little scarlet color. On the edge of the vortex, Shu Yuo was completely insane, relying on the weakened version of the chaos mark Chen Luo gave her, beheading countless enemies. The North Star Spirit King puppet beside Shu Yuo was also covered in endless blood. Around, a large number of people from the Holy Land of Chaos and the Temple of Soul Essence were trembling, and some people had already collapsed and fled. At this time, there were only a few dozen cultivators in the Holy Land of Chaos, and Shu Yuo and Beizing Lingwang had killed 90% of them. The cultivator of the Soul Cloud Temple did not suffer such serious losses. The warriors of the Sea Clan on the other side have left at some point, and there is no one guarding the vortex. You slaughtered people in our Chaos Holy Land like this, our Saint Lord will not let you go. On the other side of the vortex, Lu Kangping's face turned red, and his eyes were full of fierceness and fear. The loss of their Chaos Holy Land today is too serious. Lost a large number of Holy Land elders, as well as many disciples of Tianjiao. If it weren't for the importance of the Chaos Mark, they would have run away long ago. The strength of the Heavenly Devil Sect is really unfathomable. Slaughter? When you are going to deal with our Heavenly Devil Sect, you have to have this awareness, so you are allowed to deal with us, and we are not allowed to fight back. Shu Yuo sneered, and continued. Chapter 245 Star Girl. Counterattack? Hearing Shu Yuo's words, Lu Kangping trembled with anger. Their Heavenly Devil Sect is really bullying people. Just fighting back, killing so many people in their Chaos Sanctuary, is really damn it. It's useless to talk too much, and you will pay the price soon. Lu Kangping continued, gritting his teeth, suppressing the grief and indignation in his heart. Shu Yuo ignored Lu Kangping but continued to kill the cultivators in the surrounding Chaos Holy Land. Many formations that had been arranged around were also blasted to pieces by the Northern Star Spirit King, and there were broken formation fragments floating everywhere. On the other side of Shu Yuo, Wang Xian and Yaoxi have already come out of the place of inheritance, and they are also fighting side by side with Shu Yuo. It's just that they don't have the powerful and weakened chaos mark like Shu Yuo, and they can't kill like Shu Yuo. However, relying on their own strength, they still beheaded many enemies. Elder Wu, should we evacuate first? It seems that a large number of enemies are approaching. At this moment, Wang Xian seemed to sense something, and then sent a voice transmission to Shu Yuou. "It's okay, they are the ones waiting." Shu Yuou's eyes lit up, and the fierceness in her eyes became more intense. The vortex battle continued, and the North Star Spirit King was like the tireless and invincible god of war, easily killing many cultivators around him. Boom! After a while, the void around the vortex on the bottom of the sea suddenly distorted, and bursts of violent air flowed out from the distorted space. Dozens of top experts suddenly appeared around the vortex on the bottom of the sea, with the terrifying aura surging from their bodies. The leader is an old man with an old face and white hair. His body is full of strong power of law and the breath of death. Beside the old man, there are several cultivators who are also surging with the power of law. Obviously, they are all extremely powerful and extremely powerful. The appearance of many strong men made the atmosphere of the entire sea area more dignified, and the overwhelming sense of oppression immediately filled the entire sea area. "Taishang Elder, you are finally here." Lu Kongping finally let go of his tense expression when he saw the white-haired old man. The person who came was the Supreme Elder of their Chaos Holy Land, Wang Chenmo, and the apex powerhouse of the Quasi-Emperor 6th stage. Many of the cultivators that He Ping brought were also true apex-level figures in the Holy Land of Chaos, and there were also several apex experts who were also Quasi-Emperor level. "Girl doll, hand over the mark of chaos, and the inheritance of the Sea King, I can give you a happy time." Wang Chenmo raised his head slowly, staring at Shu Yuou and the others not far away indifferently. "Master Elder, these people from the Heavenly Devil Sect have committed heinous crimes. We must arrest them and refine their souls, so that we can snow for our dead fellow disciples." Lu Kongping then gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unusually strong hatred. The Taishang Elder glanced at Lu Kongping faintly. Lu Kongping noticed the Taishang Elder's gaze, and quickly closed his own mouth tightly. "Old man, stay in the coffin when you are old, don't come out and wander around, be careful not to end well." Shu Yuou said slowly without fear of the many strong men who appeared. Both Wang Xin and Yaoxi behind him are going numb. This Shu Yuou is too bold, even the Taishang Elder of the Holy Land of Chaos dares to insult her, and she has no intention of running away. "Girl doll, do you really think you can be fearless with just a puppet?" Wang Chenmo said calmly without even raising his eyelids. Boom boom boom. After finishing speaking, a violent aura appeared on Wang Chenmo's body, rushing towards Shu Yuou and the others overwhelmingly. The violent energy made the North Star Spirit King puppet beside Shu Yuou tremble slightly. "Mr. Tang Qi, let's retreat first. The Supreme Elders of the Holy Land of Chaos have appeared. It is meaningless for us to continue here." Not far away, an elder from the Temple of Soul Essence frowned. Although their Soul Essence Temple also suffered heavy losses, compared to the Holy Land of Chaos, it was much better. When they saw the puppet of the Northern Star Spirit King in the Soul Essence Temple, they consciously started to defend and counterattack, instead of attacking wildly like the Holy Land of Chaos. After such a fierce battle, he saved a lot of vitality, and planned to fish in troubled waters when both the Chaos Holy Land and Wutian were hurt. However, now that the Supreme Elders of the Holy Land of Chaos have appeared, it is impossible for them to fish in troubled waters. Unless they are also asking for the support of the top powerhouses of the Soul Essence Temple. "Well, let's go. It's a pity that we didn't get the inheritance of the Sea God." Tang Qi looked at Wang Xin who was not far away, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, the space not far away trembled again, and several gold streamers bombarded towards Wang Chenmo and others with a violent impact. Boom! With a loud noise, the fierce gold streamer quickly bombarded Wang Chenmo and the others, blowing their formation apart. Wang Chenmo frowned slightly, and looked straight at the area where the attack was launched. Not far away, a girl with a graceful figure and a charming temperament appeared in the void wearing a white veil. The girl was wearing a plain long dress, her eyes shone with golden light, and her silver white hair fluttered in the wind along with the broken space. Wang Chenmo ignored the girl, but looked at the several gold protoss around the girl who were exuding the power of majestic laws. Although Wang Chenmo didn't know what those protoss were, the aura they emitted made Wang Chenmo feel a little afraid. Obviously, it was the aura of quasi-emperor level. Who are you? Do you want to meddle in the affairs of our holy land of chaos? A trace of coldness appeared in Wang Chenmo's heart, and he looked at the girl with silver white hair. You want to hurt people from our heavenly devil sect? Have you ever asked me if I am a star girl? The silver white-haired girl blushed a little on her face, and then said, Little sister Xing, you are finally here, let us slaughter all these guys together. At this time, Shu Yuohu also came to the girl with silver white hair, and looked at Wang Chenmo and others not far away with the same hatred. Star girl, there are so many top experts in the heavenly devil sect, how is it possible? Wang Chenmo looked at the silver white-haired girl who suddenly appeared, and his heart sank slowly. He couldn't understand that the heavenly devil sect was so powerful, not only had quasi-emperor level puppets, but also these quasi-emperor level strange spirits. Moreover, what is even more frightening is that the sect leader of their heavenly devil sect has not shown up until now. Wang Chenmo faintly felt a little uneasiness in his heart. That breath! Just when Tang Qi was about to leave, he suddenly felt the mysterious aura of the girl with silver white hair. That breath is very similar to the power that Xiao Xian obtained using the Star Spirit secret technique before. She is from the Star Spirit clan. Tang Qi pupils shrank and his heart pounded. Chapter 246 Soldiers' Spirit Formation. Moreover, that aura is completely different from the aura of those star rabbits in Yeyun state who only have a little bit of Protoss bloodline. It is the breath of the most orthodox Protoss. Others don't know, but Tang Qi was influenced by the mysterious power of Xioxuan's Star Spirit secret skill before, and he is very familiar with the breath of the Star Spirit clan. I know that the aura on that girl belongs to the Protoss. The Protoss tribe has appeared? Look at the girl's identity. With so many guardians of the Protoss, her status is definitely not low. If she can get in touch with the Star Spirit Lord. Tang Qi heart was pounding, and he felt as if I found a chance to revive Xiao Xian. Young Master Tang Qi, we are ready, let's leave. At this time, the elder of the Temple of Soul Essence urged. You guys go away first. I'll stay and observe and see if I can find other opportunities. Tang Qi eyes flashed a flash of determination, and then he said to the elder of the Soul Cloud Temple next to him. Boom! At this time, the Xingling beside Xue Xingtong and the North Star Spirit King puppet next to Shu Yuohu brazenly launched an extremely violent attack. The entire seabed area was shrouded in countless destructive auras. Central Domain, Sacred Profound Sky Valley. Shenswantian Valley. Shenswantian Valley is full of extremely rich spirit power. The Kifeng Palace stands in every place where the spirit power is strong in Sky Valley, just like a grand sect. However, there is an area in Shenswantian Valley where the power of space circulates wantonly. At this time, thick smoke is billowing, and there is a scorching heat and aura of destruction permeating that area. That is the Element Hall, with many formations of the Holy Land of Chaos, and the spatial teleportation array is also there. Not long ago, the Yuan Temple was suddenly attacked by an inexplicable terror, and the teleportation array that had just been opened was destroyed with a bang. Not only that, but many other hidden large formations in the entire array Yuan Hall were all completely destroyed, and there were destroyed formation residues everywhere. In each area of Shenswantian Valley, there are a large number of cultivators galloping towards the Yuan Hall, trying to find the murderer. So much so that the entire Chaos Holy Land was in chaos at this time. In the depths of Tiangu, there is a place full of inspiration and majestic momentum, surrounded by a palace guarded by many formation guards, and faint buzzing sounds can be heard from the palace from time to time. The sound was like a raging ocean wave, resounding around the palace. Is Haoang Palace in front? In the forest not far from the palace, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking indifferently at the palace that released a faint humming sound. With the help of Dian divine art and the devil's wings blessed with the law of space, Chen Luo easily escaped into the heavily guarded Haoang Palace area. With the shielding air mechanism of Dian Shenshu, no one can find Chen Luo's trace. Moreover, at this time, the Yuan Palace also attracted the attention of most people, and Chen Luo's infiltration did not attract anyone's attention. However, there seems to be something wrong with this formation. Chen Luo unfolded his own soul power, and checked the formation of many guards in front of him. The formation around Haoang Palace seems to be different from other areas. This formation and the Wangming in Haoang Palace are intertwined, forming a very special rhythm. Chen Luo felt that if he broke in directly, he might cause quite a stir. What's more, this formation still has the aura of the Emperor, so breaking in forcibly will cause fluctuations, and it may not be successful. It would be great if the old Biao was there, Chen Luo couldn't help but think in his heart. Although that Biao's strength is not very good, he is indeed invincible in all kinds of skills. If he is there, this formation can easily break into it. Master, I know how to enter this formation. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice entered Chen Luo's ears. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and then he summoned the spirit of gold inheritance that he subdued from Nine Suns Supreme. The voice just now came from the spirit of gold inheritance. Before, after the success of the spirit of gold inheritance, Chen Luo also gave him a name, Xiaojin. The other inheritance spirits were left in Heavenly Bamboo Peak by Chen Luo, and asked them to help with some matters of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Xiaojin, tell me, how do I get in? If there is a way for me to enter without disturbing others, after that, I will get 2 10,000-year spirit fruits. Chen Luo casually drew a big cake for Xiaojin, and then asked. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Xiaojin's eyes suddenly became fiery, 2 10,000-year spiritual fruits. Master, this formation is a soldier spirit formation, which is a heterogeneous large formation combining weapons and formation. Although it is extremely sensitive to the breath of life and has a very strong repelling force, when a weapon passes through it, there will be a momentary the failure. As long as you grasp the moment of failure, you can easily enter it, and it will not cause any changes. Xiaojin then said slowly. The heterogeneous large formation combining weapons and formation, and this kind of thing, Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo followed Xiaojin's method and used a common spirit treasure to try it out, and found that it was exactly as Xiaojin said. Not long after the Ling Bao passed, there was a very slight fluctuation in the formation, which was the fluctuation of the formation failure, and it was completely undetectable if you didn't look carefully. Then get ready to enter, Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then prepared to deal with the surrounding guards, and then use Xiaojin's method to pass through the soldiers' formation and enter Haoang Hall. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of Shenshuantian Valley, there was a violent roar. Following that, there were countless inspirations scattered around, and countless bright rays of light bloomed from the deep area, and that gorgeous light attracted everyone's attention. What happened? Why does this scene seem a little familiar? The guard guarding the Haoang Palace looked at the brilliant light in the distance, and murmured in a low voice, with doubts and bewilderment in his eyes. The treasury, someone is robbing the sect treasury again. Shit, that guy from the Heavenly Devil sect is here again. Hiss, they're here again, there's no end to it. Didn't the treasure house change location? Why was it found again? Hurry up, go to protect the treasure house. If the treasure house is robbed again, our salary will be lost. No, we ran away. What about Haoang Palace? Shabai, this great hall is guarded by a soldier spirit array. Who can enter? Do you need your protection? That's right, that's right. You are the one who asked you to come here for free. Do you really regard yourself as a guard? It is true to protect the treasure house. This Haoang Palace does not need to be protected. Many guards guarding the Haoang Palace discussed one after another, and their words were full of worries about the sect treasure house. Immediately afterwards, after a lot of discussion among the guards, they quickly flew towards the treasure house, vowing to protect the sect treasure house. Chapter 247 Returning. Empty pay. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder the cultivation base of these guards is so low. It's not at all like the cultivation base that a sect heavy ground qualified guard should have. However, senior brother Li actually made a move on their treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos. Chen Luo looked to the depths of the Sky Valley, where the sect treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos was located. The change in the sect treasury has attracted more people's attention, and its momentum has far surpassed that of the Spirit Hall. It seems that senior brother Li has long been prepared to rob another wave of Chaos Holy Land. No wonder there is so much enthusiasm for robbing Chaos Bell. Chen Luo's heart suddenly understood, but Chen Luo didn't care, as long as he could win the Chaos Bell. On the contrary, Li Wuodao caused more disturbances, which could attract more attention and make Chen Luo safer. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo restrained his own thoughts, and using Xiaojin's method, he quickly found an opportunity to enter Haoang Hall. Boom! As soon as Chen Luo entered Haoang Hall, he felt the overwhelming spirit power in Haoang Hall. The strength of this spirit power is far beyond the spirit power contained in the top-grade spirit stones, and it is very similar to the spirit power of the elixir that Chen Luo obtained in Chaiyu Divine Dynasty 3 princes before. Xian Yuan, the spirit power in Haoang Palace is Xian Yuan. Chen Luo was shocked. It is really unbelievable that there is Xian Yuan in Haoang Palace. Chen Luo calmed down, allowing his own body to quickly adapt to the rich immortal essence in the Great Hall. After a while, Chen Luo finally got used to the Xian Yuan here, and the surrounding scenes appeared in front of Chen Luo's eyes. The surrounding immortals were also rushing towards Chen Luo's body quickly. This is a gigantic Great Hall. The Great Hall is resplendent and magnificent. The surrounding walls and pillars are covered with patterns of carved dragons and painted phoenixes. In addition to the luxurious patterns of carved dragons and painted phoenixes, there seemed to be a series of Dao patterns containing terrifying aura around it. Coupled with the rich immortal essence filled in the Great Hall, it looks like a ethereal fairy temple in immortal qi. Chen Luo was not attracted by the many scenic spots around him, but looked into the depths of the Great Hall. In the depths of the Great Hall, there is a quaint big clock with vicissitudes of life floating on it, and an extremely strong atmosphere of chaos and extreme imperial prestige circulates on the big clock. The big clock just floats there, giving people a feeling of suppressing everything, as if swallowing mountains and rivers, overwhelming the world. Around the big clock, there are incomparably huge crystal stones circulating with immortal essence. The surrounding rich immortal essence emanates from those crystal stones. Under the big clock, there are still strands of inexplicable aura emanating from it, and the escaping strands of aura seem to form a balance with the aura of the big clock. Chaos Bell. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, staring straight at the ancient big clock in the distance. Feeling the strong power of chaos and the terrifying extreme emperor power, Chen Luo knew that it was the Chaos Bell, the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon of the Holy Land of Chaos. The aura emitted by Chaos Bell was extremely terrifying, putting the entire Great Hall in an extremely depressing atmosphere. However, it seemed that due to the Chaos Divine Body, these terrifying auras had no effect on Chen Luo in the slightest. However, the one below the Chaos Bell is... Chen Luo then looked at the bottom of the Chaos Bell. Below the Chaos Bell, where the mysterious aura escapes, there are blood-colored curse marks engraved, as if something is being sealed. Wuji, didn't I say that? Your realm is low, and you can't absorb too much immortal energy. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in the Great Hall. Next to Chaos Bell, a middle-aged man with grey sideburns and wearing a white robe appeared. Name, Zhao Yuan Chun. Age, 17,225 years old. Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm 5th Stage Days. Identity, Saint Lord of Chaos Holy Land. It was the Saint Lord of the Holy Land of Chaos. He was in the Haoang Palace. Chen Luo was shocked. He did not expect to meet their Saint Lord here. You are not Wuji, who are you? Suddenly, Zhao Yuanchun seemed to realize that the person who came was not his disciple, and his expression changed drastically. Shua! As soon as Zhao Yuanchun's words fell, a bloody spear shining with black streamer appeared in Chen Luo's direction. With an extremely violent aura, the bloody spear quickly attacked Zhao Yuanchun. Zhao Yuanchun's pupils shrank, and he felt the terrifying and tyrannical aura contained on the bloody spear, and quickly activated his own law power and defensive supernatural power to launch a defense. In a moment, the bloody spear bombarded Zhao Yuanchun's body, and a shield of spirit power law appeared on Zhao Yuanchun's body, resisting the bombardment of the bloody spear. Stab! However, in less than 2 breaths, with a violent piercing sound, the bloody spear easily penetrated Zhao Yuanchun's shield and directly penetrated Zhao Yuanchun's body, causing serious injuries. Zhao Yuanchun's face turned pale in an instant, and the bloody spear was nailed to Zhao Yuanchun's abdomen, constantly destroying Zhao Yuanchun's vitality. Didn't kill him with a single shot? Chen Luo frowned. Chen Luo originally thought that On Hades' spear would be able to nail him down with one shot. After all, before Chen Luo, killing the same rank was like killing a chicken, and stepping up a rank was as easy as eating and drinking. This Zhao Yuanchun is only from the Quasi-Emperor 5th stage day, only 4 small realms taller than Chen Luo. It seems that the gap between Quasi-Emperor realm is far bigger than what he thought, and it is impossible to wander casually, Chen Luo sighed in his heart. Who are you and what do you want to do? Zhao Yuanchun's face was full of fear, and the inspiration in his body was constantly circulating, nourishing his wound and providing him with vitality. The person who killed you. Chen Luo said indifferently, looking at Zhao Yuanchun in front of him indifferently. Since the underworld spear couldn't kill him, he had to use other means. Joke, kill me, do you know where this is? If you want to kill me here, who gave you the confidence? Zhao Yuanchun said angrily, his eyes were full of anger and madness. Chen Luo ignored Zhao Yuanchun's words, but waved his right hand. Immediately, a great sword flashing with blue-purple thunder power and fire-red fiery aura appeared in Chen Luo's hands. It was the Emperor Lei Yin sword that had successfully transformed before. Swish swish swish. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo cast the Taishang sword art, and the sword art worked, and a peerless sword ray shot out from the Lei Yin Emperor sword, and rushed towards Saint Lord, the Holy Land of Chaos. Chaos Bell, bodyguard. At the same time, the Holy Land of Chaos, Saint Lord, saw the sword ray bursting towards him, and hurriedly shouted. The Chaos Bell next to the Great Hall was suddenly summoned, and made a violent humming sound. The sound of Wang Ming was like a sea wave, quickly breaking through the violent sword ray released by Chen Luo. Chaos Bell, kill this brazen fellow for me. Seeing that Chen Luo's offensive was easily dispelled, Zhao Yuanchun quickly sneered and looked at Chen Luo as if he was looking at a dead person. Chaos Bell, return to your place. Chen Luo raised his head slowly and said. Return to the throne? Do you think Chaos Bell is yours? Return to the throne? Let's wait for death. Zhao Yuanchun sarcastically said after hearing Chen Luo's words. Clang clang clang. At this moment, Chaos Bell let out a relaxed and happy chime, like a baby swallow returning to its nest, broke free from the magic circle in the center of the Great Hall, and flew directly to Chen Luo's direction. How is it possible? Zhao Yuanchun stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. P.S. This author's other book is close to 1,000,000 words. If you are interested, you can read it more. Click on the author's homepage to see it, or search Fantasy Script, Invincible from the Disciples of the Demon Sect. Chapter 248. The huge bell sounded like a sound wave, and quickly swayed from the Great Hall towards the surroundings, spreading throughout the entire Chaos Holy Land in a short while. Zhao Yuanchun's face was extremely pale. Chaos Bell has been in the center of Haoang Palace since the fall of the previous master, and has never moved. The guy in front of him could actually cause Chaos Bell to vibrate. Zhao Yuanchun was very puzzled. he could neither understand nor accept it. After a while, the quaint chaos bell flew to Chen Luo's side, like a good baby, hovering beside Chen Luo, waiting for Chen Luo's comfort. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Sure enough, the old sect leader was right. With the mark of chaos, it would be a breeze to subdue this chaos bell. Chen Luo only slightly stimulated the power of the chaos mark, and this chaos bell was completely subdued by Chen Luo. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There is absolutely no need for too much other behavior. Why, who are you? Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhao Yuanchun couldn't hold back any longer. Their foundation-level emperor soldiers of the Holy Land of Chaos were subdued by this guy's light words. Why? I said it all, the one who killed you. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and then the power of the Chaos Bell wanted to be activated to suppress and kill the Saint Lord of this Chaos Holy Land. Boom! However, Chen Luo hadn't activated Chaos Bell's power yet, and a violent roar suddenly appeared in the area where Chaos Bell was just now in the Great Hall. A terrifying, tearing blood-colored beam of light burst out from the blood-colored curse seal below the Great Hall. The immortals in the entire Great Hall became extremely violent, and the air was filled with an aura of destruction. Chen Luo's face changed slightly. What was it? Little Wuya, I have been imprisoned for so many years. Today, I will destroy your chaotic Holy Land orthodoxy. At this moment, a tyrannical hoarse voice sounded, and bursts of power surged from under the bloody curse mark, which shocked Chen Luo extremely. No, there are ghosts coming out of there. Chen Luo suddenly noticed the abnormality. Danger! Hurry up! Then, Chen Luo didn't care about the life and death of the Holy Land Saint Lord, and quickly left Haoang Palace with Chaos Bell. Before leaving, Chen Luo also took away the many crystals that released the immortal essence not far away. All kinds of spiritual objects around the Great Hall were also searched by Chen Luo. Boom! Not long after Chen Luo left, the bloody curse mark of the Great Hall was completely broken, and a rotten figure crawled out from the ground. The figure was disheveled, and his blood had completely decayed. However, the terrifying aura emanating from his body distorted the space of the Great Hall. It was as if this figure did not belong to this world at all. Zhao Yuanchun's face was pale, and he stared at the figure in front of him stiffly. Extreme fear had already filled his heart, making him completely lose his ability to think. The figure slowly walked towards Zhao Yuanchun, and every area he walked through was full of death breath. The surrounding immortals flowed towards the figure at a very fast speed. Little guy, do you know where that guy Wu Yazi is? After a while, the figure came to Zhao Yuanchun and asked hoarsely. Zhao Yuanchun's body was stiff and he wanted to speak, but his mind went blank and he couldn't speak at all. You don't want to say it? Forget it, then I'll find it myself. The figure showed a cruel smile, then stretched out his withered right hand, grabbed Zhao Yuanchun's head, and gently grabbed Zhao Yuanchun who was in extreme fear. Up! Crack! With the sound of breaking, Zhao Yuanchun's head was easily crushed by the figure like tofu. Swish swish swish! A moment later, a burst of bloody light appeared on the figure, and all the blood power, spirit power, law power, and all substances in Zhao Yuanchun's body surged towards the figure. After a while, a trace of energy and blood appeared in the withered body of the figure, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It turns out that more than 20,000 years have passed. The figure murmured in a low voice, with a sense of vicissitudes in the voice. That's fine, it's not too late to settle the accounts of those years. The figure slowly raised his head, his eyes full of fierceness. Boom! After finishing speaking, a monstrous force of qi and blood surged from the figure's body towards the surroundings. The incomparably violent power of qi and blood formed a huge vortex of blood light, starting from the Great Hall, destroying everything within reach. Brother, it's time to run away, there is a ghost in that Haoang Palace. At the treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos, Chen Luo said to Li Wudao who was scraping the treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos. Due to the noise of the chaos bell caused by Chen Luo, coupled with the appearance of that strange aura, many people are rushing to Haoang Palace. At this time, Li Wudao was pretending to be a disciple of the Holy Land of Chaos, and in the name of protecting the treasure house of Sect, he was collecting treasures from the Holy Land of Chaos. Ghost? What the hell? Li Wudao was stunned, not understanding what Chen Luo was talking about. Chen Luo pointed to the area where the Haoang Palace is located, and Li Wudao looked towards the area where the Haoang Palace is located, and suddenly saw an extremely violent vortex of blood light, followed by a burst of tyranny, almost destroyed breath of everything. Wo Cao, what are you doing? Li Wudao was a little dumbfounded seeing the aura that was about to tear apart the world in the distance. Chen Luo just captured the chaos bell, how could there be such a horrible scene? The bloody vortex not far away is extremely powerful, and there is a dead silence everywhere it goes. Even the surrounding space seems to be completely broken, and waves of chaotic breath are constantly circulating. I don't know, after I took the chaos bell away, it became like this. Chen Luo spread his hands and said helplessly. Let's go, we can't stay in this holy land of chaos. Li Wudao said hastily. That breath is really terrifying, Li Wudao has no intention of continuing to win treasures here. No matter how many treasures there are, they are not as important as own life. Chen Luo nodded. Now that Chaos Bell is in his hands, he can retire completely, and there is no need to get involved in the muddy waters of this chaotic holy land. Immediately afterwards, the two quickly left the holy land of chaos and galloped towards the periphery of Shensuantian Valley. At this time, the holy land of chaos was in chaos everywhere, and the changes caused by Haoang Palace made everyone in the holy land of chaos fall into fear. The ever-expanding vortex of bloody light continued to wreak havoc like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour everything. Gradually, more and more Chaos Holy Land disciples were swallowed by this bloody vortex, and the smell of blood and death gradually permeated the entire Saint Xiantian Valley. Chapter 249 Xianming True Immortal. What happened? Why did such a horrible thing appear all of a sudden? Yeah, it's really troublesome, the sect treasure house was stolen, and the chaos bell rang twice in just 1 month, and now these things have appeared again. Evacuate as soon as possible, that thing is not something we can solve, we have to find the sect leader and the supreme elder as soon as possible, otherwise, our chaos holy land will suffer a catastrophe today. In the safe area far away, many true disciples of the Holy Land of Chaos discussed one after another. That bloody vortex is really too terrifying, many disciples and elders have already been killed by that bloody vortex. In order to prevent further casualties, they had already evacuated the disciples from all other areas around Haoang Hall. With the expansion of the bloody vortex, a thin figure with qi and blood decay appeared in the depths of Haoang Hall. With a majestic aura that distorts everything around him, the figure slowly walked out. Every time the figure took a step, the vortex of blood light around it expanded a bit, and the violent blood light almost destroyed everything around it. Every corner of Shensuantian Valley is shrouded in this endless terrifying aura. Devil, don't be crazy. Our ancestor Wei was able to suppress you back then, but today, I, Wei Yuan, can also suppress you again. Just as the figure walked slowly outside the depths of Shensuantian Valley, there was a hoarse voice. Immediately afterwards, an old man full of vicissitudes and decay came out from the depths of Shensuantian Valley. The old man stared coldly at the figure walking out of Haoang Palace, and the majestic energy on his body was constantly flying. The devil? Ha ha ha, I am the true immortal of the upper realm. I tried my best to help you kill the devil immortal of the demon spirit realm. You didn't want to repay your kindness, and you even used the blood immortal curse to imprison me in the holy land of chaos. Take away my origin of immortality to practice, you say I am a devil, what a big joke. The figure seemed to have heard something funny, and then let out a cruel laugh. You people from Chaos Holy Land are the real devils. The voice of the figure was like a sea wave, surging in the ears of everyone in Shengxian Tiangu, shocking their hearts. This voice made all the disciples turn pale and their souls tremble. The true immortal of the upper realm, this scary guy is the true immortal of the upper realm? Everyone's face was dull, and they couldn't believe the words that the figure spit out. This person is full of monstrous power of heaven and blood, with the breath of endless killing. Could it be the true immortal of the upper realm? This true immortal also helped us kill the devil immortal in the demon spirit world, and was imprisoned by their ancestors in the holy land of chaos, robbing him of the origin of immortality to practice. This is outrageous. How could such a thing happen? Although this matter was unimaginable, a ridiculous thought subconsciously appeared in everyone's heart. What he said is very likely to be true. Everything has its own right and wrong. I don't want to say too much. Today, you destroyed my mountain gate and killed many of my disciples. If I don't suppress you, how can I have the face to meet my ancestor Wuya? Not far away, Wu Yuan Patriarch coldly said, the power of law on his body condensed into terrifying sharp blades, and shot towards the figure's body. It's just that before the sharp blade of law attacked the figure, it was completely swallowed by the bloody vortex around it. Tisk tisk, 10,000 years have passed, and your holy land of chaos is still the same as before. So cheap, you want to expose the matter if you say something right or wrong. The figure licked his lips, and the scarlet color in his eyes changed. It became more and more intense, and continued. However, it doesn't matter anymore, I will avenge my revenge today. Shua. As soon as the figure's voice fell, the surrounding blood vortex burst out with bloodlines containing killing breath. Carrying an incomparably destructive aura, these bloodlines exploded towards the surroundings, killing all the lives that could be attacked around them. In a moment, blood screams, wailing, piercing, and tearing sounds resounded in every corner of Shengxian Tiangu. Devil, stop! Patriarch Wu Yuan finally became unsteady when he saw the figure's terrifying attack. His expression became extremely sad and angry, and a stronger supernatural power exploded towards the figure's body. There was a burst of joy on the figure's face, as if the grief and indignation of Patriarch Wu Yuan could make the figure more powerful. Immediately afterwards, Human Shadow and Patriarch Wu Yuan started a fierce confrontation, and the entire area where the Holy Land of Chaos was located was in an extremely terrifying atmosphere of destruction. Everyone was pale and terrified. After a fierce fight, the aura of Patriarch Wu Yuan became weaker and weaker, and his face became more and more serious. Patriarch Wu Yuan did not expect that this true immortal, after being suppressed by the blood immortal curse for 10,000 years, still has such terrifying strength. It's hard to imagine how powerful he was in his heyday. Boom! After a long while, the figure condensed his palm into a fist, and the fist instantly hit Patriarch Wu Yuan with monstrous power. Patriarch Wu Yuan was hit by a terrifying force, and his body flew backwards, smashing a huge strange peak into pieces. Aren't you clamoring to suppress me? Your mouth is much stronger than your strength. Seeing Patriarch Wu Yuan being blown away by him, Human Shadow sneered. Chaos promise, use my true blood to channel the power of chaos, Chaos Bell, suppress me. A majestic voice resounded from the shattered part of the mountain in the distance, as if there was a hidden force echoing these words. Strands of inspiration gathered. The ancestor is going to use the power of Chaos Bell, and he will definitely be able to defeat this monster. A gleam of hope appeared in the eyes of many disciples of the Chaos Holy Land in the distance, and he continued. Ancestor Wu Yuan used the secret spell that stimulated Chaos Bell's power. After Chaos Bell had no master, their Chaos Holy Land developed other means to drive the power of Chaos Bell, which is also their foundation of the clan. Ha ha ha, Chaos Bell has been taken away by someone, and you are still using the power of Chaos Bell. Are you trying to laugh at me to death? His eyes were full of sarcasm. As soon as the figure's words came out, the surrounding disciples of the Holy Land of Chaos were completely dumbfounded. What a joke! Chaos Bell has been taken away, how is it possible? the person who has been recognized by Chaos Bell has not yet appeared. How can it be taken away? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Many disciples couldn't believe it, but Patriarch Wu Yuan at the cracked mountain peak in the distance sank to the bottom of the valley. He didn't sense Chaos Bell's response, so, obviously, what the devil said was true, and was taken away in the chaos. Patriarch Wu Yuan's mind was buzzing. Chaos Bell was taken away, which shocked him even more than the birth of this monster. Chaos Bell is gone, can they add Chaos Holy Land? Now, without the Chaos Bell, let me completely end your Chaos Holy Land. The figure made a happy sound again, and the majestic energy on his body continued to rise, rushing straight to the entire sky. Xianming True Immortal Senior, maybe we can sit down and have a good talk. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded again from the depths of Shenswantian Valley. Chapter 250 Stop Fighting and Naval Battle. This voice has a soothing and gentle breath, making everyone in the Holy Land of Chaos feel the peace from their hearts. Ancestor Wu Yuan, who was not far away, felt much calmer under this gentle atmosphere. Xianming True Immortal was expressionless, and slowly looked into the depths of Shengxiantian Valley. In the depths of Shenswantian Valley, a bright stream of light flashed. Immediately afterwards, a white-haired old man with the reincarnation of time appeared in front of Xianming True Immortal. The body of the white-haired old man was filled with an extremely strong power of law, and there were bursts of aura that made Xianming True Immortal feel extremely dangerous. Talk about it. Are you worthy? Today, your holy land of chaos will perish. Xianming True Immortal sneered, looking at the white-haired old man in front of him with a cold face. When is the time for retribution? What happened after we destroyed our chaos holy land? It just caused more hatred. After destroying us, can you continue to enjoy yourself? The white-haired old man looked calm, and then said slowly. Looking at the calm old man in front of him, Xianming True Immortal felt a little bit of irritability. This smelly old man wanted to preach to him again. I don't care, I know you guys are not easy, but if you do something wrong, you should pay the price. Killing you will make me happy, that's enough. Xianming True Immortal continued to speak, with extreme killing intent in his eyes, and the energy in his body was constantly boiling. Senior, all you want is revenge. You are a true immortal. Are you willing to end up like this? The white-haired old man ignored Xianming True Immortal's words and continued. Then what does that have to do with you? I'll just be happy if I kill you all. As for whether I'm willing or not, I don't care. Xianming said True Immortal coldly. He was already impatient and wanted to kill everyone in front of him. It's really nothing to do with me, but what if I say that I can help the senior recondense the true immortal Dao fruit? The white-haired old man slowly raised his head and made a soft voice again. What did you say? Xianming True Immortal's pupil shrank, and the coldness on his face suddenly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented frenzy. Endless Sea, Skylight Sea territory. At this time, the Tianguang region is still filled with extremely violent energy and blood surging everywhere. Not far from the vortex on the bottom of the sea, the puppets of the North Star Spirit King and a few Protoss are fighting fiercely with many apex powerhouses who came to support from the Holy Land of Chaos. After fierce battles, many experts in the Holy Land of Chaos suffered heavy losses. Xuezingtong's several Protoss spirits also weakened a lot. The Supreme Elder of the Holy Land of Chaos, Wang Chenmo, looked at the almost undamaged puppet of the Spirit King in front of him, and felt numb. He didn't understand how the Heavenly Devil Sect had such a powerful quasi-emperor puppet, whose physical strength was so strong that it exploded. Although this puppet can't display too much supernatural power, and has the power of tyrannical law, but the terrifying power attached to this puppet's gestures can easily sweep away everything. The body of this puppet seems to have engraved a lot of mysterious patterns, and the physical body is abnormal, and the speed is also extremely fast. Even if Wang Chenmo is the apex powerhouse of the Quasi-Emperor 6th Stage Day, it still feels extremely tricky. Not far away, Lu Kongping looked at the battle above, and his heart almost sank to the bottom. With so many people in the Holy Land of Chaos, they couldn't do anything to these heavenly devil sect people. Dancing girl, I admit that I have underestimated your heavenly devil sect. We don't need to inherit the sea god's inheritance, but the mark of chaos must be given to us. If you are willing to hand over the mark of chaos, all the hatred between our holy land of chaos and your heavenly devil sect will be wiped out. Moreover, we are willing to give you an unimaginable opportunity. After a while, Wang Chenmo dodged an incomparably violent blow from the puppet of the North Star Spirit King, and then said in a hoarse voice. Now the strength of the heavenly devil sect has far exceeded their imagination, and it is difficult to solve the problem only by force, so they can only temporarily stabilize the heavenly devil sect. Old thing, get out! Shu Yuohu said sharply, urging the strength on her body, and continued to attack the numerous enemies in the Holy Land of Chaos not far away. You! Do you really want to die? Then don't blame me for being cruel. Wang Chenmo's face turned ashen when he heard Shu Yuohu's answer. He is the Supreme Elder of the Holy Land of Chaos, with a high position and authority, and everyone has to respect him when they see him. This yellow-haired girl has repeatedly spoken insultingly to him, which makes him extremely angry. The hatred has reached its peak. Old man, if you have any other means, just use it, our heavenly devil sect will be afraid of you, an old dog. Shu Yuohu continued to sarcastically say, her hair fluttering in the wind behind her, her temperament was extremely moving. After Shu Yuohu finished speaking, Wang Chenmo exploded with anger, the veins on his forehead popped up, and he felt more uncomfortable than fighting this puppet. This stinky girl took every bite of an old thing, and even the old dog jumped out in the end, she was really unqualified. Okay, very good, you have successfully angered me. The coldness on Wang Chenmo's face was almost twisted into reality, and the power of law on his body was constantly surging. The spirit power in Wang Chenmo's body was operating in an extremely mysterious route, and a more terrifying chi machine was about to burst out, and the surrounding sea area seemed to be silent at this moment. Even the North Star Spirit King puppet not far away and the movements of many Protoss stagnated a bit. Elder Yuohu, this old man is going to make a big move, should we withdraw? Not far away, Xuexing Tong felt the increasingly terrifying aura in Wang Chenmo's body, and hurriedly said via voice transmission. Back, it's impossible, I'm working hard, don't worry, this old thing can't do anything to us. Shu Yuohu's eyes were full of excitement, it seemed that the stronger Wang Chenmo was, the happier she would be. You bastards, if you don't cherish the opportunity, just wait to die now. Lu Kong said with a grim face in the distance. The incident in the Tianguangxi region completely shattered his noble mentality as the elder of the Holy Land of Chaos. The heavenly devil sect has already left an extremely heavy shadow in his heart. Only by exterminating all these people from the heavenly devil sect can the shadow in his heart be resolved. Now that the Supreme Elder is finally going to use the secret technique at the bottom of the box to solve them, how can Lu Kongping not be excited? At this moment, there was a wave of fluctuation in the void, and a magic talisman appeared. Lu Kongping frowned slightly, and directly took the talisman into his hand, and suddenly, a burst of information flooded into Lu Kangping's mind. With the influx of information, Lu Kangping's ferocious face suddenly turned pale, and fear and panic crept into his heart. It's too bad, Elder, our holy land has been attacked by terrorist enemies, and even the Chaos Bell has been taken away. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.